boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal,
What's wrong,
Mahatma
Tone?
Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Well, England have won in Australia since they last won in New Zealand, and yet they seem to be playing in New Zealand every year. This must be, the third tour in the last 5 years that we've covered here on Guerrilla Cricket. Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk. We can see the surface at the Hagley Oval in Christchurch, where England will take on New Zealand. David Gower, the old lady himself, is walking up and down, and it's very, very, very green. And not surprisingly,
really
not surprisingly, England, having won the toss, have put New Zealand into bat. That said, we've been fooled this way before, that green pitches in New Zealand do not always mean lots and lots of movement. That said, Tony has a fantastic stat to bring you, which he will give you in a moment. Just to say good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. You are listening to Guerrilla Cricket, and not only can you listen to Guerrilla Cricket tonight, you can read Guerrilla Cricket tonight. The live blog is open. Go to our website, find it on there, and you can read the blog. So if you have to go out and you can't listen for some reason, that's where you can keep abreast of what is going on. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson. Alongside me, it's the Bear.
Good evening.
It's Tony the Bish.
Hello, hello.
Fresh from his 3-hour conversation with Jeremy Coney.
The lad's lovely, but boy, he
can talk.
He can spin a yarn.
He can spin a yarn.
And then we're not going to tell you what he did do, but he sent a message to the wrong place.
Oh no, I did see that.
Well, you just have told him.
No, well, don't tell them what the message was. Anyway, the teams are on their way out to the middle. Bring me that stat, and then I'll bring you the teams. Although, of course, the teams have been well trailed, should I say?
No, well, out of 13 matches, 13 tosses here in tests since 2014. only once has a winning captain elected to bat. On all other occasions, the winning captain has elected to field, as England have done. That said, on the one occasion it was South Africa, I think in 2022, and they did win. They won by 198 runs on that occasion.
Well, there you go. There you go. We're told, we also have, of course, our roving reporter Hector is actually at Hagley Oval, and he will be sending in little snippets of reports and quotes and things like that during the day, we hope.
He's been interviewing Ben Stokes.
He's been interviewing Ben Stokes, of all people. Under the Guerrilla Cricket name, would you have it? They like us in New Zealand. Let's go to New Zealand. Shall we all go to New Zealand? Maybe we should. Anyway, the New Zealand team that will be taking the England team will take into the field. The opening batsman for New Zealand will also be taking to the field. Tom Latham, Devon Conway. Kane Williamson is back, which is bad news for Will Young, because he was man of the series in India. Hang on, you beat basically the best team in the world in their own country.
LIFO principle, Hendo.
And then,
last in, first out.
And then he's out again. And Kane comes back. Rachin Ravindra, Daryl Mitchell, Tom Blundell, Glenn Phillips, Nathan Smith making a Test debut. Those Worcestershire fans among you will remember that he took something like 27 wickets.
Including Duckett at least twice.
Oh, really?
Yes,
over the county season, until he got injured, I think, early in August. But he's a bit of an all-rounder. He's batting at 8. Tim Southey at 9. This, of course, will be Tim Southey's last Test series, unless... Well, it'll be his last Test series. May not be his last Test at the end of this particular series, because if New Zealand do well enough to force their way into the World Test Championship, he's going to nip back in for that, which is, having your cake and eating it. But then I suppose he deserves it. Matt Henry and Will O'Rourke, who I am a huge fan of. Matt Henry's been brilliant in the last few years. It took him a while to get into get amongst the wickets, but since then he's just been absolutely brilliant. England line up as follows: Zach Crawley, Ben Duckett, Jacob Bethel at number 3. I'm sure we're going to have to talk about that. Joe Root trying to protect his average at number 4. Harry Brook, Ollie Pope keeping wicket. Ben Stokes in at 7. Chris Wokes, Gus Atkinson, Bryden Cast and Shoaib Bashir. Those are the 2 lineups. Now, of course, we are playing for a new trophy now, the Crow Thorpe trophy, in memory of 2 great batsmen,
Indeed.
2 really wonderful batsmen, who left us far too young, far too young, and that's a rather nice thing. Now, I believe that this is a sellout, this game. A sellout in New Zealand?
The trophy, by the way, is actually made of wood from their bats.
And they're very blades. Very nice indeed.
Which is
That's a nice touch. I like
which
that.
is a lovely touch, isn't it?
Well, it looks very hot. I'm told, Hector told me it's hot out there, and there's absolutely almost nowhere to get shade, is there? Or there's one little marquee area, but apart from that, you're going to burn on those hills, it would appear. Anyway, England are on their way out. Let's see who's joined us. Who's doing socials? Who is it? Who's doing the socials?
It's me, and I'm completely not prepared. So you might just have to wait a moment. I've been sourcing your facts, Hendo,
that's true.
Your stats that you were after. Actually, here I am. I'm fully prepared now. And the answer is heaps of people. Evening old salts and sea dogs. That is obviously Pirate Badger. Kieran Roseblade, get into my ears. Let's have some nighttime beer swigging commentary. Delighted you guys are back. Liverpool win 2-0, Mr. Bear.
Exactly. Liverpool win 2-0. Cheers, peeps.
Great. They'll be reserving your usual seat up in Anfield. Rich Turner Music says, good evening from Winchester Weather Cave. Go, hello, Rich. Lovely to hear from you. Leah, excellent. I can be guided into Morpheus's realm by sweary rants about how bad England are.
That's his phone. Someone's phone.
Oh, that's me. And there's also a... I know what it is. Yes, I've got... Mr. Handjob is with us. Having survived the collapsing roof in my office, I am here to offer deep insight and piercing analysis via the medium of YouTube chat. And a Jay Grover, have we heard of him? Is he new?
No,
He's here saying, evening all, Jonathan Shawland is morning gorillas. It's been longer than 1 year since the England team were last in New Zealand. I wasn't sure that I would recognise them. I'd better let you carry on, Hendo.
Well, absolutely. This is a New Zealand team with newfound confidence after really a period when we thought perhaps they were just falling away, and they've come back in incredible fashion with that win in India, which was spectacular to watch. The bell has been rung. Tom Latham and Devon Conway, two left-handers out there, and the Bear is going to jingle them up.
Opens up a thing, or sometimes keeps wicket. He doesn't ball great, but I still don't wanna face him. Tom Latham.
He's on Instagram.
First ball of the Test match in New Zealand. Onto the back foot goes Tom Latham. Guys it down to backward point. Zach Crawley does the fielding. Is it Zach Crawley there? Certainly someone very tall. I thought Zach Crawley's normally in the slips. Maybe he's protecting that finger that he injured back towards the end of the summer. Anyway, Chris Woakes, as many people will say, hasn't got a great record overseas.
Well, he doesn't in New Zealand. His average is about 50 odd in New Zealand.
I was going to say, but isn't New Zealand a place you'd expect him to do okay?
Yeah, but this is what I say. I'm not sure that these pitches are going to do as much as
You've
we
also
think.
got a Kookaburra, remember? It doesn't
true.
hold its swing and movement so much for so long.
Round the wicket is Woakes, and this is a fuller one on his leg stump, and Latham leans forward, defends. There is no run. 4 slips, no gully, interestingly enough. It's unusual, isn't it, for Woakes to start off round the wicket, even with two left-handers out there. It's the kind of thing you expect him to go over the wicket for a little while and then maybe change the angle after 2 or 3 overs, just have a little look. But he started from round the wicket. He's in again, he bowls, and this one is outside the off stump, but very little movement, if any, at all there, as Latham shoulders arms, and through it goes to the keeper.
Well, the keeper, who's done he's certainly done nothing wrong yet.
No.
Well, now
Well, it'll be interesting. He's number 6 now, isn't it?
I think that's well. I've been saying this
You have indeed.
on Twitter. I've been saying it on Blue Sky. I've been saying it to everyone who'll listen, which is not many people, because most people switch off when I start talking.
No,
but anyway,
Yeah, I don't mind that, but the problem is,
Woakes in again, and this is a little bit too wide of the off stump, and gives Latham the opportunity to have a look at it and get used to the pace of the ball. Through it goes to Ollie Pope.
I think what was interesting was some of the language that they then used in defending it. It literally, Ben Stokes said, "We don't do this just to wind people up."
As if,
yeah.
Well,
But,
so
I mean,
clearly they were
so-
sensitive to the fact that it was a bit of a left field move.
My question is then, who is number 7? Is it Stokes or is
Stokes
it
is
Brooks?
down to go.
Oh, right,
going at
okay.
7.
That might suit him as well. Mind you, give it a slog.
Woakes in
Ooh,
again,
terrible.
too wide, quite slow, I would say, as well. Not really putting his back into it at the moment. 128 Ks so far, but no runs off the bat. See a flag flying for Godalming, the enormous city of Godalming in
My
near
mum's
Guildford.
cousin lived in Godalming.
Did she?
He.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, near Guildford, if anyone needs locating. He's in again. Oh, he's hit him on the pad there. Also a little bit of bat involved. I thought it was pad first, and there was a little bit of interest from Woakes, and it popped up on the onside. A short leg, a forward short leg might have been interested. It's a maiden, nonetheless. Not a particularly impressive one, although that one did move a little bit in the air.
If that missed a bat, I think that would have been pretty close.
There might well have been. Let's have some socials.
Certainly can. Naman Sutar says, "Hey lads, it's midnight here in India, but I love to watch Test cricket, so I'm still awake." Stephen
Hey.
Kelk says, "I am here for a few nanoseconds before I fall asleep." You may already have fallen asleep. Let us know if you're still awake. Chad Wright, a little Thanksgiving Eve cricket while I prep pot pies Yes, please. Kieran says, quick at Stephen, smash the like button before you catch the Z's, Rich
Exactly, I
Turner.
was just about to say.
Smash the like button. Of course, don't forget, we'll be talking about the GPL in a minute as well.
We will.
Smash the like button and subscribe. Hendo.
Subscribe! Smash the like button and subscribe.
Like, not like.
Oh, the like button. Well, it's a bit dark in here.
I'm going to save the
Smash
next
like
message
button.
because it's a nice one for me.
Oh, God.
So I'm going to save it and look forward to it at the end of the next over.
Slag.
Gussack, Rains Park's out there.
Atkinson, he's not one to complain. He hopes he's not like Jafra, breaking down after every game.
Bowling to Conway, he's also coming round the wicket and he gets considerably more lift, but then he is a taller and quicker bowler than Wokes. Well played by Conway to get arms and everything out of the way of that. And taken sort of in front of his face really by Ollie Pope. Going back to the Ollie Pope situation, I believe this is actually could be the remaking of Ollie Pope, because number 3 has just never. I know he's got runs at times at number 3, but sporadically, and he looks uncomfortable at number 3. He looks nervous. Atkinson has also got 4 slips. He's in. He bowls a fuller ball this time, bringing Conway forward, defending back to the bowler.
I'm gonna.
You're going to disagree with me.
I
aren't you?
completely disagree with you. Not because I don't think he should be number 3. Not because
You think
I
he
don't
should be
he's-
number 3?
Yeah, no. You know, it's fine. But whose place is he taking?
This was argued last night, I think, by Billy. Actually, we have Rob
No,
Tucker and Hassan Raza as umpires.
And I have a real sticking point with everyone's view that Root should go to number 3. I think your best batsman bats where he wants to bat.
No, is that?
See, this is where we differ, and therefore we have a different problem.
Well, I
think so. Yeah.
I'll come back to that. Atkinson is around the wicket to Conway's and right onto the front foot and just pushes out towards extra cover. The ball runs slowly in that direction. There is no run. My argument is that Pope will be happier at 6. Root should take 1 for the team and go to 3, because how many more England players are we going to sacrifice on the altar of, playing out of position?
Well, if the team-
when you've got
Well,
the highest run score in your history, refusing to bat at 3, when he started as an opener,
Yeah, but he likes batting at 4. He
So-
scores fucking shitloads of runs.
Atkinson in, bowls. Oh, that's a lovely ball. He got that to nibble away, and just back of a length. Conway was well and truly beaten by that one. Only 127 k's according to the speed gun, but it seemed to be a little bit more than that. He's got that angle, hasn't he? He's got that angle. He's getting it in towards Conway, and then he's just getting it to seam, and in that case bounce
Lift,
quite
that is a
considerably.
Nice lift.
I just think that Root's had it too easy for too long in some respects. Atkinson,
Shut up.
no, it's absolutely appalling. Outside the off stump, left alone, through to Pope. You are the best batsman in the country. You've scored more runs
In
than
the world, maybe.
well, not if you're Darren Lehmann.
Well, what's he saying?
Well, he says he's not quite of the class of Kohli and Williamson and Smith.
Look at the fucking records.
Well, Lehmann, he just argues that he hasn't scored 100 in Australia, which is true. That was a no ball, I believe. Just
Yeah.
not as big a no ball as I've seen in the Abu Dhabi T10 this week.
You think
Funnily
there's a bit
enough.
of the old backhanders going
One
on?
was extraordinary. One was huge. Anyway, 2 for no wicket. Neither of these batsmen yet
By who,
got a run.
though?
I can't remember who it
An
was.
unknown?
Unknown to me. Atkinson in again, bowls, and he's got a short leg in there who's about 8 or 9 metres from the bat, so he's not the shortest of short legs, and this is just played down to him, and there is no run. Well, Hector was saying it's very hot out there. It looks like it's clouded over a little bit, and so the sunshine's gone a little bit hazy.
Is it hot like England hot, like 28 degrees sort of hot?
Well, I keep wanting to call him Ben, but he's not. It's Hector. He said it was very hot. He just sent a message saying it was very hot.
Well, Yeah, he's English though, like the rest
That's
of us.
true. That is
27 is very hard.
Atkinson in again, and we will get first runs off the bat as this runs square, just behind square, in fact, of Conway's forward push. Wasn't entirely in control of it, but it's brought him 2 runs. He's off the mark. New Zealand move to 4 for no wicket. To go back to Joe Root, I know people are talking about Jacob Bethel and they're saying, well, he hasn't got a first-class century. I think he's got the temperament to bat at 3, maybe long-term, but I shudder at putting him in that position at the moment. Full driven. Oh, is that a catch? I think it is. I think he's caught and bowled him. Yeah. Brilliant work by Gus Atkinson. And Conway stands there somewhat in disbelief and then perceptibly shakes his head ever so slightly. England have got the breakthrough. Atkinson has got the breakthrough in his first over. Just held up a little bit. It was quite full. Closed the face of the bat. Bottom hand came off it.
What a grab.
Really good grab for a tall man.
Good grab for a tall man.
Pretty much past him, wasn't it? And he has gone.
Yeah, I forgot to put a jingle, haven't I?
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you.
I have to apologise to our audience. I'm a bit discombobulated.
Marvellous.
You are. Now, you're going to praise yourself now with a tweet or a YouTube love.
It's just very kind. It's Rich Turner music. Thoroughly enjoyed the Jeremy Coney preview. Episcopal excellence.
Oh,
yeah, I couldn't do it because basically the time difference meant that I had kids and shit to deal with in the morning.
Kids, eh?
And JC, which acronomical as Jesus Christ, but he isn't. Wouldn't stay out for an extra 3/4 of an hour because he only wanted to do half an hour and then yapped for an hour anyway.
Well, he was utterly charming company, Bear. I can assure you that. He was very entertaining. Stephen Kelk, will do. New Zealand has some explaining to do, being in the wrong time zone and all that. Duck it to open the bowling, says Stephen Kelk. Nope, that's not happened. Kieran Roseblade, why on earth is Jamie Smith not in this team? It's he had a fantastic summer. Now we're stuck with a bloody Pope Mobile. For fuck's sake. Because he's home on paternity leave. Kieran, so there is a good reason for it.
I'm actually quite excited to see what Ollie Robinson, the other Ollie Robinson.
Oh yeah, but he's got to find a passport first, hasn't he?
Yeah.
His passport's run out.
How old is he? 21 or something?
He's quite young.
Can he travel on a child's passport, maybe? If his mum and dad bring him over.
Maybe.
We try that. Mayank, afternoon lads, 5 p.m. here in Delaware, USA. Tomorrow is Thanksgiving, time to get drunk with the test. Great idea. Stephen Kelk, I think he's out on family business, Kieran. Yes, he is, that's right. At least Bairstow isn't back. I'll look at the positives, I suppose. Oh, just as well Woke stopped because I was mid-message. I'll stop.
Well, it's curious. I just saw a story from the Eye that's saying that Bairstow has played his last test for England, which is, basically he wasn't even part of the discussion about potentially replacing Jordan Cox. Wokes in wide, fading a little bit wider, and Latham leaves alone. There is no run.
I think from not so much the batting, but from a wicket-keeping perspective, that golf incident and the break of his leg, I just don't think his mobility has ever fully come back from a wicket-keeping perspective.
I don't know that it's necessarily a wicket-keeping perspective, but he does look like he's carrying a little bit too much weight. And we're splitting hairs here because
three of us are
we are carrying a lot of
calling him a
weight.
fat bastard.
No, not really, but perhaps he's carrying a little bit more than at his fittest he would be. Anyway, Wokes continues. He's got the short leg in, and this is closer to the off stump. It's fuller, and once more Latham is happy to have a little look at it, happy to see a little bit of shine go off the ball, and lets it through to Pope. I totally get the argument about Joe Root, and he's done so well at 4, but I thought part of the argument about him batting at 4 was to do with when he was captaining, and he didn't want the stress of being out in the field for maybe a day and a half. Wokes in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone again, through to Pope, of having used up all that mental energy and then finding himself back out there very, very quickly and having to switch on again. And I think that's perfectly understandable. And it's the same argument that we've had with wicket-keepers batting high up the order. But, he's in such great form. He has the best technique in the England team. Wokes in again. Bowls! Beats Latham as he brings him forward this time. And just gets a little bit of nibble away. So I just think rather than, expect Bethel, who's... Okay, he's been exposed to international cricket in the shorter forms of the game. But it is a different game. You've got four. You're likely to have 4 slips there and a gully and maybe a backward point. And we've seen Bethel loves to play that little chop shot behind square.
You never know, no?
No, you never know. Defended into the onside, fielded by the man at short leg. I think is Zach Crawley. There is no run. Latham has now faced 11 balls without scoring.
We were bowled out before lunch at this ground last time, weren't we?
I don't think it was this ground, wasn't it?
Oh, was it? No.
I think it was Auckland, wasn't it?
Oh, okay.
I think it was Auckland where we... was it 58?
50 something like that.
We've only played here once, and we played in the only draw ever here.
Right, look at that.
When was that time?
2018. I'll tell you a bit more about it since you've asked after this ball.
Wokeson again, and Latham will get his first run. He plays that nicely square of the wicket. Stokes does the fielding. He'll keep the strike. 3 overs bowled. New Zealand 5 for 1. Tony.
All the wicket went to seam in the first innings, courtesy of Southey and Bolt, and then Broad and Anderson returned the favour, taking all 10 New Zealand wickets. And it was still a draw. Right, let me see. Nick Vickers, hi everyone. I'm making the seamless transition from the Champions League on Spanish radio to the test on GC. Parabadshah, taking one for the team usually doesn't end well. Hector Vickers for Hector. Here he is, it's our man Hector. Johnny on the spot. Or Hector on the spot. Morning all, pretty hot here at the moment. Supposed to be rising to 28 degrees after lunch. Saw half the England team racing each other into the ground this morning on electric scooters. Oh, not much can go wrong there. Hector Vickers says, probably not the wisest thing to do. Well, no, there we go. I should have read on, shouldn't I, Hector? Nick says, I've never heard the Spanish commentators so subdued. Hopefully the Gorillas will be sounding more chipper at the end of the day.
That's because Real got beaten.
Did they, by Jove?
Real Madrid, Man City. The worm has turned.
I love Man City.
Atkinson will start his second over. He got a wicket in his first. He's now got 4 slips and a gully and a forward short leg. He's in and he bowls to Latham, and he pushes back up the pitch or just to the left of the cut strip.
Now is Kane going to be a bit rusty?
Well, that's interesting. I don't know whether he's played any cricket at all before this series. He missed the whole of the India tour, didn't he? I don't know whether he's had a chance to get out and play in any domestic cricket. Perhaps someone can bring me up to date on that. This one turns Latham round a little bit as Atkinson continues from round the wicket to the left-hander.
You'll be unsurprised I went under for the full first wicket.
He did. He played in the Plunket Shield for Northern Districts against Auckland in Hamilton. He made 60 in the first innings, but only 4 in the second.
Oh well, he's felt bat on ball, hasn't he?
He certainly has.
So one would expect him to occupy the crease for a little while. Atkinson in again. Oh, full this time, and Latham eases this through mid-on, and they'll get back for 2. New Zealand move to 7 for 1. Latham goes to 3. It is great to see a New Zealand cricket ground packed out. We've been told for so long that cricket in certain places is in the doldrums, and quite often you'll put on a New Zealand test in the middle of the English winter and you'll see a smattering of people on the banks, but that's about it. Outside the off stump, left alone by Latham. But this is apparently a sellout. The capacity, I believe, of the Hagley Oval is relatively meagre. It's only 9,000, but then it's a small country in terms of population, New Zealand.
I kind of like that, small ground.
Oh yeah,
full crowd. At least
absolutely,
you get atmosphere. At least
it's got a sort of an outground feel to it,
yeah,
doesn't it? To a certain extent, it's like playing in Middlesex. It's like Merchant Taylors or Radlett.
Yeah, it's like having a test match at Whitgift.
Yes. Why
Which
not?
will be fun. Why not? Absolutely. Atkinson in bowls and flicked away off his pads by Latham. Down to long leg. There is Shoaib Bashir. I'm not sure that he's going to get a lot of work today, but we shall see. 8 for 1. Williamson down to face the final ball of the over and his first. It is. It makes such a difference to see a crowd. And you do wonder about broadcasters now. I think, again, I was saying this on the internal WhatsApp, that there was almost nobody at the West Indies-Bangladesh test in Antigua. And part of the problem in the West Indies now, of course, is that the grounds are so far from the main towns. Building all these new stadiums for the 2007 World Cup. Well, the legacy hasn't been great in that respect. Now, Atkinson's going to come over the wickets, the right-hander, over the wicket for the first time. Let's have a look. He's got a leg slip in, as well as 3 orthodox slips. And he hits him on the pad and has him limping a little bit there. Maybe it was higher than the pad and it hit a bit of unprotected flesh. There is no run. It's the end of the 4th over. Good start from England. 8 for 1 New Zealand.
Well, I've just realised that Hector Vickers, who is our Hector, I think, was followed immediately by a Nick Vickers. Do you think they're related? Has Hector got his family on board just to
Could be.
just to swell the numbers, or is it just that a group of Vickers obviously follow a bishop? Possibly that could be the case. Scott Harrison moving route to 3 because Pope ain't good enough seems a bit weird. Move route to 3. He scores less runs and Pope continues to fail at 6. What does that solve?
Well,
Scott Harrison. Sorry, go on.
Well, you can argue that, but if it may not happen that way.
Well, you'll be glad. Scott Harrison is very much in the Hendo camp. Root has kind of earned the right to stay at 4.
That's my camp.
That's the
it's the
Bear
Bath camp. Yeah, sorry, so it is.
Flicked through mid on Latham, just beginning to show that he's got the pace of this wicket. Another easy 2. Wokes is into his 3rd over. 10 for 1. Shoaib again, the man doing the fielding.
Should we have a little jingle for Kane Williamson?
Yeah, I think we should.
The Kiwi told me long ago, there's no one better than Martin Crow. I know he's really great, but tell me.
Wokes in again to Latham. Oh, he lets that one go and it comes back extravagantly. So much that Pope is well down the leg side as he takes that.
Oh, I love that jingle.
Great, isn't it?
Goodness me, that
Bit of credence.
just missed the angle of off stump and bail. Very close indeed.
Well, it went over the top of the stumps.
Well, it depends on the angle. Certainly, it looked that way from behind. In front, it looked like it just missed. Anyway, down the leg side, poor ball this time, and it's whipped on its way. Fine by Latham. It'll be the first boundary of the day, of the test. New Zealand 14 for 1.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
I mean, the whole thing about the whole thing about Ollie Pope is he should never have been put at 3 in the first place. That was a bad decision, in my opinion.
Well, the thing is, you need. I mean, England are searching for the number 3. If they get the number 3, it's almost like they've solved the puzzle.
Well, I don't think they have really, because I'll tell you why. As Wokes comes in again to Latham, that's better. But he's picked up a single by just
Oh dear, that's
easing that into
throw.
the onside, and then
Buzzers.
the throw comes in. And it could. It's like Lord's 2019.
No.
It's run away for 4 overthrows, so that should be 5 in total. Latham goes to 15. The wheels are coming off England already. It's 19 for 1.
2, 3, 4.
That's a
That's
shocking
terrible
throw.
Who was that?
Shoaib,
It was Shoaib
that's
again.
it.
He's been kept busy, but he's keeping other people busy there.
That's just
Poor old
shocking.
Bethel was chasing after it to what would have been the 3rd man boundary in the end. Anyway, we owed them that for Lord's 2019.
I'll take 5 runs in this game for that. Thanks.
Yeah.
Fair swap.
Given the choice. So Wokes looks like he's going to come over the wicket for the first time. He's going to be bowling to the right-handed Williamson. He's got 3 slips, a leg slip, a forward short leg who is 7 yards maybe from the bat. And Williamson is twiddling his bat. He's having a little look around. And we're going to see one of those lovely little glides that he plays very late.
I hope it was a little nick off.
Wokes bowls, and he just keeps inside the line of that one. It did just rise on him a little bit. Wokes doesn't seem to be putting a lot into it, does he? I mean, 127 Ks. Are they deliberately holding back on pace a little bit here?
You know, I think it depends where you go in the world as to what the fucking speed gun says. To be honest, because
But coming back to your argument about, if you got the number 3, you've cracked it. Well, I don't really necessarily think that we completely cracked the opening situation.
Oh, I don't know. I think it works. I mean,
it's working to a certain extent.
Well, it works, and the thing is, it's got to work, and it does work.
Forward comes Williamson, but I think he was holding his bat inside the line there. Wokes seems to be upset because he thinks he did enough to beat him, but I think that was actually well played by the former New Zealand captain. 5 overs bowled, New Zealand 19 for 1. 15 of those to Latham.
Well, you certainly stirred up a bit of a hornet's nest. Ben McCormick, I'd rather Root scored a hatful of runs at number 4 than joining in at number 3 for the balance of the side and then fucking it up. Mesnal Man, evening everyone, Root at 4 if he wants to be. Kieran says the BBC were reporting this series as Judgment Day for Bazball. To be honest, when you look at this batting lineup, it does look a bit like it was bought from IKEA and assembled by Stevie Wonder.
I don't know. I mean,
yeah, well, that's a great analogy. It might be overstating the case, but nonetheless, it's very, very amusing. I have met Stevie Wonder very briefly. Just said hello to him. Nick Vickers, I agree with the Bear. Bat Root where he wants to bat. Get in, says Nick. I think that's relating to the wicket. So
Atkinson bowls a nice half volley for Latham, who lays into that. It's going to run away north of extra cover for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Nice shot. It's going to be, they just won in India on turning tracks. Now back home. I suppose that comfortable at home, aren't you?
Well, it was Jeremy Coney and I both agreed that they, being given the chance to bowl on that first morning, had a big impact on the series.
Atkinson in again, wider and shorter, and left alone this time by Latham, who's now moved on to 19 from 22. It took him 11 balls to get off the mark, but he's made up for it from the last 12.
When they managed to roll India for 46.
India had the chance to bat to bowl first, so they chose not to take it, and then Matt Henry on an overcast, delayed start, absolute, the most English seamer conditions that you'll ever find. And Matt Henry went, oh well, I'm used to these, I recognise these. Took 5 for 15, and India were rolled for 46.
Yeah, but
so it's kind of miscalling the first toss of the first test, set the tone.
Atkinson in again, and that's beautifully timed, but a good diving stop at gully by Ben Stokes, I think it is, and there is no run. Having seen, woken up, and I think we were doing a game, weren't we? We were probably doing a Pakistan game when that was happening, and suddenly seeing that India were 41 for 9 cheered me immensely after seeing what's going on with England in the second test, I think it was. But then I went home and watched the highlights, and you have to say, as Atkinson is in, bowls, flicks up to mid-wicket, that the West Indies, India, I think were a little blasé. Perhaps thought that, a bit complacent, thought they were, it was going to be easier than it was. There was some brilliant catches taken, though. So, the fielding of New Zealand is always very, very good. That helped. But I don't think they helped themselves, India, in that innings, to be honest. But it's good for the game, isn't it? And, India are now in Australia and turning them over. Atkinson around the wicket again, full dug out by Latham, but he's timed it really well. And Wokes has had to chase after that. Pretty straight down towards the long on boundary. Not really. Good throw though over the top of the stumps. They get through for 2.
But that was the point. You just talked about India and Australia. look at how effective Bumrah and Siraj were there. Imagine them let loose on that first morning wicket. It could have just completely changed the complexion of the series.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I take your point from if that, yes, their bowlers could equally have done serious damage. Atkinson to complete the over is in. Oh, that's a lovely, beautifully timed drive from Latham, who just seems to be brimming with confidence. He's 21 not out from 27. Williamson yet to score, and it's almost time for a change. We'll have one more over, and then we'll do a little switcheroo. And Tony's got some more.
Yes, I have. Naman Suthar, guys, how is this approach to Bazball according to you? For me, the approach has just stuck in teams' minds, like I've seen India playing it like this in the last series.
Absolutely agree.
Yeah, but one thing you've got to see is, and I know Brett Lee made that point. He said India have got a touch of the Bazballs. Yes. What they forgot is New Zealand have got a touch of the Bazballs, because look at the scoring rate that they managed throughout the series to get themselves into winning positions. So their scoring rate was approaching 4, I think, for most of the series.
I think it's kind of taken on because of the nature of the games that players play these days. The amount of T20 and short form cricket they play. They think, well, I can hit that ball. Why should I be leaving a ball that I'd smashed to the boundary in a T20 in a Test match? And I think it's a mindset thing.
Wokes bowls outside the off stump, a few inches and left alone by. Williamson, I would say though, yes, you can say I would smash that to the, but quite often early in a T20 or a one-dayer, you might edge it down to third man, but of course, in a Test match, you'll end up edging it to slip.
You will.
And so you can lose wickets.
I mean, the thing is to kind of take that mindset and just say, right, I'm going to take it back a couple of notches, but I can still score quickly. And that's the point. Teams are scoring at 4 or 5 and over. And if there are a number of bad balls and over, they don't just hit 1 for 4, they hit 3 or 4 for 4.
Oh, he's edged that one, and it's just short of third slip, and that's Duckett. And for a moment, it looked like he'd offloaded it across second slip to root at first, but I think it had just dropped in front of him. And again, that may be the skill, indeed it is, the skill of Williamson in just having those soft hands, and it's actually dropped quite short of him, in fact. Duckett.
Short of Duckett, it's got to be short.
Poor old Duckett.
He's 5'8".
He's not tiny.
5'8", he's the same size as me.
Oh, now that nibbled a bit from Wokes, but it was perhaps a little too short, and it gave Williamson time to adjust and play out square on the offside. That, with regards to Bazball and India, my feeling is that they started to go all Bazball. They may have done before, but when I noticed it most was in that test against, I think it was the second test against Bangladesh, where they lost. Was it the first day or was it the first 2 days to rain?
Yeah.
And they just went mad in their.
They scored 280 in about 20 overs.
It was astonishing. 4 slips and a gully for Williamson, and a leg slip as Wokes is in again outside the off stump. Too short, too wide, left alone through to Pope. And I wonder that because they beat Bangladesh so easily, and New Zealand were coming off a 2-0 defeat in Sri Lanka, whether they just took New Zealand a bit lightly in that first test, and then
I think so.
Once they'd got behind and New Zealand had got some confidence, they couldn't pull it back, could they? Wokes in again. Fuller. Oh, he's found the edge, and what's happened there? I think it's gone to ground, hasn't it? Is it Brook?
It was Brook.
Well, it looks like
it's
gone down. It looked to me as if it was going to carry, but no one seems to be sort of getting too upset about it. Let's have another look at this one then. Oh no, I think it's dropped short. It's dropped short. It's actually it's well stopped by him there at second slip, away to his right.
2 edges and an over.
Not looking entirely comfortable, Williamson. The new captain is looking a lot more comfortable than the old captain. Final ball on my spell, and possibly Wokes's, but here he is, in, bowls, 2 wide of the off stump, left alone, through to Pope, end of the over, 7 bowled after England won the toss and put New Zealand into bat. They've lost Devon Conway, caught and bowled by Atkinson, they're 25 for 1.
Yes.
Right, well, when Nick comes in, I'll quickly spin us through some messages. He's going to take over on socials, but he's going to have to get himself settled. Frank Rockefeller, New Zealand are too hot to touch after their beatdown of India. Stephen Kelp, can I congratulate the Bear on his record-breaking IPL contract, by the way. Ombre Nuevo, evening, wonderful GC. Well, that was a welcome start. Tuning in a few minutes late. Stephen Kelp, okay, sleeping time. Enjoy the game. Ashley Partridge, hi everyone, how you doing? It's a bowling pitch today. England like an early lunch. Racing Rant, how good does Test cricket look in New Zealand? It does, doesn't it? You're absolutely right. Mayank, I've been here. There's no security to keep people away. And Nick, that's where you're going to take over when you get the chance.
First ball through the keeper, and there's no run. And we also welcome Billy. All right, mate.
Hello.
How are you?
Oh, I'm honestly in a fantastic mood. My life couldn't be better.
Yes, beat Real Madrid. Of course, you're a Liverpool man, aren't you? That was
2-0.
great. Both missed 2 penalties missed though. Jesus.
Yeah. 2 penalties missed. No, Liverpool, fantastic win. And there's nothing better than watching an overseas Test series in the winter.
Yeah. You staying up with us till 5:30 in the morning, though, Billy? It gets harder later in the morning. Anyway, Atkinson around the wicket. He's in his 4th over. And Latham defends. He's on 21 or 29. Williamson is yet to get off the mark to face 9 balls. New Zealand 25 for 1 after 7.2 overs.
Right? I will be staying up with you tomorrow before I'm off to Dublin for a few days. But not.
Remember to get your visa this time, yeah?
Not tonight. Yeah, I've got my passport this time. I keep checking to make sure it's still there, and it is.
Yeah, excellent. How's Newcastle fared in the weather of the last weekend? Hold on a minute. Atkinson around the wicket into Latham, who defends out into the covers, and there is no run.
Pretty wet and cold, really, but it's not too. You don't really notice it as much at uni, to be honest, because you're either in the odd lecture or in the pub or doing various things. So it just doesn't seem to matter as much if you're at home.
No, of course not. You're young, carefree, and all that. Oh, to be young and carefree. But hey. It comes to us all. Latham is facing up to Atkinson. He's got the only wicket of the day. Caught and bowled he got. Devon Conway. Good catch on his follow through, has to be said. Atkinson around the wicket. Full and driven. They haven't found a length yet today, England. I think it's either been too short or too full. I can understand why they're trying to go full. Trying to find something, but that was way too full, and it was a really nice drive out through square point to the boundary. It's 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
We should also say hello to Nick, alright mate?
Evening all, how's everyone doing?
Yes, we're doing very well, very well.
And I want to throw something else into the number 3 debate. I think Ben Stokes should be batting there, what do you reckon, Billy?
Oh, yeah, what do you reckon, Billy?
I mentioned that to someone earlier, actually, as a potential option, because I thought that it was too much pressure on Bethel's young shoulders to put him in at 3, but we'll see how he goes.
Yeah, Atkinson short and a little bit wide, and Latham just lets it go through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Just on the lengths of the England bowlers so far, I'd agree with you. I'd say our pace has just looked very gentle so far.
It does seem that way, doesn't
it? At all. I mean, and Atkinson's just bowled another no ball.
Third of the morning.
Abu Dhabi T10s, here we are.
Yes.
But no, a fantastic catch in his follow through. Don't underestimate how difficult that is to do.
Yes, at full pace,
especially for a tall man.
Yes, hard for a tall man. Atkinson around the wicket. That one, is played away from his body. He didn't really get. It was there to be hit, but he didn't really time it that well. It's gone out towards the point boundary. It's going to be chased down by Stokes. I think they're going to come back for 3. I really want to have a bowl up Williamson, but Latham's getting most of the strike here.
The one thing I would know, Atkinson just kicking at the footholds here. The pitch, there are footmarks all over it and down it from the bowler's run up from each end, which is something to note this early on. It's quite rare that you see that.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't know if has it rained a lot in New Zealand. I don't know if it has rained a lot in New Zealand.
Well, the outfield's certainly quite slow, so they might have had I think they did have a little bit just leading up to the Test match. We'll need Messers to tell us when he's
on. Yes, Messers
when he's on.
Uncharacteristically, is only joining us for this series after lunch because he can't be asked to get up early. He's probably somewhere on Twitter now berating me. Over the wicket is Atkinson. Last ball of the over is too wide, and Kane Williamson leaves it to the keeper, and there's no run. Nick, who's with us and what are they saying?
Lots on the socials. Frank Rockefeller saying Williamson struggling, will be heading back soon. Naman is saying, as an Indian, this NZ series was so disappointing, but we played bad cricket, weren't able to take wickets, and obviously Virat had a bad series. He's making up for it in Australia though, isn't he? Pirate Badshah's saying the other top teams have been able to match the scoring rate of Bazball, but without the quasi-cult-like rhetoric. It's all about the rhetoric though. Frank saying Sri Lanka third, shocking and well done, and they're well on top against South Africa. Lahimaru Kumara bowling like a dream this morning.
Oh right, okay. That's in South Africa, isn't it?
That's in South Africa. It rained most of the day, but I woke up to it at 7:30, and I was pleased to see my Sri Lankan boys have them 80 for 4 just before play was called off at lunch.
Ah, nice.
And Frank is saying make Bazball great again. Pirate saying Billy coming over for the excite of the election count. Remember, STV elections are like Test cricket. The winners aren't certain for days.
Well, possibly. It's the Irish elections, isn't it? Currently, that one is defended out into mid wicket where Bash fields, and this time manages to throw it to the keeper without giving away 4 overthrows. And he's in third, 3 for 1. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, how good was it to watch Australia get absolutely pummeled by India?
Oh, wasn't it fun?
Fantastic.
Nothing more enjoyable.
Yes.
And I have to say, I mean, obviously we don't want to talk about the Ashes too much, but there are some similarities appearing. I'll go after this ball.
Atkinson around the wickets, defended by Latham.
There are some there are some similarities appearing between the kind of build-up to the 2010-11 series down under, which we won, and kind of now with a bit of discontent, it seems, in the Australian camp. I mean, Josh Hazelwood's comments were slightly extraordinary. I don't know.
I know. What did he say? Tell me. I didn't see them. What did he say?
Well, I can't quite quote him exactly, but it was almost suggesting that it's the batter's fault. It sounded like a bit of a batter's bowler's divide.
Ah, right. Classic. Defended into the offside, and there is no run. But you win together and you lose together. The bowlers got hammered for 400 in the second innings, so I don't think you can quite say that, can you? I mean, you didn't do your job. They were only 50 runs behind in the first innings, really. I mean, they bowled India out for 150 and they got to 101. If they'd have bowled them out for another 150 and had a target at 200, that would have been a game on that they might have expected to win. So I don't think Hazelwood can have it that way. So yeah, that's interesting. I mean, they're getting old, Australia. That's defended back,
and they're all going to retire at once, aren't they, Ben?
Yeah, it's going to be a bit. Yeah. It's going to be a bit 2005, isn't it?
Yeah,
or
the old Exodus.
Yeah.
I especially enjoyed Manus's 51 ball 2. That was
52
fantastic.
ball 2 or 1 or whatever it was. It was hilarious. Yes.
I think. Yeah, I mean, you've got Khawaja, who's 38. Smith's 36, and the bowling attack are all aging. I mean, you'd have to think they're probably all going to go after the Ashes, if not before, if they get.
Well, exactly, but it might be an Ashes too far. Now that's a good ball from Wokes around the wicket, a little bit of swing away, driven at by Latham. Genuinely beat the bat by quite a lot, though. Unfortunately, he was really nowhere near it. So no run through the keeper, 33 for 1 ball left in the over.
And I think with Cam Green out of their side, they were fielded a Test 11 that was all over 30, which is quite a rarity.
I think the youngest player was 33 or something stupid like that. That was a cracking delivery from Wokes there.
Too good.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of nibble away off the seam, and he just followed it, Latham.
England looking for that second wicket. That one was a bit straighter. And Latham is batting supremely well this morning. He's just driven that beautifully inside mid-on. It's gone all the way down to the boundary. It's 4 more runs.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
That was a very nice shot. Beautifully timed, ends the over, and New Zealand 37 for 1.
Yeah, Latham looking full of confidence, isn't he?
Yeah.
And Racing Rant is saying Marnus, no runs.
He's in. I mean, Marnus. I really dislike Marnus. I have to say, I don't know why. Well, I do. I just find him annoying. But he started so well, and and he's just, you know.
I mean, didn't he
classic
reel off?
drop.
Was it 850s he reeled off on the spin at the beginning of his?
Yeah,
Test
there are a
career?
lot of players who
Something
do
like
that though. But I mean, the thing is, he's so stodgy. I mean, he can be so stodgy. It's ridiculous.
And he's gotten stodgier, hasn't he?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I'm not going to get out. It's like, well, you got to score runs as well, mate. I mean, that's the name of the game, yeah.
Just before we get into this cast over, Mr. Rolite is saying, how does Billy know anything about the 2010-11 Ashes? He must have been an embryo, Billy.
Yeah.
It's your right to reply.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Bryden Carter's coming to the attack. His first ball is short and wide. And he has a jingle that goes a little bit like this.
Stick your hopes of victory up to broadcast. Your hopes and dreams are flying at half-mast. When the Bryden comes a-calling, all your crews will be falling. Stick it all right up your Bryden cast.
Coming off
As a massive England fan and Badger, I think it would be remiss of me not to know about the 2010-11.
well, yes. That's the first overseas series, as that one's left through to the keeper and there's no one, that we did as
Really?
Test match sofa way back in the day.
Wow.
I was in my first year at university then. It was heady days, heady nights.
Yes. I'll never forget. What was the test where someone got run out in the first wicket was a run out? Was that Melbourne? And they were about 10 for 3?
In 2010-11?
Yeah. There was a run out. There was a wicket and then there was a run out and then someone else was out. And the run out was hilarious. I think it was in the first or second over. It must have been Melbourne. That's a wide by Bryden Cast. He's banged it too short into the pitch. It's gone over the keeper's head, over the batsman's head, through the keeper, and there's no run.
That's just very tennis bally bounce there from Bryden Cast, just testing out the short bit of the pitch. It's definitely a wide. It's gone way over Williamson's head.
Yeah.
And it just looped up to Ollie Pope. No real pace so far in this pitch, you have to say, which is
that was
a bit of a worry.
High. That was like nearly 2 Kane Williamsons. That bounced. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it looks very slow, doesn't it?
It does, and still yet to get off the mark, Kane Williamson. And the England players do, I mentioned the footmarks appearing all over the pitch. The England players do seem to be scratching at those footholds, now some sawdust has been applied.
Well, Cast is in. That's a better ball, better length, better line. Well played by Williamson, outside half the bat, out to one of 2 gullies. They've got 3 slips and 2 gullies now. He's got that, of course, he's a bit like Root. He's got the little dab down to third man at all angles. Gets him runs all the time. He's a class batsman.
Yeah, he absolutely is. Looks about to say, it looks like an absolutely fantastic place to watch cricket.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Lovely.
The old grass banks. Although, as we've discovered, as Fred keeps telling us, they're not actually that comfortable. That one is just dabbed out in the offside, and Kane Williamson finally gets off the mark after 14 deliveries. Well, he's nothing if not patient. We know that about Kane. Hopefully he doesn't go on and get 100. England deciding about. What do you think about deciding the toss? You'd have to say, looking at that wicket, you bowl any day of the week, wouldn't you? I mean, it's as green as a green thing.
The stats suggest, I think 12 out of the last 13 captains who have won the toss have bowled. The only outlier being South Africa winning the toss. I can't remember who it might have been. Was it Philander maybe winning the toss when he was captain? And deciding to bat, and they won the test match there.
Okay. Well, Bryden, interesting. Now I like that from Bryden Cast. It's gone for 4, but he's decided he's going to go over the wicket to the left-handed Latham, who looks like he's having it easy from around the wicket. And that one's gone across him, and it's a full stroke. He got away with it. He edged it. It went wide of the third slip. It was aerial. Probably would have carried to maybe a 5th slip or a finer gully, but instead, of course, he gets 4 runs.
I'm looking over a 4.
But I think it's not a bad line to try out. That one's shorter, and he ducks and drops his hands. That's through to the keeper, and there's no run. That's the end of his first over. 6 runs off it, but not a bad over from Bryden Cast. Over to you.
Yeah, Kieran is saying, who on earth let Wokes on the plane? Once he crosses any kind of seawater, he becomes a damp squib, a damp squib of a bowler, I think that is. I wouldn't even pick him to play within 500 yards of a Sea Life centre. Mayank is mentioning the new kid from the IPL who's only 13. He was born after the Ashes. Vaibhav. I had a look at his knock against Australia under-19s and he was slamming everyone for 6. I want to see a birth certificate personally.
Yeah.
Frank is saying amazing talent. Hopefully he doesn't lose confidence. I mean, I can't think he's going to get a game, is he, at 13 in the IPL?
Well, he's earning 100 and whatever it is thousand at 13. That's not a bad little...
No, it's a nice little bit of pocket money, isn't it?
Nice little bit of pocket money for a 13-year-old. Yeah.
A crore and change. But he looks a real talent for years to come. They've picked up that South African left armour as well, Mafaka, I think he's called, who's also too young to enjoy a pint of beer. So it's going to be an interesting dynamic in that changing room.
It's interesting. Where do they get the info on the... Oh, no, obviously the Indian dude. No, that's a decent ball from Wokes, straight. Defended by Kane Williamson. Back to the bowler.
Well,
There's no run.
I think on that 13-year-old, I might be wrong here, so please do correct me. I think they've got him on a 3-year contract.
Yeah, that's right,
so
Billy.
Effectively, they're basically tying him up until they feel like he'll be able to play, because of course the IPL, then you get kind of right to retain players. So when he gets to 16 and then goes on, I think they're basically viewing it as it'll be a cheaper option to sign him now. But I mean, extraordinary for him to even be able to enter the draft. And as you say, out of the billions of people, how are they able to unearth these talents?
Well, that's what happens when you've got a billion people and it's your main sport, isn't it? I mean, it's worked into the leg side, there's no run. I mean, over the years, they've just got stronger and stronger and stronger. And you think the amount of time, sometimes they have an ODI side playing exactly the same time as the test side, and then they're not afraid to do it. Or, and they've got 2 or 3 teams that can be pretty competitive in a lot of short form cricket anyway.
Yeah, they had the white ball side, the Lion, their version of the Lions, India A, and then the India Test side as well, I think, all kind of at the same time, playing in different areas of the world.
Wokes is in, but it's too wide and it's too short. He needs to push it up and bowl a little bit straighter. They've either gone too long or too short. Not many balls on the right length for me. Just a little testing. They need to get a little bit fuller than the short ball.
I agree. I mean, I think it's harsh on Wokes to say he's going to be completely ineffective. I think he will be effective on the surface, but his pace is definitely too easy, and he almost... I agree, he's been a bit too short. He now needs to push this one a bit further and try and induce Williamson into a drive.
Exactly. That's
the area.
That's kind of the area. A little bit shorter than that. It's difficult, isn't it? You've got to get the right length. But he's a professional bloody cricketer.
He's really relying on a bit of nibble off the seam.
Yes.
And of course, the Kookaburra ball is not as pronounced as the Duke, so that's going to be hard to come by.
No.
And looks to me like this is going to turn into a very good pitch for batting after a couple of sessions.
Yes. And you need to get the wickets in the first set.
Got to get the wickets, because otherwise Bashir's going to have to bowl a lot of overs, isn't he, if Stokes isn't bowling much.
And then they're going to get 400, and then you're always behind the ball there, 8 ball there, aren't you? Defended by Williamson, out to the offside, there is no run.
Yeah, at least he's got a fair few lefties to bowl at.
Yeah?
Yeah, very true. You'd have to think this is probably the last delivery of Chris Wokes' spell. I mean, you wouldn't be surprised. It is Ben Stokes. You wouldn't be surprised if he did turn to Bashir after a couple of exploratory overs now, even.
He might well do.
Just with the left-handed Latham in and see
what happens.
if he can produce anything.
Wokes in. Last ball of the over. Short of length again, and Williams is up on his toes, defends it back down the track. No run, 43 for 1 after 11.
And what have we got here? Kieran is saying if the New Zealand selectors were to consult the church, Kane wouldn't be in this NZ11 because he is not able. Very good. Will Young's hard done by, isn't he? And Naman is saying Siraj said that Marnus tries to show you that he's the most confident guy alive, but he isn't at the moment. He's just faking this.
Well, possibly.
A few batters short of confidence in that lineup, aren't there?
Well, indeed.
And the young Nathan McSweeney as well at the top of the order.
Yeah.
Difficult series for him to come into.
Absolutely. I mean, he got done like a kipper in the second one, didn't he? In the second dig, it just grubbed.
It did, but Bumrah is just magnificent.
Oh, isn't he? I mean, he is so scary.
Really special.
One of those bowlers that just, you have to stop what you're doing and watch him bowl. He's fantastic.
He's just got so much control, so much ability, and such a tricky such a tricky action to catch the ball.
Yeah, and I can't ever remember a bowler being the sort of best in all three formats.
Yeah, it's just extraordinary. I think it's partly to do with his action. Oh, I thought he got an edge there. See, this is a much better line of attack. Latham doesn't like it. It's going across him, and he's fishing at a few, and that one just nibbled past his edge. He prodded at it, just didn't catch it.
It's not just the angle; it's the extra zip that Bryden Cast gets off the surface, just purely through that being that kind of extra 7 kilometres per hour quicker, really, than Woakes. You can just see it so much more threatening, and this is what people talk about when they say England are in desperate need of some pace.
Pace, yeah.
Because you know, he just immediately looks more threatening. I'm a big fan of this.
Yeah, me too. I think this is what I keep saying. That's an attempted pull by Latham. Well, he was trying to get it down to long leg, but it's ended up going out towards mid wicket. They ended up getting 2, but it certainly didn't go where he was expecting it to go.
I reckon Cast has been a real find for England, and that he's going to be crucial if they're going to do something in the Ashes next year, because he bowls long spells and he can reverse swing the ball, and he's just got a bit of bite, doesn't he?
Yeah. Well, he's a sapper, really, isn't he?
He sure is.
Yeah, complete. But I think that little miscued pull shot from Latham again illustrates the lack of pace in this wicket, because he was so early in the shot.
Cast in, drop short, left alone by Latham. It's given us another wide.
It's a bit harsh for me.
Yeah, no, I mean that's it. I mean they're desperate. I mean this is it. They're gonna. I keep saying they should just take every fast man they've got and just extend the squad, because none of them are going to get through the series unscathed.
I think Chris Woakes might have mentioned the foot odds again. I think Chris Woakes might have just signalled. We'll see, but maybe signalled. I don't know how to describe the utensil, but what's the really flat-bottomed kind of thing that they hammer into the footholes sometimes to flatten them out?
Oh, what, the big
banger?
Yeah, I wonder if he might have just signalled for that at the end of the over, or definitely some more sawdust, because Bryden Cast's foot just seemed to be slipping around.
And that's what did for Ollie Robinson. I mean, not Ollie Robinson.
Reece
Topley, yeah. Completely different name. Inside edge. Well, it was a Vatican slice, really, I think. Down towards long leg. Bashir's down there, and it'll be a single.
On Reece Topley now, you just inadvertently brought him out. I was absolutely delighted to see that he's been given an IPL contract as well. A great cricketer for England who's been just plagued by injury troubles.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's it. I thought he was. If you watch when he went down and got that injury in the West Indies, I mean, those pitches were not great, were they? Let's be honest. And clearly his foot went in the thing. It was as much the pitch as anything else. You could see it jarred his ankle. Kane Williamson has tried to work that into the leg side, and his back foot slipped away from behind him. So he's played the shot and then fallen on his front. There probably would have been a single there if he hadn't done. He's trying to push away, and his leg's gone.
I wouldn't mind England getting a short leg in here. Maybe get Ollie Pope under the grill. I think if Cast is going to bowl a few bounces, we'll see what happens. We've seen this bounce a little bit tennis bally. Maybe one will just die.
Yeah, I agree, Billy. We saw that one in the first over that would have been right into Shortleg's hands, and it always seems a good ploy on a sort of slightly slower pitch.
Yeah, just play a little bit early and prod it straight to the short leg. Well, there's a leg slip in, and that's left alone by Kane Williamson through to the keeper, and there is no run. 2 overs done. Was that last ball of the over? Or there one left? One left.
One more to go, I think. Yeah, Latham's ticking along nicely here. 39 off 44. His innings almost ignited, if that's the right word, by that terrible piece of fielding from Shoaib Bashir, which went for 4 overthrows.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, he's scored what, 37 runs now out of 46? 39 out of 47.
39 out of 44. It was Williamson struggling at the other end.
Yeah, but Williamson's dangerous if he just stays there. He's pulled that though. Has he got enough of it? I'm not sure he's got enough of that. He's not timed it perfectly. It's going out towards the boundary. It'll be pulled in, and they should get back for 3. They do. He moves on to 4, and that's the 50 up for New Zealand. 50 for 1.
And Naman is saying, I still remember in 2022 India played a one-off test in Birmingham and you guys chased down 370 odd, and back in India we all thought, now this will be the future of cricket. That was so ruthless. I think that was the start of Bairstow's run, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
that was after the New Zealand series.
Oh, was it? Okay.
In that little,
and
that was of the McCullum sector.
That's because India was so cock-a-hooper going 2-1 up in England, they decided to run away from the final test, which I think they probably would have won in that series. And a year later, they all said they won the series, but of course they didn't win the series because that was the last test of the series, and it ended up being a draw.
Up against a different side a year later, didn't they?
Well, it was. I mean, that was the funny thing when Basel started. It was very much the same side.
Players, just different.
Just a different
mindset.
attitude and mindset, and it just went mental.
Daz is asking who's at the other end with cast bowling. This one, it's Wokes for his 7th.
Oh yeah, it's me. Sorry. Clipped beautifully through the infield, but past mid wickets. It's not going to make it to the boundary. Again, it'll probably be 3.
Yeah, I'm not sure about giving Wokes a 7th over here, to be honest. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets hit for a couple of boundaries in this over. I think, apparently it's quite hot out there. I don't know if you guys have seen the temperature.
Yeah, I imagine quite hot.
7 overs, and England don't like to have many warm-ups. They had they had a game against the President's 11, which is kind of a 2-day knockabout, so he hasn't had many miles in the legs, and 7 overs is quite a big spell to give him first day.
Yeah, it is.
But I think that's the issue with Stokes. Well, we hope he's back to full fitness, but 3 main frontline bowlers, the England quicks will have to bowl longer spells.
Yeah. Well, he's coming around the wicket to Latham, who gets right forward and defends that.
And maybe just riding him a little bit so Atkinson can come straight back in.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think he wants to bowl himself, Mount Eby, before lunch. I don't know. We're going to have a switcheroo at the end of this over. Not Fred's going to come in. Billy's going to move on to the old socials. And Nick, you're going to stay there.
Yeah, maybe a switch of ends for Atkinson as well if he was to come in from Wokes' end. So we'll see. As Bruce mentioned, him and Carson both struggled with the footholds from that end, so that might help him out a bit.
Around the wicket. Left alone through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Yeah, it's just such an easy leave, really, isn't it? You can almost see it. He's just got so much time to leave that alone. Not to keep harping on about it, but it's just that extra bit of pace that Cars gives, which just means he has slightly less time to react. But there, I mean, you can almost see out of the hand that he was able to leave it.
That's interesting. Kane Williamson, what's his test average? Was his average against England only 37?
Yeah, I think his average is 55 overall. So
I know, yeah. Interesting. We're one of the better sides against him, I imagine. Then that's worked nicely by Latham down towards long leg, fine leg actually. Long leg comes around. Who's that down there? Is that Atkinson? I think it is. He can't get round though, and that's a nice little 4. Latham, who is in the 40s.
Then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
He's the 43.
Yeah, wow, 54.5 is Ken Williamson's batting average. I was almost about to say that seems a bit high, but absolutely spot on.
Yeah, no, he's a class act.
Fine player, but it looks like any movement that Wokes was getting early on has already sort of started to disappear, hasn't it?
Not a lot of swing in the air either. Oh, that's a decent ball.
Done a little bit, just as I say that.
Better angle. This is it. They're so obsessed. Everyone's obsessed with coming around the wicket. You do wonder. I mean, left-handers do get it easier, I think, at Test match cricket. There are less bowlers who are good at. Well, no, I just think they are bowlers to left-handers struggle.
I'm not any exemplar.
I think Stuart Broad really.
Oh, well, that's what I mean. Yeah. That's what I was getting to.
Has almost made everyone think that they should be bowling around the wickets.
Yes, exactly.
I always hated the angle of I'm a right-hander and left-handers coming over the wicket. That sort of you just got to change your approach, don't you? And I think that this tendency for bowlers to instantly go around the wicket to left-handers, I'm not sure it's always the right play.
Although, of course, the obvious points against that is that just does bring the more dismissals into play.
Yeah, absolutely. It brings LBW in, doesn't it?
You get LBW in play, and it's just more threatening in terms of bowled and hit the stumps. So, you completely understand as to why bowlers go around the wicket the whole time, but it's just that it's good to mix it up, and I feel like going over the wickets a bit, as Riding Past has done, is the better option currently to Latham, because he's looked pretty untroubled so far, you'd have to say.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got a bit coming in on the socials. Naman says, which is your favourite Ashes? I think any answer apart from 2005 is wrong, isn't it?
1981.
Well, that's a little bit before my time, Fred. Daz is asking who'll be first change after Wokes. We've already seen a bit of Cars. Who's going to be the next change will be interesting. Kieran saying, NZ are motoring here. My optimistic outlook has now gone. #doomed. Jeremy is saying, morning all. GPL is 108 quid. It's quite the pot. Keep them coming in. Naman saying Kane only has 4 centuries in South Africa, England, Australia and India combined. Very interesting stat. And Frank is saying crap Kookaburra. I think we can probably all agree about on that.
Well, I prefer it in New Zealand to Australia, let's put it that way. You're going to get a little bit more out of the New Zealand wickets than you do after 10 overs in Australia, and then you can spend the next 5.5 hours just bowling with a bar of soap on an absolute flat deck. But anyway, I've come in to do some ball by ball, so we've got a drinks break, which is some wonderful timing. Have you got through all the social? Hello, Billy.
Hello.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm very well, thank you. Ticking along in Newcastle.
Newcastle. Gosh.
Yeah, back up at uni.
Really?
Very jealous of our own Hector out there in New Zealand.
And we've got one more on the socials. George McPherson, the fabled George, is saying 2010-11 Ashes was the best. It was that. Cook seemed like he never stopped batting, didn't he?
That was the 5-17 for 1, wasn't it?
2015 as well is a big personal favourite, with Broad's 8 for 15, bowling goals is out for 60.
Oh, that was great.
Yeah, that was quite fun.
Doesn't get much better than that.
If you're a patron and have access to our archive, you can listen to my commentary on that innings. That was quite fun. Anyway, so I'm not Fred Titmus. I'm joined by Nick, and I'm joined by Billy, and we'll be talking you through the next sort of 23.5 minutes when they get back to playing after their drinks break. The score is 58 for 1. England won the toss, put New Zealand into bat. As Tony was explaining earlier, that is the default position when you win the toss on this ground. It said something about Uwahatahi. Is that a new name for Christchurch or something?
Might well be. It seems funny seeing Gus Atkinson's initial as A, doesn't it? I assume that's for
Angus.
Augustus.
Angus. No, it is Angus.
It's
Yes.
Angus.
Cass is 2 overs so far. I've gone for 13. And Latham, who, let's be honest, is doing the bulk of the scoring. He has 44 out of 58. And he'll be facing up to Bryden Cass, the Durham seamer, and this is outside the off stump, and Latham lets it through to England's open inverted commas wicketkeeper, close inverted commas Ollie Pope. I mean, he's not first choice. Cox has broken his finger. In the olden days, they used to take 2 wicketkeepers. Now they barely take 1. Let's be honest.
Yeah, and Ollie Robinson's supposedly on his way, is he?
Yeah, he is. He's literally that's just been announced in the last kind of couple of hours. I think.
It's a long way away from anywhere, really. So it's going to take time.
Yeah, it's not a short haul flight.
No. Cass, right arm over the wicket to the left-hand Latham, is on leg stump, and this is picked away quite easily down to long leg for a single, which will bring the right-hander Williamson on strike. Nothing quite wastes as much time on a cricket field as having a left-handed and right-handed batsman.
Oh, there's nothing worse than being in the field for that.
No, which is why, I mean, I'm a reasonable man. All left-handers should be shot. Because they just, it's just a waste of time, isn't it? Bowlers or batsmen. They don't allow it in some sports. I think it's polo, you're not allowed to be left-handed.
Do you say that to your left-handed friends?
I'm trying to think if I've got any. I'm trying to think if that would actually preclude them from being friends, as Williamson faces up to Cass now, 4 slips away, and this is a very full ball on off stump, and this is just pushed wide of gully for a single, and everybody has to move all the way round again. Left-handed friends. Yeah, I've had friends who they just when you're on the cricket field, they're incredibly annoying people, because it's just you spend most of the time, as you say, shuffling around.
I agree, Fred. It's an absolute nightmare.
Yeah.
And I can get a bit dozy in the field, and you sort of forget, and then someone's waving you down.
And end up there's 3 men behind the leg because you've forgotten to move. As Cass bowls again. Now he's got LBW appeal, which is very ambitious, because I'm pretty sure that pitched outside leg stump and was going over the top. Apart from that, It was absolutely plumb, of course. He's being high, says Stokes. But
Yeah.
I think it wasn't just high.
No, pitched about a foot outside leg stump,
Yeah,
didn't it?
yeah, it didn't have a lot going for it.
But I think Carter's looked the most threatening of the three seamers thus far.
Atkinson did get. It may have pitched. It may have pitched on leg, but I don't think so. But
Yeah,
the
I
funny
think
thing. Sorry, Billy, you were saying?
My initial instinct was that it just pitched in line, but almost doing too much, and highs.
Yeah,
Stokes gesticulates.
It did straighten, and it would have gone over the top when they get round to showing Hawkeye. And this is a fuller ball on middle and leg, and it's sweetly timed through the leg side. It's not going to go for 4. The sweeper on the leg side is going to cut it off. That's going to be 2 runs, I believe, to Latham. 62-4-1. We're looking at that. Yeah, it pitched outside leg stump. And if they roll forward the Hawkeye, I think it'll tell us that it would have been going over the top.
A foot was very harsh from me. It was more like an
A
inch.
ball, yes. It was a ball outside the coloured line which denotes the area between the stumps. 62-1. Last ball of the 14th over. Latham on 47. Faces up to Cass. And he's taken by Ollie Pope. He's got an outside edge. He's turned inside out. He is walking, and with the last ball of the 14th over, Bryden Cass has picked up the wicket of Tom Latham.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says,
It was a full ball. It must have moved away half a bat's width, which is the perfect movement as far as the bowler is concerned. Cass just ran away celebrating, but he didn't appeal. The umpire, I don't think, gave him out. The batsman walked, an obvious edge, seemingly, and Latham has gone, an important second wicket for England.
Yeah, crucial, wasn't it?
Well, one of you.
Sorry, we were saying that Cass has looked the most threatening, and he's been rewarded with a well-deserved wicket there.
Well, it's a more obvious way you expect for an opening bowler to take a wicket than Gus Atkinson's caught and bowled, which is a very unusual way to get a first wicket on the first morning of a test match. What are people saying on the social media?
Namansuth asked, why have England not won any matches in Australia since 2012? What are they lacking? Personally, I mean, the pace is the obvious one, and then the inability for people to go on and score big runs. I mean, Root having never scored a century in Australia doesn't help either.
Well, the new batsman is a man very much in form, and it's this chap.
He's gonna be a star. He is Rachin Ravindra.
Yeah, just fade that out. I looked at it 3 times this wicket, and still can't see an edge.
No,
but,
I'm with you,
everyone
Fred.
was completely convinced. Oh, the umpire did lift his finger, to be fair. And there was no thought of a review from Latham, so it was a big enough nick for the bowler, the fielder, and everybody else to be convinced, and they were right. Gus Atkinson is back into the attack now, replacing Chris Wokes. He took the first wicket, caught and bowled Conway? Yes, it was Conway.
Yeah.
And he'll be bowling to Kane Williamson, who's not looked fluent, it's fair to say. He has 8. He's faced 25 deliveries. And 4 slips. There's 1, 2, 3, and then a 4th and a half slip, and then a gully wait as Williamson right arm over. There's a full ball outside leg stump. That is an absolute gimme. And it's tickled away to long leg for a single, which brings Ravindra onto strike. And Ravindra had a good tour of India, as did, it's fair to say, the entire New Zealand team.
Yeah, they all scored runs, didn't they? But his 100 in the first test was a real highlight for me.
And it sort of set the tone for New Zealand, and it put them in front, and they never looked back.
Cracking young player he is. Since that World Cup last year, he's just had a remarkable run, hasn't he, in all 3 formats.
Right, so generally speaking, the received wisdom is that if you put a team in, you would like to take 3 wickets before lunch. England are on course for that. They've taken 2 in the first hour and 15 minutes. And this next ball from Atkinson is driven by Ravindra sweetly. It should have been fielded cleanly by Bashir. It wasn't. It lets Ravindra get off the mark. And it's a little bit disappointing. You like to have a few balls at the batsman before he's got off the mark.
Absolutely, and it's interesting to see Atkinson's pace well down in the 120s. I mean, he came into the England side off the back of bowling in the 90 mile an hour plus in the 100, and since then his pace hasn't quite matched up to that, has he?
Well, they look for pace bowlers. They look for that numbers for people to get in the team, as this next ball is just dropped into the offside by Williamson. But once you're in the team, it's very hard to get dropped. So you might then you can just slack off after that. You can just tune it,
I have
mail
the
it
same
in.
part. I think that's the pitch. I think it does seem to be slightly slow. Definitely on the slow side. And that last delivery was at 130 kilometres.
Yeah. Cast has got some speed about him.
Yeah, and I think Atkinson isn't quite what they thought they were getting, but he's actually sort of something else and maybe something better.
Well, England seam bowlers called Gus have a decent pedigree, as this next ball is full and driven sweetly by Williamson. This one he has timed. Well, I say that, but it's going to actually pull up before it gets to the boundary. So it's going to be 3 runs to Williamson. He has 12, 67 for 2.
It looks a very sluggish outfield, doesn't it?
Yeah, but you'd expect if you've timed that well, that's going to go for 4 regardless, but it didn't.
What other Gusses have we had, Fred, apart from Fraser?
Well, that's it, really. I mean, there's...
Is there another Gus who's played for England? Anyone out there?
There's a man who... He's not my favourite player of all time, but he has actually, Gus Fraser, when you look back at his figures, really terrific figures in a time that was quite poor for English cricket. As this one is just dropped into the offside by Ravindra. Again takes a single. Is that the end of the over? No, there's 1 left. And Williamson will face it. We'll have some social media messages after this ball, providing it's not another Atkinson no ball. He's bowled 3 of them so far, which is not great, really. Grounds are pretty flat. They measure out their run-ups. Maybe, 1 you can excuse, but more than that, it's not really that good, as this is a ball which lifts a little bit. Williamson lifts the bat high and gets the gloves out of the way. The end of a decent over from Atkinson. At the end of 15 overs, New Zealand are 68 for 2. Ravindra has 2. Williamson 12.
Hector Vickers is in the YouTube chat. He was out there in New Zealand, so it's very hot, and he's interested in Zach Crawley's field placements, usually in the slips. But at the moment, it's at deep square and started at backward points. So Hector feels like he might be nursing a finger injury. I don't know if any of you have heard anything about a potential injury for
what
Crawley.
was his injury? That
it was a broken finger, I believe, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, that was what had him missing the last series, didn't it? So,
yeah, I mean, you would have thought it's recovered, but obviously not enough for him to bat. But I guess not quite for him to get back in the slips yet, and they won't want to risk it. Jonathan Shortland says Otawi is the Maori name for the place where the city of Christchurch is. Indigenous
Marvellous.
place names have been given great prominence in recent years.
Oh, yes.
Younger people tend to be positive, boomers not.
Oh, yes. And they're also easy to pronounce. Cass, after his successful over last time, is into the attack again. This is well wide of Ravindra's off stump. He doesn't play. I didn't see the pre-match festivities. Did they have some kind of nonsensical ceremony which they're fond of in the Antipodes? Probably they did.
Well, they did the captain's. They always do the captain's photos of various things, which I think Ben Stokes forgot his cricket whites to,
oh,
or at least the trousers.
Well, that's pretty poor.
We've all been there, haven't we? You go into the kit bag and find your trousers are missing. It's that sinking feeling.
He's probably got about 8 people whose responsibility is his clothing. As the next ball from Cass is straighter, it could hardly have been less straight. And Ravindra defends. What's he looking? I mean, he's bowling. There's nothing wrong with bowling over the wicket to left-handers. It's a good line, but his first 2 deliveries, one has been very wide of off stump, and the others that we've seen from him have been on leg stump. You don't really need it. You want it to be on sort of on off stump and outside, really, because if there is any movement, left-handers are very good at the ball going across them. It's what they cope with their whole lives. And if they're good enough to have got in the test team, normally that's something they're good at. They're very good at leaving the ball outside the off stump. This one is sweetly timed, actually, square into the covers. Again, it's not going to get far enough to get a boundary, but 3 runs are taken. Ravindra has 5, 71-4-2. But really, the line he should be looking for is sort of a stump outside off stump, I would have thought.
Yeah, just there and shaping back a little bit.
Well, if the ball is doing anything, or even if it takes off in terms of bounce, then
then you're in play, aren't you? And he's got a few to just carry off the pitch a little bit, Cass. He does bend his back.
Well, he's done nothing for a year.
He
Looked
looked very busy, Ratcham Ravindra at the crease.
He had most of the last season off, doing nothing at all. Having been banned.
Yeah, a little bit of gambling. He was on Bear and Eyes unders.
As this next ball is full and straight. Again, a little bit too straight, perhaps, to Williamson, but defended. Again, we still have the left-hand and right-hand combination, which can be tricky for bowlers, but it should be something they should be able to cope with.
And I wonder how long before we might see a bit of bash. I think certainly before lunch.
It rather depends on whether wickets are falling or not, I would have thought. Or even if they're not falling, if another edge goes to the slips, I think you want to keep going with the seamers as long as possible. Cast in again. This is a good area, just outside the off stump. Just the vaguest hint of lift, and Stokes has his hands on his head. I don't know why. It was just held its line slightly.
Yeah, little suggestion of movement off the pitch, wasn't there? Enough to keep him interested. If he can keep plugging away there, he might have a bit of joy.
Yeah, difficult ball to play if the batsman decides to play it, but Williamson left it.
Yeah, we've seen a bit of swing, but mostly it's just been a bit of nibble off the seam, you'd have to say.
You'd expect that with a kookaburra that's 15 overs old. This is a short ball, which Williamson ducks underneath. And that's the end of the over. 16 overs gone. 71-2 New Zealand, having been put in by England. Billy, what do people say?
Istari says, fellas, just to let you know that your live coverage is far, far superior to Talk Sport. Of course it is. Thank you very much.
It's what we like to hear.
And Hector says, this is in regards to Zach Crawley's injury again, saying, now Crawley's at fine leg. Just seems though he's been shielded by Stokes. Although it doesn't look to be too serious. Bethel's been looking good in the slip cordon during training for the last couple of days. And the man Suther asks, what are our top 5 cricketers? Stupid question, but I love to ask. For me, I'd go Anderson, Flintoff, Peterson, and then I might have to have more of a think for the last 2.
First ball of Atkinson's new over is again a good line, which Ravindra leaves. As I was saying, left-handers are good at leaving the ball outside the off stump. There, he left that on its line and also on its length, because the ball is bouncing quite reasonably. You can leave the ball on length, not quite, as far as Australian wickets in Perth, whatever, where you can leave straight balls because they're going over the stumps. But there's a decent amount of carry in this. Favourite cricketers? Oh, I can't be asked. As Atkinson bowls again, and he beats the outside edge. Ravindra played forward, looking to defend, and the ball moved away enough to beat the outside edge.
And that's the area, isn't it? I don't think England have hit it consistently enough over this first hour.
No, that's a good line and a good length as well.
And just a little bit of nibble off the pitch.
Yep. So there is something there, even with a 16-over-old kookaburra.
Top 5 is a struggle for me as well, but someone who I'm loving watching at the moment is Patham Nissanka from Sri Lanka.
That's a name that's passed me by, as Atkinson in again, and this is a little bit wider. Ravindra can leave, a little bit shorter as well.
It is nice that there's so much Test cricket going on at the minute. It's almost like there's a little window being created for it away from some
Oh,
of the
that's
whiteboard
nice.
stuff,
They've
which is
allowed us
always
a
good to
window.
see.
Yeah, it's
They've
like
allowed us a window of cricket.
Like the old international break in football, isn't it? It suddenly burst into life.
God.
And there's test matches all over the shop.
Why are there international breaks in football every 3 weeks? It's ridiculous.
I hate the international break in football.
Yeah.
It's a right pain in the
Thank
arse.
God the next one isn't till March.
No, but we've got the mid-season break, haven't we? We've got the winter breaks. This is again a good ball on just outside off stump. Ravindra watchful in defence, hits the middle of the bat.
No, there's no winter break in
Yeah,
the
they've-
Premier League. In the Bundesliga they do that.
No, but they sort of
Or-
do a mini winter break where some teams don't play for like.
Some teams have a
week and
fortnight
half,
off.
and they sort of roll. They have a rolling break. We only have half the number of fixtures. It's quite clever actually, because there is still football on the telly. which is
Nightmare if you're
basically-
playing Fantasy League.
Can't be asked. Atkinson. What's this one? It's a short ball, and Ravindra decides to have a big mow. Pope goes up. He missed the ball, or Ravindra thinks he missed the ball. Pope thinks he got a nick. Stokes is discussing it, whether to go for the DRS, and I don't think anyone's at all keen, because it was only a half-hearted appeal by Pope, and it didn't see any deviation. Obviously we can't hear, but England are not reviewing it. It was a short ball, and he looked to pull it. No, he was nowhere near it. Oh, maybe he hit it on the way. Maybe hit the back of the bat. I don't know. No, it was
Miles away from the bat, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was miles away from the bat. I don't know what Pope's doing. The most important job for a wicketkeeper, well, obviously, is catching the ball, as this next ball is left outside the off stump. But also, he's got a lot of work to do as far as reviews are concerned, and that's not a great sign if he was going up for that one. Anyway, it's the end of the over, and Billy is going to tell us what people are saying.
West Aussie Leeds says, in this age of professionalism, how can England take many spinners to New Zealand when one's only likely to play and then have no reserve keeper? Yes, there's been a bit of chat about that.
And no spare top order batter either.
Yeah, or maybe it's partly because they saw India be dismantled by New Zealand in spinning conditions, so they maybe thought that New Zealand might produce a turning pitch. It's the only thing that I would think in England management's defence, but no, it is certainly a strange one.
First ball of Cast is new over to Williamson. Again, there's some good bounce there, and Williamson's a little bit uncomfortable as he took that possibly on the glove or somewhere in the midriff region. And guess what? It's a no ball. At first, I think, from Cast. Atkinson's bowled a few. Was it from the same end? I'm wondering whether there's some...
Yeah, it was that end that Atkinson had his early 3, I think, so maybe something going on.
Okay. No free hits because we're playing cricket. And Cass, to re-bowl the first ball of his over, is in again, bowls outside the off stump. Again, looks some decent pace, 136.2 kilometres per hour. What's that in normal? Any idea?
I think that is about 84, Fred. My calculations aren't too hot, but yeah, mid-80s. I think he'd...
I was about to say 85, but it's definitely around that region.
I think he'd love to see Williamson down the other end though and get to bowl a few balls at Ratchin, wouldn't he? As you said, Billy, he's busy early on, and there's just the threat of a loose shot before he gets in.
Yeah, it's not as though Williamson is looking completely comfortable either. He's struggling a little bit as this next ball. Again, some good shape, possibly moved away. Williamson played inside it, but again, good carry again through to Pope. So this is reasonably impressive by Cass.
Yeah, well, they've had to do a lot of running, the New Zealand batsmen, so far. We haven't seen many boundaries with the nature of the slow outfield, and we know that it's apparently very hot out there in New Zealand, so they'll need to make sure that they conserve some energy.
It's interesting, actually, because England are very much a batting team who deals in boundaries, and if they're going to have to run a lot of threes, that might cramp their style somewhat. Williamson faces up to Cass, again, short ball, ducks well underneath it. Slightly periscoped his bat. I have seen people get out in unlucky fashion by leaving their bat up, but not in that instance. And Cass is trying to dry his hands on the ground. He's got
David
one arm.
Warner, I remember being
Yeah,
I think David Warner, I remember being one getting out in that similar fashion. That's just reminded me. What did you guys think of his comments about saying he was available to come back and open for Australia if they needed him?
Oh, I missed it. I think, yeah, I can't see that happening.
Never go back. Williamson faces up to cast again. This is another short ball well down the leg side, and no need for the batsman to even duck, because I think he could have just stood up and that would have missed him. How hot is hot? I mean, New Zealand is not renowned for its heat.
No, and I heard that it's not quite summer there yet, so I thought we were preparing for sort of May in England kind of weather.
They only have about 10 days of summer, let's be honest. It's sort of Newcastle with even less understandable accents.
But it looks nice.
Yeah, looks fine. There's blue skies from wispy cloud. Well, we keep seeing a bloke doing a painting of the ground, which is slightly odd.
Yeah, New Zealand's own Jack Russell. It looks nicer there than it does here, which isn't saying an awful lot.
Well, it is virtually midnight here, as this next ball is full outside the off stump, driven to extra cover. I think Williamson missed out there because he picked out the extra cover fielder, and he could have hit it either side of him. One ball left of this over. He has bowled 6, but one of them was a no ball. And we are due a change. Are we due a change?
Yeah, I think we are, Fred, but no one seems to be arriving.
Well, let's see. Let's try and find Tony's most up-to-date. Oh, it's over there. Okay. Tony and Hendo are coming in. We'll say goodbye to you two. That was another short ball down the arse. The end of the 18th over. 72 for 2. If you could just read us some messages whilst Tony and Hendo come in here from the other room.
I absolutely will. Not so much since the last report, but David Brooks says that he also has to agree, and that our commentary is far superior to Talk Sports, which is definitely the case, and that's about it, really.
Well, we love compliments. We also love money. So if you want to bung some our way, there's a few ways of doing it. You can become a patron. You go to GorillaCricket.com and click on the thing there that says Patreon, which means you give us a small amount of money on a regular basis, or a large amount of money on a regular basis. You can also enter the GPL, which is our prediction league game, which is open till lunch on the days of test matches, where you predict the number of runs that will be scored in a day. If you get it spot on, you win the pot as a first ball of a new over. I think you're going to have to stay here, Nick, as Atkinson bowls to Ravindra outside the off stump, and he leaves. There's no sign of the others, so
no,
just
I'm
you two stay
stuck in this chair, and I'm very happy.
Another way, and an easy way, if you're watching us on YouTube, you can click on something called Super Chat, which means you pay us a few quid. We'll read out your message, and it helps to keep us going. Tony has ambled his way in. Wait, I can stay in here. I'm summarising, so yeah, no point moving. On-air production notes, you don't get that on TalkSport. As Atkinson to Ravindra. Let's see what he can come up with here. Again, a well-directed delivery, and it's reasonably well played. He played it down into the ground towards the gully. Gully couldn't field it, so the skipper Stokes has to run back from point to field. They take a single. Ravindra has 6, 73 for 2.
Very sort of Root-esque shot, wasn't it? Just guided off the open face. I think England would be desperate for one more before lunch.
Well, angled down, but if that bounces a little bit more, that can very easily catch the shoulder and bringing the slips and gullies into play. So, yes, well played by Ravindra, but again, it'll keep the bowlers interested. Williamson has 12 from 39. He's not looked fluent. And there are still 4 slips and a gully. A first slip, a second slip, a third slip, a fourth and a half slip. And there's a bit of a gap there between 3 and 4, as this is outside the off stump and Williamson leaves.
He's just notched his pace up in the last few deliveries. Gus Atkinson, that one was up to 136 kilometres an hour.
That's because he heard you.
It was evident that there was just a little bit more carry and zip.
Yeah, you saw the real carry off the pitch. If he can just get that a tad straighter and a tad fuller, I think that's the area, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd have to agree. It's all about getting them driving, especially if we think the pitch is a little bit slow. They can easily miss time one and chip it to cover.
Just spotted something interesting, which is rare, as this next ball, it comes back in slightly to Williamson, and it's baton padded into the ground. Williamson, when he was waiting for the bowler to come in, he was flipping the bat round in his hand. The danger of doing that is that the handle is the same, feels the same wherever it is, and he could actually not get it exactly right, and it wouldn't be facing the bowler. It could be sort of side on. That's a rather odd thing to do. He sort of spun it round in his glove, which is a bit odd.
Well, we saw someone.
Do you think that's almost just keep him in the zone? That kind of
No, I think it was a mistake. Actually, this is well outside the off stump, and Williamson doesn't play.
We saw someone in the last year play a shot off the back of the bat, didn't we? I can't remember who it was.
In about 30 years ago, somebody came out with a bat which you could use both ends of. You could use the front and the back, and it was one of those clever ideas which never took off.
Yeah, like the old mongoose.
The mongoose. Yes.
Why are bats shaped that way? That they've got a front and a back, Fred?
Well, why do they have to have shoulders? Well, you can't. You can. The idea behind the mongoose, it didn't have shoulders, so you couldn't get caught off the shoulders. Then again, those of us who scored a lot of runs off the shoulder of the bat weren't that happy at all. Hendo's got something to say, but we can't hear him because we've got and he didn't come in when he was supposed to last over, so we're not going to listen to him. One ball left of this over, and Atkinson bowls it, and it's nudged into the offside, and an easily and well taken single. The end of the 19th over. New Zealand are 74 for 2. We say goodbye to Nick and Billy, and you lucky people, it's going to be Tony and Hendo, and Hendo's pillow, who are coming in to. Do you want to just first sort out the camera angles so that we can all be seen?
Can you get the bear in to do it?
Okay. Bear! Bear!
Right, well, who is leading, do we think? Who's... just needed some...
We need the three-man
camera manipulation. Yes, but I need to talk to people. I have to say the bear's in a very feisty form this evening. I'm not quite sure why.
I found it quite entertaining when he was trying to make out that he's aged 71.
Yeah, he kept coming in telling us he was 71.
I thought he'd really lost it, but he actually meant he was born.
The really worrying thing was we looked at him and we thought, well, it's possible. Right, so there is...
I wouldn't have put him anything more than 68, to be honest.
There is
a change of bowling.
There is indeed, and it's a very interesting change of bowling too. How much are we going to see this bloke bowl? Well, we're going to see him now. It's England captain Ben Stokes.
Got out Ben Stokes, and he called me a...
It's the clash of the skippers.
No, it isn't.
Oh no, of course it isn't anymore. No, what am I saying? It's swung wide. Just a little bit of movement in the air, left comfortably alone by the man who, of course, isn't the skipper. The rather ponderous Kane Williamson, but he would argue, well, I'm still there. And it's a no ball to start with.
And he'd be right to argue that, to be fair.
An ideal start for Ben Stokes, I'm afraid. It is a beautiful ground. It's Hagley Oval. It looks like a fantastic setting. 3 slips. There's a leg slip as well. That's tickled off his hip by Williamson. It's going to beat that man at leg slip and go down to long leg where it's fielded. They will take a single. They literally started playing cricket here, Fred.
In 1867?
1851. Within 6 months of the first settlers stepping off the boat, you know what the first thing they did was, apart from probably decide where to build a house and what they were going to eat? The next thing they did was effectively build a cricket ground.
Quite right too.
Quite right too.
I'm surprised they bothered to stop and eat. They should.
Well, there you go.
Get your priorities.
There, well, that's how long there's... But then they didn't play in international cricket here. The first international game, I think, was 2014.
Well, New Zealand didn't play international cricket till the
well, and then they didn't win for an eternity, did they?
About 15 years.
In comes Stokes, up onto his toes goes Ravinger, forces this, but quite stylishly past point. They will come back for 2, and New Zealand move on to 78 for 2. We're edging towards the 20 over mark. Ravinger 8, Kane Williamson, as we said, rather ponderously but carefully, 14 off 45. Do you know who that first international game was, Fred, without cheating and looking it up?
New Zealand against somebody?
Wrong. Absolutely wrong. It's two teams I know are very close to your heart. I'll tell you in a minute. As round the wicket comes Stokes, defended nicely by Ravindra. Sort of just drops the bat on it, pushes it out to point.
Was it AFC Wimbledon versus Tottenham Hotspur?
No, it wasn't AFC Wimbledon and Tottenham Hotspur. You're not far wrong. Shall I tell you? Till I put you out of your misery?
I wasn't in any great misery, I have to tell you.
I think you are a misery, but that's another.
We're not in one.
Yeah.
It was Scotland versus Canada in a World Cup qualifier.
Oh, what a game that was. We all remember that.
Well, I don't remember much about it. I know nothing about the game, but I can tell you it was the first international fixture here in 2014.
And when was the first international cricket game?
Well, I'm not getting into that debate. This one is fired in, quite full, defended under his eye line comfortably by former captain Kane. And there is no run missed, of course, the India series. Did Kane Williamson. He was in decent nick for Northern Districts, who I think were playing Auckland in Hamilton. I'm not sure if I've got that right. I know he made 60 in the first innings and 4 in the second, so he's got himself into a bit of touch, having missed out on that extraordinary India series in 2000. Well, England were the last team to win a series there, and that was in 2012. That's short and pulled by Williamson, pulled mightily, magnificently all the way out to the mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs. By Jove, he got hold of that. I'll tell you another stat, Fred.
I'm sure you will.
Will absolutely fascinate you. Nothing to do with this.
I don't know about the second part. But
do you know how many draws there have been in Test crickets this year?
This year, 2024.
Yes, year 2024.
1.
Hendo's got it bang on the money, on the nose. That's only because he was listening to.
Was it rained out?
Me and Jeremy Coney nattering. That one's defended nicely by Williamson.
I'd rather listen to me and Bobby McGee, to be honest, than me and Jeremy Coney.
No, one all year.
Wow.
And that was in August, and it was West Indies and South Africa, and there was a bit of weather impacted it. Yes. Hendo.
Well, a couple of things.
Man.
Not just messages, but we should say the GPL has been open, and it has until lunch to run. We forgot to mention it.
I mentioned it.
Oh, you mentioned it. Okay. The GPL. If you haven't heard, the GPL is open. Go to GorillaCricket.com. Go to competitions. You have to estimate how many runs you think will be scored in the day or night, as it is, depending on where you are. And if you get it on the nose, you get the amount of money that's in the pot. Do we know what the amount of money in the pot is?
No, but if we shout to the green room, the ever alert Ursine pot manager.
Oh, you don't want to disturb him again. You know what he's
the
like.
Ursine pot manager.
Probably. That's
bounce short.
Beaten the.
No, he's got an edge.
Well, he got an edge, but it was dropped just short. He did run a fence at that out of his off stump.
There've been a few of those today, haven't there? And you just wonder maybe the slips need to be a bit closer.
No, that may have come off his thigh pad, to be honest, rather than the bat, because that absolutely died.
A tad short of Joe Root, but not by much.
I don't know. The way he turned round, Ravindra, suggested to me that there was an edge.
Well, yeah, that would be 3 that have dropped short of slips so far.
Atkinson does get that extra little bit of lift, but he's not enough there because that's been pulled magnificently by the left-handed Ravindra away through square leg, 4 runs. Ravindra.
2, 3, 4.
I did a half an hour ball by ball. I don't think it was a single 4. And then you've come on and you're spraying it around all over the place.
What can I say, Fred? It went into a lull for you. It happens to me all the time. There was what was it? Was it the last T20 we did? I'm not kidding. Hendo took all the wickets. Every time he walked in, wickets would just fall all over the place.
I think I took 7, 8 that night.
And I managed to literally... that was a little bit uppish, but it's driven on the up. Glorious drive, in fact, by Ravindra. It's going to die, though, just short of the long-off boundary from the left-hander. Bashir, interesting selection, you may well argue, is the man who does the fielding. They would imagine will have taken 3, didn't they, Hendo? It was definitely on the up, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a good shot. I mean, he's confident, as was Latham. He got out despite batting very well.
How do you admit somebody?
somebody?
You just click on them, Fred.
With which of these devices?
Oh Lord. Okay.
Why would we don't need to be admitting anyone?
No, I
because
know, but somebody, I'm not.
Someone
I'm
wants
not
to watch.
grassing up somebody. I'm not grassing up
Atkinson
Grubby.
is going to come over the wicket, and it's beaten. Well, it's left, actually, to be fair. As again, he's probing line. He's just found the length, hasn't he, Endo, just to get the ball to lift just enough.
Found it.
Yeah, but I mean,
into the gloves of a Pope, who's done nothing wrong, to be fair.
No, he's done well.
Done all right, taken a catch.
I mean, if you think back to that series in New Zealand, it must have been 2019.
What?
When he came, he had to take the gloves, didn't he, for the final test? I think it was, and he dropped an important catch in the morning. I think that's the only time he's kept
Atkinson
for England.
Fairly full, defended on the front foot by Kane Williamson again. He's on 18. Is Williamson off 50? As we've said, it's been careful progress. Ravindra a lot swifter. 16 off 18 for him. It's 94-2. We're at that interesting point where I think we start to think, well, lunch is coming. What is a good score?
I was just saying, what is a good lunch? I thought that was a good ask.
It might involve lamb. Do you think it involved lamb? That one just swings the other way, actually. Swings away from the right-handed Williamson. He's more than happy to leave it. It's taken low at ankle height on that occasion by Pope. No run.
Now, I can tell you, for the first time today, and I was going to remind people, we've got a super chat.
Yes!
Yay!
Super chat.
It's from who? Can you guess who it's from?
Can you jingle up a super chat?
It's from the Naked Fun Porn Bot.
Oh, fabulous.
Who says, $5 for a shower curtain between Tony and not Fred.
What,
I'm not quite sure what that means.
To put between us?
Possibly. Oh, I like this one. Grubby's trying to watch with his mum. He hasn't got TNT. So...
You set up your own Patreon, Grubby.
Yeah. Finance TNT for yourself.
Well, Grubby, can you message us and remind us what your mum is?
It's Barbara, isn't it?
Barbara, I think
it's Barbara.
Barbara. Well, hello, Barbara.
Hello,
If
Barbara.
you're listening to us, hello, Barbara. Ben Stokes can continue. 3 slips still for him. Up onto his toes goes Revenge. Steers it wide of those slips. Bethel goes chasing after it with his blonde hair poking out the back of his New England cap. And they will take a single.
Decent bounce there from Stokes. Has Stokes done something to his hair as well? 'Cause it looks
Yeah, it looks
vaguely
it looks a
different.
lot lighter, doesn't it? It looks more blonde than ginger.
I wonder. I thought he answered the question well posed by Hector. Our man Hector Vickers, who is there, was at the press conference proudly wearing his Gorilla Cricket lanyard.
Was he?
And he got in.
Well, no, he's officially there in a
They like
journalistic
us.
capacity.
Hector's in the house.
New Zealand like us.
Hector was in the house, right. Stokes over the wicket. Well short. And Williamson. Oh, it's given us a wide. That's how high it was. Rod Tucker.
Oh no. Oh no.
Stokes is down. He's up again. He's up. He's down. He's in the Rose and Crown. Ben Stokes. Nice to lose. I hardly have any notes these days, and the ones I have, I've just dropped on the floor.
That was ridiculously short. That really was. That was a massive wide over the head.
Yeah,
well, it was. It pitched it short. Oh, he's actually gone full Mark Wood there.
Yeah, he's
hasn't
done the full Mark Wood, and we'll see him again in 2028. I think.
The other thing, of course, like Mark Wood, who has
should be put down.
has a sort of penchant for horses. Did you see the story about Brendan McCullum has now got
I'm gonna let you tell it.
He's now got a horse called Ben Stokes, and it came third the other day.
Oh, right. Well, in comes Stokes. He wants to come first, not third, and he's not taken the edge. It swung late at Williamson for a second. Ollie Pope, not a regular wicketkeeper, but a capable one. But he's certainly got the knack of that half throw up that makes you go, oh, he has got an edge. Oh, no, he hasn't.
Oh, I want to say about Ollie Pope as a wicket-keeper, going back, actually he's got a bit of movement off the pitch there as well.
Yeah,
I thought he did quite well when he came, had to take the gloves in that series. And he was kind of slaughtered for dropping that catch. England might have won that test had he taken that catch. But
in comes Stokes. Full driven, beautifully, extra cover drive. Wow, that was a gorgeous shot from Williamson. There is a man off in pursuit. I think it's Chris Wokes. He's going to have to give that up because that was exquisite, and it's 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Having gone ridiculously short, this one was overpitched, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was
a way it was guided by former captain Kane.
Meat and drink to Kane. That absolutely.
Until lunchtime's coming, we've got meat and drink. We're thinking meat and drink, aren't we? Even in the way we're describing things.
A midnight feast.
Oh, I've already had I bought some cookies for everyone as a bit of a sustenance. That one's pulled by Williamson. He's going to get 4 for that as well. That's no one out patrolling mid-wicket. There's 2 consecutive boundaries off Ben Stokes.
Buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
And all of a sudden, Williamson, who'd been plodding along, has gone into turbo mode.
That's the thing about Stokes. He does tend to go for runs as much as anything because I think people want to take him on.
He's not happy though, is he? He's not happy with the way he's landing, I don't think. I mean, he's had that fall and now he's sort of shaking his head, hands behind the back of his head, looking down at where he's landing. He's not happy with that.
People who are not happy about where they're landing. John Denver.
Ooh.
Oh, please. That one's pushed into the onside.
Too soon?
Too soon? I don't know. So I was going to say, anyway, the young Hector, there he is. Barely 5 stone soaking wet. And he's sat just in front of Ben Stokes. And he'd messaged us, said Hector. Right, give me some questions. So things I can ask. And so one of them was, why the fuck are you playing a spinner? Was the question. Basically, when no one else is, will hold that thought as over the wicket comes Stokes up onto his toes. Goes Williamson, defends it back to the England captain. There's no error. But without quite using that terminology, that was the question he asked. And if you go to our Twitter feed, Blue Sky feed, whatever else, Facebook probably, you'll find it. You'll find Captain Ben answering Hector, and he came up with, I'm not sure it felt like a party line as to why a spinner was always essential. Well, but I just didn't feel when Ben Stokes was saying I was actually saying it with commitment.
Well, I don't think there's anything wrong with having some variety. I mean, who else will we have in the team? Another seamer, and then you'd be left with just Joe Root.
Yeah, he's best spinner in
have we got any other seamers out there?
Potts
is
Bethel
the other.
Potts.
Bethel will do it.
Bethel. No, Bethel's a spinner though, isn't he?
Yeah, I'm saying.
Oh, Bethel can. Yeah, but he's
left armour.
Again,
Slow
he's
left arm.
certainly not
Right.
front line.
Change of bowling. Back into the attack comes the man who, they say in football, can you do it on a Tuesday night at Stoke?
He's on Instagram. And he's a
You do it on Tuesday night at Woke.
Stoke rather than I was going to say. I was going to say, Chris Wokes, I said, can you do it anywhere other than England? Over the wicket. Okay, he comes, and that hurries Javindra, who prods down on it, really, into the ground, and there is no run. The 100's up, though. It's 100 for 2.
It's gone
New Zealand.
very quiet on the
Super Chat
YouTube front. And on the Super Chat front. And don't forget, the GPL is open until the top of the hour, as they say on radio.
6 minutes.
Righto, mate. The top of the hour.
7 minutes.
8 minutes, according to my phone. But there you go. We're all slightly
Don't
different.
leave it at the last moment.
No, get in there. 100's up, by the way.
I said that.
Oh, did you? Okay.
In comes Ravindra. That's off the outside edge down towards Gully. And as always seems to happen, you finish an over, and what happens? You're the bloke who ends up doing the fielding of the first ball of the next one. Does that happen to you a lot, Fred?
Oh, yes.
It happens all the time. You've just thundered in to unleash fury
I never
for 6 balls.
No.
And then you have to field as well.
Yes, do contact us on YouTube. I haven't been reading things out because we did have a super chat, and also it looked like there's been discussion going on about
stuff.
Superstars. And maybe we had that.
Wokes, that's over pitch driven, but well fielded. Is that young Bashir?
Bashir, I think.
Diving to his left. Well, he owes England a couple in the field. Horrible overthrow we saw earlier. It was, well.
He did take that remarkable catch in
somewhere
whoever we were playing.
West Indies recently?
Yeah.
That was a good. I enjoyed that West series, you know. You must be talking, we're talking the World Cup, or are you talking about the end of the Test series?
I'm talking about the Test series. Didn't he take an incredible catch on the boundary?
Yes, I think he did. You're right. Stokes in, still the 3 slips. Left alone, quite watchfully, carefully by Ravindra. And he nods back to Chris Waits going, yep, that was a good ball.
Well, yeah, for a 22 over Kookaburra, that was a lot of swing.
Yeah, that's the other thing you got to think about when you're putting teams in, isn't it, with a Kookaburra? Although I have seen it said that Kookaburras in Australia are getting more prominent seams than before. Certainly, that was Usman Khawaja.
Is that why they couldn't
was
score any
complaining
runs?
about that? Possibly. It might just have been great bowling as well.
Plenty of English flags there. There's a flag there for Swindon Town. Oh, that one's worked beautifully off his legs by Ravindra. They will come back for 2 down to backward square. It goes.
So it's always Swindon Town and Nuneaton Borough. It's never like Manchester United.
Good.
Yeah, it's just odd. It seems the only people who put their names of their football teams on their flags are from less glamorous.
Well, I think you'll find that most Manchester United fans rarely get off from in front of their tellies and actually go out to watch sport. They tend to just say they're Man United
fans. A lot of them
fans,
live in New Zealand,
but rarely go. There is that,
season
of course.
ticket holders.
There is that, of course. And I've just realised in saying that, I'll just hold that thought as this one's short and pulled again by Ravindra. Again, it's down to deep backward square, and again, it's down to Gus Atkinson.
So what I'm saying is, you should be disappointed if you see a Watford flag there, because it means you're not a very big club.
Well, I used to go to Watford, Fred, in the days when they used to announce the crowd changes to the team. You'd ring them up, you'd say, what time's kick-off? They'd say, well, what time can you get here?
All the old favourites. I saw Arsenal lose to Watford twice on consecutive days.
I remember that.
Consecutive days, home
one
and
at home,
away.
one away, that's right.
Yeah.
We used to beat Arsenal for fun, Fred. We used to beat them for fun.
But
on
hey,
a regular basis.
I love those days in the 70s when over Christmas you had 2 games
I think one had been postponed from earlier in the season, and you had
back to the cricket, back to Ben Stokes, and back to Ravindra, who's defending him towards mid-on.
Kids of today wouldn't believe you
that
you played 2 games on consecutive days.
I know.
It wasn't an everyday occurrence.
No, but it was just
pro.
It was just for Christmas and Easter, wasn't it?
Well, you could play on Boxing Day. It could be on a Thursday, then you play on Saturday. It was very rarely that you played 2 days.
Oh, you play on a Thursday nowadays. You can't play till the next Monday.
The aerial view of the ground here is very beautiful. It's in that lovely park.
It's called an oval, but it's basically a circle.
It is a circle, not an oval. It's a very round oval. All that short. And Ravindra, whilst he, what's the sort of the backward move I'm thinking of? The
Falling
opposite
over?
of not yoga. A limbo, like a limbo dancer.
Wrong part of the world.
Well, a mini limbo, a limboette.
I don't think he'd have got under a low piece of wood with that particular movement.
It was more like a high jump bar you would have gone underneath.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I might have overstated its case for its limbo-ness. It was more of just a gentle arch of the back. In comes Stokes again round the wicket. That's beaten the outside edge. That was a terrific ball. It moved in, it nipped off the seam, nipped away.
Genuine big drive there by Ravindra, and it did too much.
It did. It was just straightened, didn't it? Yeah. And it wasn't really a big drive, but it was a sort of a forward prod.
Well, he was pulled into the shot, wasn't he?
But he was absolutely pulled into the shot. Ginger to Ginger, we've got a full...
not Ravindra.
Ravindra
the Ginger would be somebody completely different.
Ravindra to Ginger. This one off the outside edge, and it's misfielded twice. Once at 3rd slip and once at our man at 4.5 slip, which is Angry Ben Duckett, who I hope he's all right. Remember, he did his finger, didn't he? He did his finger in Pakistan, wasn't it Duckett who did his finger?
Yeah, but he was back the next day, wasn't he? It wasn't serious.
Well, it was broken.
Al Grubby has come up with a people who've not been happy where they landed. And he's come up with Hansi Kronia. There's a cricketing one.
Don't.
We're not going down the. Oh, okay.
No, that's a bit harsh. Where's that come from? It's not on my YouTube.
Not on YouTube. No, it was on our internal Guerrilla Cricket WhatsApp chat
thing.
So maybe it wasn't for public consumption. But
Maybe
Robbie
not.
said it.
Well, there you go.
So
right,
what happens
Ben
in
Stokes,
the
he's
WhatsApp
bowling
room
well.
does not stay in the WhatsApp room.
103 for 2. It's been 103 for 2 for a little while. Ben Stokes is turning at the top of his mark. He has got his sort of... He's well coiffed, isn't he? Up onto his toes goes Ravindra, and he is going to move the score on to the tune of 1, because he's pushed that out towards point and will get himself a single. And the score moves on to 104 for 2.
The thing about Stokes' hair is that he seems to have... there was a nick.
Do you know what?
I was saying there was an ultra edge for that one that we thought beat the bat. And
Well,
nobody
it did
appealed.
beat the bat.
Nobody
appealed.
Pope appealed for one a couple of overs ago, which missed the bat by about 2 feet.
Well,
and he's not gone up for one that's hit the edge.
I'll be expecting to see that on our new blog, because England have missed the opportunity to have taken that third wicket, because it would have been it's Ravindra, wasn't it, the left-hander?
Nobody, not the bowler, not the keeper, nobody appealed. Not the slips.
Nobody appealed.
Just looking at it again.
Done a similar.
No, that's it again.
Replay.
It's a replay.
That's the replay at full speed.
Now here's a question, genuine question. Well, I'll hold it as we wait for Stokes to be in. That's driven. It was quite forward fielded at short extra by Chris Stokes. So, would a more experienced, confident, dare one say, wicketkeeper have been more sure that had got an edge?
No, because I mean, you've got slips in there as well.
Yeah, nobody went up. The bowler didn't go up. Nobody went up.
Well, I'll tell you what, mate. It is the top of the hour now, mate.
It is, mate.
It is lunch, mate. This session, 24 overs, 104 runs. Obviously, 2 crucial wickets. A very early one was the dismissal of
Conway.
Latham, isn't it?
No, Conway.
Conway first. Caught and bowled, yes. Got Atkinson seemed to get a little sticky on him, and he was through with a shot and a very well taken catch. Really a thrusting out of the arm by Atkinson. Latham, he was caught behind by a rising ball by Bryden Cass. But since then, Ravindra and Kane Williamson have held pretty firm. 26 for Williamson, 21 for Ravindra. So we've had 28 4 overs, and I would say, well, if you take 3 wickets in a morning session, you think you're on top. If you take 2, but the other team's got past 100, I think you say it's pretty even Stevens, Fred. In your own time.
I would. Well,
I agree with you.
I don't agree with you. I think New Zealand are on top a little bit here. I think that Latham batted really well, showed no signs of getting out till he did get out. How costly is that edge from Ravindra going to be? I mean, we'll find out this afternoon, but he looks in really good nick. Williamson is beginning to look like the Williamson of old. He struggled when he first came in. And they're going at well over 4 and over without taking any big risks. I think it could be a hard afternoon for England. I really do.
Yeah, they need to start like they started the morning. They need a lift. That wicket could have given them a lift just before lunch. Somehow that's more frustrating. I think that's more frustrating than dropping a catch or missing a run out. Just not appealing for one that would definitely have been out. It's it's an absolute kicker.
Well, it is, but I mean, we have seen it happen to almost every side now, haven't we? It will happen from time to time, I guess. We'd be none the wiser without Ultra Edge.
Anyway, we do we have any final messages, Hendo?
It doesn't look like it, unless my phone's not updating. But it looks like everyone's gone to sleep. I don't know what. The last thing I've got is the shower curtain claim from the porn bot, but have you got anything else, or is it just
loads. Ben McCormack, England staring down the barrel. Kieran Roseblade, I'm going to sleep, lads. I'll keep listening though and hopefully wake up.
Why am I
to Messi at lunch?
Why is my
Scott
phone
Harrison,
not updating?
If you don't play a spinner, the option is another military medium plodder. Racing rant, perhaps a gaggle of grim grey gorillas has dampened the feed. No. Well, you're obviously here. Nonetheless, my panel of choice. That's very kind, Racing rant. Jeremy Henderson, whoever he is, says, yes, Hendo, the Kookaburra seem was reinforced after the last Ashes and has significantly impacted the life of the ball and the capacity to take it off the seam since then. And Diana Patterson simply says snore. I don't know whether she's just bored by Messrs' description of Kookaburra seams or whether she's nodding off. And Mr. D. Handjob says, what up, yo? So he's gone all a bit street patois on us.
Do you mean
nice.
Mr. D.H. Job?
Mr. E.H. Andy Job.
D.H. Job.
G.H. Andy Job. Can you pop on a bit of Jeremy Coney? I think you'll find it might just last through lunch. That's just the first question when he answers it. Yes, we will see you after lunch. What are we? 104 for 3. A fascinating chat in the Bishop and Bear, although sadly without the Bear, with raconteur, Renaissance man, a man who scored 174 not out against England, former captain of New Zealand, Jeremy Coney, broadcaster, musician, just an all-round entertaining fellow.
Musician?
Yeah, he's a musician. He's a guitarist.
Okay.
Plays regularly somewhere, and yeah, he's good fun.
What, in his bedroom?
And his air guitar. Here he is, anyway, nattering to me, who was doing literally everything in the Bishop and Bear, pulling the drinks, looking after the punters, asking the questions, broom up my arse, sweeping the floor, changing the barrels. I was left completely on my own. But then Jeremy Coney, fortunately, turned up.
Whether you're screaming from the stands or the sofa, Virgin Bet has even more for you to shout about this season. Because we're giving you a totally free bet builder on a selected football match every week this season. So get ready to make some noise. Join us and claim your bet builder free bet every week. Virgin Bet, a good bet. Use Bet Builder free bet on selected match by kickoff. Min odds evens. Max one free bet £1 to £20. Except via pop-up. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. Bet responsibly. Gambleaware.org.
AI is changing how the world works, but Lenovo's AI PC is about to change how you work. Lenovo AI PCs learn your preferences, allowing you to create faster and better. They have AI-powered tools that can make you the most creative version of yourself. So this isn't just a laptop launch, this is a you launch. The Lenovo Yoga Slim 7i with Intel Core Ultra processor. It's possible on your Intel AI PC.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they're here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring?
Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station.
The Bishop and the Bear, bats beyond compare. Buckets of savoir-faire, the Bishop and the Bear.
Welcome back to the Bishop and Bear. Although it's a bit odd today, I've got to say, because there is no bear. The bear is on family duties. So what you've got today is a bishop and mantis, which is a bit more unusual. But that's what we've got because our guest in the Bishop and Bear is the inimitable Jeremy Coney, a man who scored his higher test score against England, I think. 174 not out, if I remember rightly, in Wellington. Did I get that right? It's 170 something, Jeremy.
I think you have, Tony. It is a long time ago, I must say, but it was somewhere there. I know I passed 150, and there was a certain relief, waves of relief passing through me.
Oh, God, I could, and not just relief, I would imagine, but yes. I don't blame. I'm not at all surprised. Well, Jeremy, a huge welcome. You'll pop up.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
Well, we're delighted. We're delighted to have you here. You'll pop up whenever New Zealand are in town somewhere. I think you're the go-to guy. So we're thrilled to have you. What most importantly can we get you to drink?
You could get me a nice white wine. A Chardonnay would be very nice. Thank you.
And presumably something from New Zealand, I would hope.
Yeah, New Zealand would be fine. No, well, but I'm prepared to try something else. That's good. Always, if it's good value.
Oh well, I'm going to suggest to you something like maybe a Macon Lupni or something like that.
Yes, that sounds very nice.
All right. Well, let's chat if we can a little bit about the series coming up. Always interesting. I always love series in New Zealand. They get rather unfairly, Jeremy, often described as low-key. I think that's so unfair because they're nearly always fascinating entertainment. But why do you think it has that sort of slightly, it's not the Ashes and it's not India? Is everything therefore low-key? I don't think it should be called that. It just has that epithet sometimes.
It shouldn't though, should it? Really, just because it's not one of the sort of the high-powered, series. It doesn't feel, in any way lower than some of the others. I've got to say, once you're down here, I guess it's just a long way away. but then there's Australia next door, you see.
Of course. So
yeah,
that's the other thing.
Yes, I think actually it will be a highly entertaining series. I think that the two sides are quite well matched.
Yeah, well, I think they are. Obviously, there's been some interesting news in the England camp overnight. So let's see what you think about that. Well, obviously, we've lost Jordan Cox, who broke his thumb either in the nets. I think during the warm-up game. So he's heading for home. Ollie Pope was going to wicket keep. That left a bit of a gap. And Jacob Bethel comes into the side. But England are going to back Bethel at 3. Now, what do you make of that?
So where does Pope go?
He's dropped down the order to protect him a little bit.
He didn't want to before, did he?
No, he didn't before, but this time he does. So, I wanted to focus as much as we can on New Zealand, and we've leapt off the front foot straight away, and we're talking about England. But the kind of interesting thing there is you've got a lad who, again, he's one of those Stokes McCullum key picks that's just full of incredible promise. But the reality is he's played a handful of first-class games, yet to make 100, and I think averages 25, and yet he's going to bat in at 3 on a seamer's wicket, one assumes, against a high-class Test attack on his Test debut. That's a brave move, isn't it, from England?
Well, yes, it seems to be de rigueur, doesn't it, with the Keys, Rob Key and McCullum and Stokes selection policies, that they disregard in some ways and bypass what's happening in the county championship, it seems to me. And there's a danger, I do think, in that it becomes meaningless. And I think that's not a good message to be sending. I don't know Bethel, so I know he's from Warwickshire, and I know he's been batting at number 7, and I know he bowls a few little left-arm orthodox, doesn't he, as well?
He does. He's from Barbados originally.
Yes.
13 years growing up there, I think.
And they identify what they see as some talent, and they believe that they can transition him from wherever he is. And Hull was a bit like that as well, wasn't he, Josh Hull? And Bashir himself. Some of their picks have worked pretty well, I'd have to say.
Bashir, I think, yes, still struggles with control, but that comes over time, I guess, doesn't it? But picked largely for being 6'7".
Yeah.
And
well, I can understand more picking a faster bowler. Faster bowlers, quick bowlers tend to come in quite quickly. They tend to be picked early. Anderson was, Tyson was. Players like that can come in, and they seem to be picking spinners like that as well. But batsmen, not quite so much, just to my failing memory. You tend to want to have a batsman that has shown you, yes, he can get at least 100. or he's been able to spend some time at the crease in different conditions and been able to show you he's capable of batting in certain ways and getting results. So it's slightly more unusual, I would think, for a batsman to be selected in that way than some of the bowlers. That would be my only comment about that.
I mean, it's attribute. It's picking on attribute over empirical performance.
That's right.
Is a
it's
real
not averages.
mentality
That's right.
thing. It's not about averages. It's about what you might be. It's how high your ceiling might be, not where you've been. And I kind of get that. I think it's a big ask of anybody. I think it's number 3. You effectively could be opening.
It is.
As we say,
it is.
We shall. It's asking a lot of the lad. On the other hand, some would say it's a free hit, which is never an expression I like, but I get the principle of, his whole career won't stand or fall. It will enhance it massively if he does well. If he fails, people will go, well, it was a one-off. Don't worry about it, lad.
Yes.
We'll move on. So kind of, England might argue it's not as risky as perhaps I made it sound. What is interesting is the Hagley Oval fascinates me. I mean, I think there's been 13 tests played there. There was one test against Bangladesh. Now, the interesting thing was when there's only ever been one draw there, and that was when
that was England.
Played. It was England. You're right.
An exciting draw too.
It was. You're absolutely right. Who took the wickets that day? Well, if I remember, it was all 10 in the first innings were taken by that incredible combo of Bolt and Southey. And then if I remember rightly, when England bowled, it was an equally incredible combo of Anderson and Broad, neither of whom are playing, and only Tim Southey will be playing. The point being that when you look at the Hagley Oval, also the other thing which I found extraordinary, that classic mantra in Test cricket, you win the toss, you look up again, you look down, and then you still bat. Only once has a winning captain in a test at the Hagley Oval chosen to bat. Every other time they've chosen to field.
Well, I think the rationale is slightly different here. Sorry, I've interrupted you, Tony.
No,
you're in full flow. Well done.
It was a long. It was a very. I was heading just towards the question: does it become a seam-off? And if it's a seam-off, who's the better equipped was kind of where I was going, but I think actually don't necessarily look at the pitch like that, so that's where I was heading.
Okay, well, I mean, certainly Hagley, every time I've been there, it's been a pretty grassy surface, sometimes hard to distinguish between the pit and the outfield. Depending on how there's a new groundsman there at the moment, new head groundsman, and whatever he wishes, how long that grass will last and what colour it will be is up to the amount of water he wishes to supply. Mm-hmm. And normally it's 1 to 2 sessions where you have to indulge in a bit of a fight if you're going to opt to bat, or if you lose the toss and find yourself batting. It's usually a couple of sessions of pretty hard work, ride it out. And then it starts to settle down on day 2. They may extend that, of course, here because of who they're playing this year. And I'm thinking about, do New Zealand want to do those things? I don't know whether those arrangements go on. But certainly it happened in February when New Zealand played. Not the arrangement, but the number of overs. New Zealand batted first against Australia out in 45 overs, just to give you an idea.
Yeah.
And then Australia batted obviously and were out in 68 overs. So, and then New Zealand batted for 108, just to give you a little idea of how the surface can work, how it eases, and batting becomes a bit more comfortable as you get into day 2 and day 3. New Zealand will want to, I think, elongate, if they can, the amount of time that it moves. They will want the ball to move.
Yes.
And whether that is prior to pitching or upon pitching, we'll just have to wait and see. Generally, Hagley provides the opportunity for both.
It's going to be an interesting challenge for England. Well, it's going to be an interesting challenge for both sides. But England have just come off the back of a series. Well, India, of course, where they got outspun. Pakistan, where they geared themselves up to play on low flat wickets and it had worked very unbelievably well in that extraordinary first test. So Pakistan kind of looked across the border to India and said, actually, that's how you beat England. So we're going to create a couple of roaring turners. And now England are going to be up against everything geared for seam. I mean, I think New Zealand they've left out Santner, they've left out Sodhi. They've got like a completely... Their squad for the second test looks very different to the squad for the Hagley Oval test, doesn't it? Yet England has still picked a spinner, which is kind of...
Yes.
Again, it suggests somehow a different mentality between the two sides.
Well, it sometimes pays to remember that test matches are 5 days. We can use the 5th day, by the way. But sometimes we forget that nowadays. But certainly bowling first is seen as an opportunity down there to claim a quick advantage, if you like, especially maybe between two sides that are quite evenly matched. But maybe New Zealand will want to extend it to remove the luck of the toss, if you like, and find themselves, batting first. They will want it to move themselves when they get the opportunity with the ball. So it normally is a bit of a sort of fast-medium shootout that you were describing earlier, with catching in the cordon pretty important. Spin has not flourished there. And remembering this is quite early in the season. That last match we described, the draw against England, was in fact late February into March. So in fact, as the game ended, the sun was going down and they couldn't complete the overs that they would have liked to, England. So you're right, 13 tests. New Zealand have won 9, lost 3, drawn that 1 that you mentioned. The overwhelming percentage have been taken by seam and pace. I think New Zealand have, as you say, not decided to fight nature. They have decided that they are not going to have Bracewell, they're not going to have Santner, they're not going to have Ajaz Patel or Sodhi. So they are definitely going in with 4 seamers. They will use, if required, 2 part-time spinners in Ravindra and possibly Phillips, depending on whether they want to get and fit Young into the side in addition to Williamson, who was added this time. I would think, though, part of the reason that New Zealand have preferred to use 4 seamers is because in the recent past, those last 13 tests, they have had the services of quite a number of pretty good seam and fast bowling options. So you get Southey and Bolt. Southey's had 61 wickets in those 13 tests he's played there. He hasn't missed one. Bolt 53 from the 9 he played. Jameson got 28 from the 5 he played there. So you can see the number of wickets he's taking per test. Wagner 37 from his 11. And then Henry, of course, who'd been in the background because of those 4 names I've already mentioned. He's now come to the fore much more, and he's played 6 of those 13 tests, and he has 31 wickets. So that's the main reason, I think. And we've had other bowlers to support them, Colin de Grandhomme and Neesham and Corey Anderson, and Sears is a new name for us, but he's injured at the moment, and Mitchell, of course, they've used him from one of the batting components as well. So that's probably the main reasons for that, but certainly the conditions of the game's presiding geniuses. You can't fight that. And if you think of the qualities that fast and seam and swing bowlers require for some assistance, most of them are there at Hagley. One, there's decent bounce, which provides carry, of course, and grass, which supplies pace. I mean, New Zealand is basically a large farm. We grow grass pretty well here. And so once you get those two things with pace and with carry, so the edges tend to reach the cordon if they're standing roughly in the right place. So that, and then you look at footholds. It's got a strong binding clay down there, so that's not an issue that they get deep or anything like. Otherwise you might find footmarks and spin coming into play later in the match. They don't. It just stays the same. The pitch tends to remain very similar right throughout, but the seam movement tends to reduce.
And it's a kookaburra
the outfield,
in New Zealand, isn't it? Am I right? It's going to be a kookaburra?
Absolutely a kookaburra.
So
the same as most places. Yeah, the same as most places. Australia, South Africa, Pakistan, West Indies. You know, in most places. The SG, of course, in India, and then of course the Duke over in England. But they're the odd ones out, really, and that has an impact on someone like Wokes, doesn't it? But the other aspect, I think, would be the outfield, grassy. A little slower to start in day one and then quicken up there after. And then the breeze. It's normally in Christchurch an east nor'west or a sou'wester. East nor'west, that means with the alignment of the pitch, which is normally north-south, it goes from sort of mid-off to a right-hander if he's facing the bowling to fine leg. And then obviously the other way round. But it's ideal for a pair like Bolt and Southey. You get a left armer bowling with the breeze pushing the ball back in if you wish to do so, and at the other end, Southey, the outswinger, taking it away from right-handers. So it works very nicely for that arrangement.
Well, New Zealand are well suited to it. Yeah, I mean, if you have to stand up, shall we say? It'll be Southey, O'Rourke, I guess, Matt Henry, and who am I missing? There'll be a fourth seamer for New Zealand.
Nathan Smith is probably likely to be, and he's on debut. The other person is Jacob Duffy, who would also be on debut. He's played some one-day games and some other shorter format ones, but both will be on debut. I would have thought Nathan Smith, he got the most first-class wickets last year in New Zealand in our competition. He bats number 8. He's got 140, as I say, first-class figures only, 144 wickets at 25 and a strike rate of 55. And he's got 13 50s from his about 55 innings, 100 innings, say.
That most precious commodity, the valuable, a good number 8.
Exactly. That's what New Zealand are hoping.
Yeah.
That something will come of that. Duffy doesn't quite provide the batting department there, but I think that would kind of be it. I would have thought that with the Stokes-McCullum Key construct of wanting bowlers to bowl at 85 plus miles an hour. The grass kind of undoes that a little bit because it evens it up. If you know what I mean, there will be seam for bowlers who spend a little bit of more time on the surface, therefore get it.
Which would be Wokes, wouldn't it? I mean, it'll be Wokes.
Well, that's right. That's Wokes and Potts.
Atkinson. Yeah, Potts. I don't think is in for the first test.
Is he not? I don't know. But my point would be that all out-and-out speed may not necessarily hold a sway as much as it might, say, in Australia. That would be my point about that. And I guess, yes, New Zealand's pace attack, you're right, O'Rourke, tall lad, only played 7 tests, 140. That's 140 Ks. I guess that would be more like sort of 87, that kind of pace.
But he's got the height.
I would have thought
another tall lad.
He's a very tall lad, and I don't know how tall Atkinson. You'll have to tell me about this when we compare.
I think
Atkinson,
6'1", I think 6'1", 6'2".
Atkinson,
taller than you think. Yeah.
Okay. Well, O'Rourke is certainly more than that. He would be 6'4", not as tall as Jameson, who's a giant. So, but tall, decent pace, as I say, 86, 87. A natural in-slant. If anything, leads on delivery slightly to the offside, so into the right-hander and away from the left-hander. Bethel, I'm imagining, is a left-handed bat, is he?
Yes, I think so. I'm actually
right.
Sure.
So that would go away from him. He'll come around the wicket, perhaps. O'Rourke will come around the wicket to him as well. So then we go, as I say, I mean, I would have thought Atkinson would have been what sort of pace you would use miles an hour? We will be talking certainly while you're in New Zealand.
Atkinson can touch early 90s, and I think did, particularly at Lords when he had that fantastic game where he just completely dominated the game against the West Indies. But you know, we're touching the very early 90s and primarily sort of top 80s, I think, for Gus Atkinson.
Okay. And what about someone like Cass, Bryden Cass?
Not quite as quick, but tall and strong and can bowl a heavy ball. But he's played a lot of white ball cricket, so he's well equipped with variations, which again are such a just constantly, the old McGrath principle somehow, just marginally short of a length, attacking the top of off stump, relentless. That seems to be not a dying art, but less common in a way. So much more now is about the ability to put in variety, and Cast can certainly give you that as well.
Right. He's
Hello, Jeremy. Hello, Jeremy.
Hello.
Oh, you're back. Yep, we're back.
Hello.
Yeah, we're there.
So I was just saying, Cast has had 2 tests, both in Pakistan. Is that right?
That's right, yeah.
Right, okay. So he'll enjoy. I think he's from the northeast, isn't he? He's Durham lad. So
well, South Africa originally, but yes, he's been placed with Durham.
Yes. So that'll be interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing him bowl. Then, of course, New Zealand has Henry, probably 135, so he's 84, that kind of 84 miles an hour. He's our Mr. Consistency.
Yeah.
He seam predominantly.
Well, he performed in India, didn't he? That tumbling of India for 46, didn't he take a 5?
That's right.
Yeah, he bowled.
That's right, he did. He's a very reliable bowler. He's had 27 tests now, 105 wickets, averaging at about 30, so strike rate in the 50s. And then so he's 135k, about 84 miles an hour. Then you're getting down to Southee, who is aging, one would say. And so
this is his last series, isn't it? Am I right?
Yes, it is.
He's ducking out after this one. He'd love a farewell, a bit like Jimmy's, I would imagine. Yes. I don't know.
Yes, I think the thing about Southee is that, I mean, he has to hit 130 Ks, 81. He has to be doing that as a minimum, I think, at international level before the batsman has time to withdraw the bat if he wishes to do so. So if it's an outswing, for example, the slower you get, if you start, moving into the 120s, the high 120s, then you see the ball coming from the hand more, and you therefore have an option if you wish to do so, and that is either to play a shot or not. And if he spends the first over and a half, two overs outside off stump swinging away, that is a waste, and New Zealand have to get him off. They have been using him for very short spells with the new ball because he swings it more than other players in the bowling contingent. But he needs to be ready.
It's quite interesting. I mean, if you look at it, almost the psychology of it in a way, you've got a couple of aging gunslingers. In New Zealand's case, obviously, well, more just Southey.
Yeah, just Southey.
England, of course, have got Chris Wokes, who's got the still carries a little bit. Can he do it away from home? Monkey on his back, because the figures do suggest that it's more difficult, but on conditions that should favour him. But if you're right, and there's two debutants potentially for New Zealand, and you've got two inexperienced seamers for England. You've got kind of the aged, experienced gunslingers next to the young aspirants. Arguably makes it a bit less easy to predict if we are.
It is. I think it is. That was where I was actually heading.
Oh, sorry.
Because your original question is which one perhaps would you suggest is the strongest seam attack? And that's going to be hard for us to say. We'll say an awful lot in getting there, but to nowhere. So the other aspect of Southey, of course, is that he can run wide. He uses the crease well. He's a clever bowler. And he will seam it back to, he uses that, nowadays they call it the wobble ball or the three-quarter ball. Yeah. So it's going to seam one way or t'other. Bowler doesn't know, batsman doesn't know. But again, if he's down in those 120s, batsmen tend to get an inside edge onto the pad as he goes for that front pad. So again, he's got to stay up in that 130. So or 81 miles an hour. I'm getting confused now with my miles and my Ks. And so that would be the provision I would give to Southey. He hasn't bowled long spells in the last year. And so that's where he sits at the moment. Nathan Smith, I'm looking forward to. They say he's between sort of 81 and 85, that sort of area. He bowls in swing and out swing. He plays for Wellington. As I say, he's got some decent wickets. I haven't seen him bowl, so I can't really comment more than that. Other than I'm interested to see, can he fit into that number 8 slot for New Zealand. A long time we've needed a seamer who can bat, and I'm afraid with the Henrys and the Southies we haven't been able to do that, and that's why we've often fitted the Santners into sides as well, who can at least hold a bat, even though they're spinners. And the Michael Bracewells, those kinds of players. I would have thought, who would you say would be leading? I mean, last year you talked about Anderson and Broad being there.
Well, that was 2018, but yeah, you're right.
23 not there now, and Robinson was there, not there now.
No.
Stokes was, as I recall, hobbling a little bit more in the last series when he came to New Zealand for the 2-test series, and Leach was the spinner, of course.
Hello, we're back after lunch on the first day of the first test match of the series between New Zealand and England at which formerly known as Christchurch, or possibly latterly known as Christchurch. I may have got that indigenous name slightly wrong, but England put New Zealand into bat. I don't know why I'm doing this song. It's supposed to be Hendo doing all this, but he can't sit down because Tony's fiddling with the machinery. Oh, that's a nice screen. I'm not sure it's supposed to say that. Anyway, the score at lunch was 104 for 2 off 24 overs, New Zealand having been put in, as I say, by England. The not-out batsman, Ravindra, has 21. Williamson has 26. The batsmen who were out, the two of them, firstly, Devon Conway was caught and bowled by Atkinson for 2, and then Latham, who set off like an absolute train, got a good one from Cass, and he was caught behind. An interesting incident just before lunch when Ben Stokes was the bowler?
He was, indeed.
He took the outside edge of Ravindra's bat. Nobody appealed.
Yep.
And a hotspot or
Ultra-edge.
or ultra edge,
whatever they call it these days,
told us that it would have been given out.
Yep. Well, you know, games can change on things like this. I'm not sure exactly what Ravindra was on at that point, but
had they appealed, the umpire might not have given it out, and they may not have reviewed it. So it was all a bit odd, wasn't it?
Well, we're going to jingle up. It looks like it's going to be Chris Wokes to start after lunch. But we should say Messi Jez is here for the first time today. Welcome to Messi.
Thank you, Hendo. Lovely to be with you. I picked up a little bit while I was in bed this morning of you chatting. And
I wonder where you were going with that.
Entry in.
Right, let's. We'll be back with you very shortly, but let's jingle up the bowler.
He's on Instagram, and he's a Twitter fan. On the Ashes tour, not Ben Stokes, but he'll have to do.
He's going to be coming round the wicket to the left-handed Ravindra, who's looked, well, notwithstanding that edge that wasn't appealed, has looked pretty good. Bit of a wind blowing out in the middle, but it looks like a sunny day in New Zealand. I mean, it's not always sunny in New Zealand. You can get some pretty horrendous weather.
It never
very
rains
English,
in Southern California.
Very Scottish and English and Welsh and Irish. Wokes in bowls. Now, where's that gone? He came forward. I think he was trying to turn it into the leg side, but it's run out into the offside. So a little misstep there.
Turned around.
Yeah, turned around a little bit. No. Oh, he's got an inside edge onto his pad, and then it's looped up into the offside. That's what happened. Wokes has bowled well enough. He's got the ball to nibble about from time to time. He's only going at around about 3 and over, but he's not penetrating. Outside the off stump, a little bit of a way swing, but it had started wide and it went further through to Pope, who's done a pretty good job as well so far this morning, I would say. And Williamson has begun to look the Williamson of old, after struggling really for the first 20 or so balls of his innings. But maybe that's just Williamson getting himself in. He's now on 26 from 57. He's not facing. Ravindra goes back to one that's short and wide. It's definitely given plenty of room to free the hands there. But this is quite a slow outfield. And it's retrieved some way inside the boundary edge. And they have to settle for 2.
Yeah. So perhaps another remarkable thing about New Zealand's result in India is that they did it without Williamson for any
Absolutely.
of the games, which is quite astonishing, really, because he's been for 10 years. He's been their absolute rock in the middle order, and he was missing.
Here's Wokes again. It's just a beautiful drive on the up, and it's not just the timing, but it's the placement between backward point and cover. And it'll be 2 more for Ravindra. A really wild throw coming in that ends up with Joe Root trying to retrieve it. It was Bethel was chasing that one.
Surprised he's not a short leg. That's where he's put the new kid, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but England are doing without a short leg at the moment.
Why don't they ask him to keep?
As I said, I think Pope's. I think he's perfectly decent. The trouble is that, you know, he's probably forgotten how to keep. Wokes in again. Oh, he's beaten him this time.
Just appeal.
Maybe you should. That was a little bit just back of a length, I think. I just maybe found a bit more bounce. Also a bit of straightening there as well. It's a good ball.
definitely straightening or turn. Gary, if you're listening.
Indeed.
Ravindra was in terrific form in India, and he's turning into a very, very high-class international player. And he's when he's hit the ball, he's done well so far in this innings. But
he has been beaten by one or two, and Edge one. He's played this one perfectly through mid-wicket. That will have enough legs on it to reach the boundary. Shoaib has only got 2 legs. He needed at least 8 to catch that, and it's 4 runs. End of the over. Messages with the messages.
Okay, thank you. It was very quiet on YouTube at this stage. Matt Wells on Blue Skies sent us an image of the collage he's got in front of him. 3 screens: ice hockey, cricket, ice hockey. I think it should be cricket, ice hockey, cricket, to be honest, but that's okay if your priorities aren't quite the same as ours. I have a question for you, Hendo. I did listen a bit, but I didn't get to watch anything except an extraordinarily dull documentary on Glenn Phillips over the lunch break. Can you tell me what the wicket's been playing like? The sort of expectation is a bit of movement early on, but it flattening out as the day goes on.
It's not been extravagant. There has been a little bit there, and I would guess that Carson, particularly Atkinson, they've got a little bit of extra bounce, but it still looks it looks reasonably easy paced for the batsman. The outfield is quite slow, so to reach the boundary, you've really got to time it, or you've really got to hit it. I think
maybe a good toss to lose.
I think it is a good toss to lose. Yeah, I really do. Anyway, Williamson is going to face his first ball after lunch from Bryden Carse, who's in, bringing it back to the former New Zealand captain, who just pushes into the onside. There is no run. We've got a jingle.
Your hopes and dreams are flying at half mast. When the Bryden comes a calling, all your fears will be falling. Stick it all right up your Bryden Carse.
And it's a brilliant crowd in Christchurch. They've been inspired by their men's team in India and their women's team in the World T20. Carse is in, 3 slips and a leg slip, but driven by Kane Williamson. Again, I don't think this is going to make it all the way, but they will come back for a comfortable 2 towards the cover boundary. And Zach Crawley, who is slapped and covered with face cream, slathered with cream, to keep the sun off his face. It's very wise in this day and age.
Yeah, it's lovely to see a full ground when the vast majority of games we see have very sparse crowds. In Pakistan there was sort of 10% of the ground capacity, and
now that's a typical Williamson shot. He just waits for that one to come to him, and he just dabs it down very late indeed into the ground and towards the slips. Carse was up at 135 Ks there. Both Atkinson and Wokes is of no great pace, but even Atkinson, according to the speed gun, was really only bowling at about 128 Ks. Maybe it's the speed gun, maybe it's not calibrated correctly. Carse in again, bowls. He turns him round a little bit. He was trying to work that and got a leading edge. Fortunately for him, it's run all the way along the ground up to mid-off, and there is no run.
I'm looking at Messi Jez on a small screen about a few yards away from me. He looks like he's dressed for a farmer's protest. What is he wearing?
I'm wearing my Not Jackie Stewart hat and my Shit Gets Wickets t-shirt.
Who's not Jackie Stewart? As in the racing driver?
Yeah, he wore a flat cap.
Whenever he appears on TV, he wears a tartan cap.
Carse again, very wide indeed, and chopped beautifully by Williamson, but he'll be annoyed that he found really the one man guarding that cover area dead square, and there is no run.
And disappointed to say I couldn't wear my Shit Gets Wickets t-shirt to the Perth Stadium last week, as they don't allow you to wear t-shirts into the members, which is a real pain.
But you were, I mean, you could have nipped into the gents and changed when you came out of the members, couldn't you? If you're part of the
I
expression.
we talk about members
and the gents
changing. Yeah.
Full all outside the off stump, and Williamson has had a little flirt with that outside the off stump.
He's had a flirt with the members in the.
He has indeed. He's beaten by that one. Good ball from Cast. End of the over, 114 for 2.
If that's not worth a super chat from the Gorilla Cricket Naked Fun porn bot, I don't know what is.
Absolutely. We need some more super chats for those of you still out there on YouTube, going through the night. Oh, well, our night, if not yours.
I'm sure we have some New Zealand listeners. We have 76 people watching on YouTube.
That's the entire population of New Zealand.
And millions more watching.
Yeah, and 76 of those are sheep.
Oh, shush. Carl Herbert says, New Zealand looking good. Wicket bouncy but slow for Hagley. England bowlers inconsistent, leaking run to our bowling slowly. Ooh.
Well,
ouch.
I don't think they've bowled badly. They just haven't bowled particularly well. Wokes in bowls to Ravindra, pushes to extra cover, who is in quickly to prevent thoughts of a single. Ravindra 29, Williamson 28, 114 for 2. Decent run rate, very decent run rate.
I mean, they've got the edge a few times. 3 have dropped short of fielders in the slips. 1 was actually edged and caught by the keeper. So it's not as though the ball is not beating the bat. It is occasionally. The ball is, surprisingly for a Kookaburra, it's still doing a little bit in the air and off the pitch. Not a huge amount, but I mean, for the 26th over, that's pretty good for a Kookaburra.
3 slips go down, and Wokes bowls. It's full, bordering on a half volley, and it's stroked up to mid-off by Ravindra, but doesn't beat Stokes.
Very pleasing on the eye, Ravindra.
He really
especially
is
when he's driving.
He really is. Absolutely. How do New Zealand keep producing such good players? You know, a small country. Rugby is, I guess, a lot more popular than cricket, as it is in South Africa. Wokes in again, bowls. Oh, just wraps him up on the thigh pad or the inner thigh.
It's rugby, sheep, and then cricket in that order.
Yeah, something like that.
I think New Zealand has copped enough grief over sheep as it is. I don't think we need to add.
Not as much grief as much grief as the sheep have copped.
It's the whales of the south. Dear. Let's be honest.
I'm not talking about anything, any malarkey. I'm just talking about eating them. Wokes in again. Bowls a short one, very loopy bounce. That it's given as a wide. In fact, to get the ball up, generally speaking, England are having to bowl it pretty short, and that is a wide. It's good to see umpires giving these wides in Test cricket.
They've given a lot. They've given about 4 today, added to the no balls, the overstepping no balls.
Well, I wonder if this is a plan. He's got a long leg.
It's a pity for England that they didn't. Pity for England they didn't give one the last ball of the last Test played in New Zealand between these two countries.
This might be a plan, although this one is a good length and brings Ravindra studiously forward, head over the ball. Ball runs up to mid-off, but he had a long leg, and he's now sent a man back to deep backward square as well. So it could be that they are trying to tempt Ravindra into a pull shot that goes slightly awry. There he settles down, 29 from 40. Waits and Wokes bowls, and he drives beautifully through the covers. That was by no means a half volley, and it has got enough on it to outpace Bethel and Crawley, and it's 4 more sumptuous runs.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Not just his timing, but his placement is so good. Moves to 33 from 41. And Wokes has now gone for 40. He's about 4 and over. He started this session at just over 3. Final ball of his 10th over. He's in. Oh, a little bit of a leading edge from Ravindra as he tried to turn that onto the onside. He went back to the bowler. There is no run. New Zealand 119 for 2. Messi.
Racing Rant says, Jess, this outfield is not quick. Thoughts on the slowness of the outfield in Perth? Yeah, the outfield in Perth was slow, no doubt about it. Massive contrast to the WACA. I don't mind that. It's the same for everybody. It gets mowed before every day, but football pitches often end up a bit like that. But I like seeing all-run threes. There were a lot of them in Perth.
There was, I think there was an all-run 4 when I was watching the highlights the other night when Smith was in.
I think there might have been.
Yeah, you don't see that very often, do you? I mean, I can even remember as a kid at the Oval when the ball would go into the corner at the Vauxhall end, seeing an all-run 5. Cars in, bowls again to Williamson, and he finished his last over flashing a drive outside the off stump and being beaten, and he started the new cast over in exactly the same fashion. He's just getting a little bit of late away swing there, and so Williamson.
I think the other thing about the Perth match is that the square boundaries at the Perth Oval are huge. They're over 80 metres.
What about the straight boundaries there? What are they like?
Straight boundaries are fairly short. They're about 65 because of the fact that it's shaped like a football field.
Right, we've got 3 slips and 2 gullies. One of them quite deep. Onto the back foot goes Williamson, and just plays this defensively on this occasion. But as I remember from the WACA, I mean that was kind of true of the WACA, wasn't it? The side boundaries were much wider, and the straight boundaries were very short indeed.
Were pretty short, yeah. I mean, and the outfield was lightning fast. 4 of the 10 fastest Test centuries ever made were made in Perth.
And of course,
only 44 Tests were ever played there.
Last time I was there, Gilchrist.
Yes,
of course. Hit England to all parts.
It must have been exhilarating as well.
I watched that innings in a marquee in the middle of Perth, not in the ground. It was too hot. Yeah. Now this has completely turned Williamson round. Again, he was just trying to play this one back of a length into the onside. So it's happened a few times, this, hasn't it? That they've got turned around a little bit.
Yes, it has, which suggests that it's not a perfect track for batting. There is still something there if the bowler puts effort into it, and I think for the most part the England bowlers have.
But I think maybe it's just that it's a little bit slower than they're expecting. Cars in again, short. Wow, now that has jumped on Williamson. It's jagged back, and I thought that hit him in the chin, really. The grill, but around about the chin.
Something before it hit the grill.
May have come off.
The glove.
Ooh, nasty. Yeah,
nasty, but also lucky, because having hit the glove, it could have.
It slowed it down a little. Well, lucky that it didn't go.
It didn't
and become
nudge
a catch
it to the keeper. Yeah,
but it also lucky in the sense that it probably took a little bit of the sting out of the ball crashing into the grill.
Well, just saying, when the bowlers have put something in, they've got something out, and Cast just produces a delivery which surprises Williamson and catches him in the helmet.
Cast in again. Back of a length, defended, back to the bowler. There is no run. I mean, remembering those straight boundaries at Perth, I still remain convinced in 1994-95, where England were 2-1 down going to Perth, which was the final test, and I was directly behind the bowler, and I'm trying to think who was bowling. It might have been Angus Fraser. Mark Taylor was absolutely plumb LBW and not given. Outrageous.
Australian umpiring was shit out.
Cast in. He brings it back to Williamson, but he has time to adjust and tuck it into the onside for a single. End of the over, just the one from it. Interesting over as well, 120 for 2.
Of course, in 1970-71, England played technically 7 test matches in Australia. Won the series 2-0, didn't get an LBW in the whole series.
Yeah, that was so why. Racing Rant says, isn't Trent Bridge short straight and long wide?
Yeah.
Inducement to straight play? Yes, indeed.
It's short straight, and it's quite short. It's quite small all round.
And it is lightning fast as well.
Yeah,
I mean,
it has been.
Well,
less than it was about 4 or 5 years ago.
this year, I seem to remember against the West Indies, the square was so large that it raced across the outfield.
I mean, there were times when 400 there in 50 over games was the norm.
Indeed.
And, you know, you thought there was a chance of somebody getting 500.
Well, Wokes is going to continue. Williamson has got down to the other end.
Still lots of slips and gullies in, which is good to see, because the ball is doing enough to keep them interested.
Yeah, certainly England staying true to their attacking instincts. Wokes is in, and it's wide and full and driven, but straight to mid-off. Now, what
I mentioned this before lunch. Williamson, when he's facing the bowler as he's coming in, not when he's just coming up to the crease, he flips the bat in his hand so that it does a 360-degree turn. If you get that slightly wrong, you're going to be facing the bat with the side of the bat facing the bowler.
I hadn't picked
I
up
don't
on
know if
that.
he does it every ball, but I've certainly seen him doing it. Let's see.
Let's have another look.
No,
here
he's not
comes
doing it now, but
Wokes.
he does it occasionally.
No, not this time. Oh, no, he's got a leading edge to that one for sure. It was back of a length, and again he was trying to turn it into the onside. I'm not 100% sure whether that's movement or whether he's just playing a little bit early because of the lack of pace in the pitch.
Because the ball was heading down the leg side. He tried to play it down the leg side, and he's got a leading edge, and it's gone to gully. So there has to be some movement there. Unless it's in the back of the bat.
I'm just saying he could be turning his bat a little bit early. That's what I'm thinking. Wokes in again, and he decides to leave this one. I didn't check whether he
didn't
swivel the bat there.
The thing about twirling the bat is that the handle is the same all the way round. You're not going to feel it in your hand whether it's facing in the wrong direction, unless you look at it. So you've got to get that exactly right.
One of the biggest twiddlers of the bat was Alex Stewart, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah. Sure.
He
but
didn't.
not in as the bowler was running.
No, he
just
didn't
did it all the time
between deliveries. Yeah, absolutely. Wow, it's very attacking. 3 slips, 2 gullies, 2 more on the offside, and then he bowls a horrible wide, short delivery, which Williamson fails to capitalise on. Rather mistimes it. It's fielded at square cover. Ravindra 33, Williamson 29.
I'm not saying that the bowlers are on top at the moment, but it is a good contest.
It is a good contest, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, it is one of those situations in which you say maybe add 2 wickets to the total.
Yeah, and the batsmen are saying get through this spell.
Yeah,
and we can cash in later.
Absolutely, and they've got the batsmen to cash in. Wokes in again, bowls, and Williamson leaves this one 6 inches wide of his off stump. Good judgment. Just a sense that there was a little bit of a wobble in the air there. That may be why Williamson decided not to play a shot to that.
I'm assuming, Hendo, that seeing as you didn't like the aesthetic at Perth, you don't like it here either, with all the mode shapes and the lack of a big square.
Twiddled it? You saw that?
He did twiddle. I'll come back to that on that, Messi. Full. He's trying to tempt him into that drive, and he's got plenty of people there to take advantage if he doesn't get it right. He didn't really get that one right, but it didn't cost him anything.
Maybe the bat was slightly off centre.
Askew, yeah. 120 for 2 at the end of that over. I think it was a maiden. 11 overs from Wokes, none for 40. Yes, Messi. I didn't like the shapes on the Perth outfield. I'm not really keen on these drop-in pitches. I really am not. There's a bit more of a square here. I think you would have to say. I don't know whether this is a drop-in pitch. It could well be.
It might be.
But
we've got a super chat.
Oh, good.
Frank Rockefeller has sent us $10 US. Says one of the more pleasant competitions, unlike the nastiness with the Aussies.
Well, yeah, there was
Thank you so much, Frank.
Super chat. No shipping, unlike the bucket hat.
Well, I'm glad to say that after 29 overs, we're going to get a bit of spin, because if we didn't, having bowled 24 overs only in the first session, we're going to be here until about 10 o'clock in the morning.
Likes to attack.
Any idea why England took 3 spinners and only 1 wicket keeper? keepers?
No, they took 2. They took 1.5 wicket keepers.
Onto the front foot comes Ravindra, defends off a thick inside edge into the onside.
And to be frank, we're lucky they took any wicket keepers because they don't seem to bother nowadays.
People
well,
were
3.5 spinners, I suppose, if you include Bethel.
He's got a slip and a leg slip, and this one is driven up to mid-on. Who's quite deep set, but he hit it too hard for them to think about a single.
Yeah, when you think about mid-ons and mid-offs in sort of boys' games of under 13s, they're virtually standing level with the bowler.
Indeed. Oh, now just pushing at that one, and there was a hint of turn. I think he stopped his shot a little bit there, didn't he?
Yeah.
Stokes is resplendent in those kind of shades that you can't see the eyes through.
I'm sure he's being
bit
paid
like
a lot.
tinted windows. Bashir in, he's down the wicket and digs this one out. There is a man back at long off, so he's offering him the chance to go over mid-on, which would be technically, if there is any turn, would be playing against the turn.
Yeah.
But he's got the man back for the offside drive.
Yeah, I didn't see a lot of the cricket from India. It's not on a great time of the day as far as we're concerned in the UK. But Ravindra must have played the spin as well.
Yeah, Bashir in. He tosses this one up. Williamson possibly getting his first sighting of the young off spinner. Pushes this up to mid-off. There is no run. I didn't watch really any of it live, maybe a tiny bit, but I watched the highlights most days or the day after, and it was great stuff to watch. It really was. Williamson 29, Bashir. Final ball of the over the wicket to Williamson, who just goes back, allows the ball to do a little bit of work, go further down the leg side. He clips it away and takes a single, keeps the strike. 122 for 2.
Mog is with us. He says, I'm just tuning back in. Has Hendo declared the English doomed yet? No, he hasn't. Hendo's in very good spirits today. I think it's a bouncy Hendo I see in the studio. Maybe that won't last as the night wears on, but...
oh, well, no, absolutely. I was trying to...
Carl Herbert says Williamson spins the bat to keep soft hands.
Really?
Maybe.
What does that even mean? Oh, so you mean his grip on the bat is not too tight?
Yes, that's a very good point.
Okay.
Most runs in a calendar year for New Zealand, and Ravindra is right up there in 4th place this year, 889 from 10 matches, an average of 52.
He's got another couple of matches to go.
Indeed. Here comes Cast into Williamson, who, well, what's happened there? It's cut back. I thought it hit him
in the
amidships and looped towards the end of the slip cordon. The slip's got quite excited, maybe thinking he'd got an inside edge and that might have been a catch, but I don't think it was.
Again, he's beaten him for bounce.
He's beaten him for bounce, but also movement, really. I mean, he's definitely brought that back in off the pitch. It's Duckett diving forward. Well, I think he's caught that, so if he had got an inside edge...
They didn't review it.
They haven't reviewed it.
They could have bullied the umpires into... Well, no, that's if it carries or not, sorry.
Cast again in. It's a testing little spell, this, that he's producing. This was fuller, and it maybe was just going away a little bit in the air, and that's good variety from Cast, that jagging one back off the pitch and then getting one to go away in the air. And, we're looking at Ravindra against South Africa. Mount Manganui, 240 he got. Brilliant batting. And he's quite a good-looking bugger, isn't he, as well?
Got a lot going for him. How old is he?
Cast bowls. That's not such a good delivery, and Williamson has pulled that well in front of square. Well through mid-on, and it's 4 runs.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball, and it went for 4
That was
runs.
almost an Alex Stewart straight pull, isn't it? What they
Yes.
used to call a strapple.
Actually, Alex Stewart was a fantastic puller of the ball. Really was. Almost all of his pulls went in front of the square, and on a quick oval wicket, that's no mean feat.
Indeed.
Cast
Just
again.
25, Fred.
Bowls a full, and this is driven by Williamson. He's going to get consecutive boundaries, I think, although he's slowing up, but I think it's just got enough to roll into the sponge. Wokes is rather frustrated that he almost got there.
Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Yeah, he's having more success with the shorter. I mean, it's fair enough to vary your lengths, and well done for Williamson for not being, tentative on the back foot, having been caught a couple of times by the shorter deliveries. But I have a feeling this next one's going to be shorter.
Well, it's quite interesting, isn't it? Having just said that it's quite a little testing spell for Williamson, he's actually come good, and he leaves that one very well indeed. Gets the bat up and out of the way of one that I think went off the pitch.
Good carry.
And good carry, yeah. Does England just need perhaps a little bit of luck here to maybe get some inroads into this middle order, or as I think it was Ian Bishop said the other day, to get some insights into the
was he holding order. A ball at the time? They do like
possibly
showing him holding the ball in the commentary box.
I should send that to Coleman balls, really, shouldn't I? Carse in again. Good ball, probing around off stump, played square into the gully. There is no run. It's the end of the over. Carse has 1 for 32 from 8. Ravindra 34. Williamson 38. New Zealand 130 for 2 after being put into bat. And Tony will be coming in to take over on ball by ball. Billy, we think Billy will be joining us. The bear is possibly asleep. He's gone. The bear is gone. Messi, can you stay on?
Somebody needs to let Billy and Will in from the waiting room if you're able to do that.
We need to let people in. Yeah, but if you can stay, Messi, for the time being.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, man.
Absolutely. So Tony's just taking up the key position on the disc of steel as Bashir comes in and bowls, defended outside the off stump by Ravindra, straight up to mid-off, where Bashir feels for himself no run. And yeah, it seems that Williamson and Ravindra are just batting very sensibly in this thing. Rinse and repeat, another forward defensive shot from Ravindra, no run to the second ball of the over.
Do we think?
And back to Tony.
Thank you very much. Bashir round the wicket. I think he turns it into a full toss, and would you believe it, Ravindra has just clipped it straight to Crawley at mid-wicket, who takes the catch quite low down. I've literally just put my arse in the chair and I've taken a wicket. What were Hendo and Fred doing before lunch? I mean, basically nothing. Billy, Messers and I straight into the action. Into the midriff of Crawley.
Full toss. Oh,
it was a low full toss, but nonetheless it's done the trick. It's the danger man Ravindra, and wasn't it Ravindra who got the edge that wasn't appealed for?
Yes.
So actually, the damage has been limited. He's out for 34 off 49. He's been caught by Zach Crawley off the bowling of Bashir, and we all said, why are you playing a spinner? New Zealand have dropped all of theirs. Would you believe it? He's got
I need
the
to bring
breakthrough.
attention to my T-shirt, Tony.
Is it is it the old SGW?
It is indeed.
Right. Well, here we go. Actually, I do somewhere. If I can think where it is. Is it in selected in play?
On your bike, mate.
I don't know if I could find it. I can't right now. Anyway, the fact is... Sorry, Billy, go on.
Pretty rank delivery from Bashir to start our stint, but the lift that England Well, it's very much needed in Ratch from Ravindra. It was just off the inside half of the bat. I mean, it was begging to be
Was it
nailed
a full
to the
toss?
boundary.
Yeah, it was.
And
Well,
he
that's
literally flicked it straight to Crawley, and Crawley's fingers were obviously okay. He took that nicely.
well. I must admit, I'm with you. I thought it was heading off towards the mid-wicket boundary, and there was a very large looming presence in the shape of England opener Zach Crawley, straight to him. Ravindra threw his head back in frustration. Sometimes that is the way it goes, and would you believe it? The seamer's paradise. We've seen spin state after lunch, and well, straight away it's got itself a wicket. Absolutely uncanny.
Tony, unless the bear is revived by Hendo, you're going to need to.
I am going to need to. I've needed. Yes, I'm doing a few things on the fly, Messrs. It's on my list, as that one is defended nicely by the new man to the crease, who will need a jingle. It's the fabulous Daryl Mitchell. Remember, he had that extraordinarily brilliant losing series, but he was absolutely outstanding in 2022 in England. And that one, forward he comes, clipped by the new man Mitchell, so he's comfortably negotiated the first two Bashir balls, once into the offside, once into the leg. He's having a little walk around, collecting his thoughts. Bashir's got one ball left of this over. Dragged down, turned off his legs. Mitchell will keep the strike because he's just worked that to backward square, and it means that New Zealand, at the end of 32 overs, have lost their third wicket. They're 131 for 3. Mitchell, the new man, on 1. Messrs, read messages while I adjust pictures.
I think, technically speaking, Billy's actually on socials at the moment, aren't
No, I said you stay on and do carry on doing
right,
social,
okay.
and then Billy can just be brilliant.
Okay. Mogg says the fucking cheekbones on that for Ravindra boy, and then Frank Rockefeller says shits gets wickets, which is reflected by Mayank. Hello, Mayank. Good to know you're aboard. Yes, indeed. Well, to be fair, actually, it was only because he used his feet that it turned into a full toss. But he must be kicking himself because it was there for the taking.
Well, Mitchell's going to take strike. He's going to face Bryden Cast, who bowled a couple of interesting overs to Williamson. He was getting plenty of lift and a bit of movement, and he was tucking Williamson up, and he got one that sort of caught him right in the unmentionables. Let's see what he's got now, Cast. He's got his normal colour hair. He hasn't got it bleached this time. The 3 slips go down. One hand comes off the Mitchell bat, but it's out towards point. And there is no run. 131 for 3. He's bowled well, I think, really, Cast, hasn't he? With one sort of couple of loose balls here and there, Billy, but generally not bad.
Absolutely has. Yeah, you'd have to say the pick of the bowlers, Bryden Cast, for me. He bowled a good spell to the left-handed Tom Latham and Ravindra while he was at the crease, really, from over the wicket. Quite often we see bowlers coming around to left-handers, but he bowled one nice.
Over the wicket he comes. That one doesn't get up much, and Mitchell just turns it away towards leg, slightly backward of square, gets a single, and it'll bring Kane Williamson back on to strike. There is a spring in the step of Bashir, who must have been. I just had a feeling, Billy. Do you know what? When early on in the game, you weren't with us at that particular time, I don't think. But there seemed to be something. He put in one throw that was an absolute horrible throw that cost a 5, 4 overthrows and the single. And well, I'll just wait. Cast in he comes. It just dips in to Williamson, who stoutly defends, no run. And I just had the feeling there was something in his body language that felt, I need to do something special here. Otherwise, everyone's going to look at me and go, "Why are you playing?"
Yeah, no, I did absolutely see that. It's so windy.
It is breezy out there, isn't it?
That'll certainly help him get some drift.
Yeah,
the umpires are struggling to keep the bails on.
Yeah, I was going to say the wind's picked up significantly in the last hour. It's gusting to 25 kilometres an hour and steady at around 10. So
it's a weather forecast. As a nice up onto his toes goes Williamson, dab down towards gully. Interesting, we have 2 gullies really, don't we? 2 close. There must be a plan here to work the off stump, sort of 4th stump line
with 3 slips and 2 gullies.
Yeah, I have to say I'd
Slightly
quite
short.
like England to get a short leg in, to be honest. I mentioned it on my earlier stint. And, you know, I think with Cast just bowling, if he can tuck Williamson up, and maybe just he might fend one to short leg with the bounce being ever so slightly inconsistent.
Ashan Raza is sending Cast back because the bails, apropos of Messrs' extremely accurate miles per hour gust analysis, have blown off again. Cast, to his credit, didn't harumph about it. He just carried on running, but just in an arc to sort of jog back to his mark. We're looking at a hot dog vendor, Burgers American Holdings or whatever it is. It says American hot dogs, but the flags on the top of it are waving. The New Zealand and the England flags in the ground are billowing, aren't they? The flags billow. They don't bellow. They billow, no bellow. Up onto his toes again goes Williamson, defends into the offside. Yeah, they're trying to bowl just slightly short of a length, and maybe they feel he's got a weakness outside of off stump there, Billy.
Yeah, maybe. I just wondering. I don't know if the umpires can call for the light up bails are slightly heavier. I don't know if they've got any of those that they can put on to stop them from falling off.
There must have been occasions when wind has stopped play in games.
Well, no. What happens is they'll call for heavy bails. Even before light up bails, they had heavy bails that they could put on. And then if it gets too much, they can play without bails.
Well, that is true. Yes, you're right. In comes Cast. Short, pulled by Williamson. I think that's going to... No, it's not going to beat square leg because around Lopes Bashir. Better throw from him too that time. And it will restrict them to 3. Did they get there? It's the end of the over. It's 134 for 3, Messrs.
Daniel Keevy says Messi had a flat cap. Had to double check this is YouTube and not OnlyFans. Well, a lot of gorillas wear baseball caps, and I don't like baseball caps. I don't think they look good. I like the warmth my balding head gets from a cap, and I much prefer the flat caps, to be honest.
The black caps or the flat caps?
Flat caps.
No, it's a good look. You look like you are about to head. Well, yes, you look either like you're auditioning for a role on what was the program about sheepdog? One man and his dog. Can you do that kind of whistle?
Somebody else suggested Last of the Summer Wine, to be honest.
Cosmo. Compo, not Cosmo. Compo.
They brought the heavy bales on.
Yeah, they have.
The heavy bale, they are. They don't look that heavy, to be honest.
No, they look very similar, just not. They're brown rather than the painted blue ones.
I had sort of visions of like a Mr. Universe figure having to sort of carry out these 2 enormous, chunky bales, but they're not. They look pretty much just the same.
Often that we've seen the ball hit the stumps without the bales coming off over the last couple of years.
Well, it does happen.
It's more likely in these circumstances, but Billy's right, of course, the light-up bales are heavier anyhow. So.
134 for 3. The Zing bales is, I think, the light-up bales. The Zing bales, to give them their full name. He's going to be bowling to Daryl Mitchell, Middlesex, Gloucestershire. He's had some time in English county cricket and performed with no small amount of distinction. Lancashire. I think he's been. Was at Lancashire most recently, wasn't he?
Yeah, Lancashire.
Yeah, thank you. And he's served them with great distinction. It's thrown up by Bashir, pushed by Mitchell with the greatest of ease down towards a long on, and they'll take another single. 135 for 3. Ben Duckett is the man who's been stationed away from his normal slip position or close fielding position. He's right. He's very deep down there. Deep in the sense of his fielding position, not in the profundity of his thinking, I suspect. As we wait, this is thrown up outside of off stump. Williamson wristily drives it away. It's going to be fielded though before it reaches the extra cover boundary, and he'll take 2. 42. He moves on for Crawley again, the man who took that catch seems to be enjoying his work. 137 for 3 the score. Remember, at lunch it was 104 for 2. So England will be relieved. They could do with another wicket though. I was looking back to 2018. I think 307. England batted first on that occasion, having been put in, of course, as is de rigueur here, pretty much. Oh, that's a hideous, horrible drag down. Do you know what? It nearly got another wicket to the man who's at backward square, but it's beaten him and it's gone all the way for 4 runs. And that, I'm afraid, was horrible, horrible, horrible bowling.
Filthy delivery.
Filthy as it gets.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So, who's that sort of at backward square? I think it was on the bounce. It wasn't a catch, but
yeah, it wouldn't have been a catch. Yeah.
Nonetheless, right. Well, there is the slip and a leg slip. That's just as bad. Short, pulled away round the corner. That is going to go for 4. It's gone. And well, suddenly, Bashir has lost his range and has bowled 2 of the worst balls you'll see in Test cricket.
50 for Williamson.
And it is 50 for Kane.
The way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
So we'll celebrate that millstone.
You know you lift me with your 50.
Well, he certainly was slow to get going, wasn't he, Billy? But he's made up for it well, probably since he got past 25. He started to motor along, didn't he?
Yeah, well, if Bashir keeps bowling him deliveries like that, he'll get to 100 in no time. You'd have to say. I'm just trying. A thought I've been thinking about since the start of this test match that I'll try and articulate between balls of Bashir's over.
Well, you may have to just hang on to that thought. That's another horrible pull down. Again, it's pulled away. Straight to deep backward square this time. They'll take a single. But that's 3 drag downs in a row from Bashir. So Shoaib's not quite. He's rather. Look, it's almost like a case of the yips, chaps, isn't it? Just not working for him. Everything suddenly, all the rhythm has gone.
It is rather. Jack Leach just usually gives England that little bit more control, but they've opted for Bashir.
Conceded a lot. That's defended outside of his off stump by Mitchell. In the game against the President's 11 in Queenstown, I think he went for quite a few in the second innings, did Bashir. And he's brought a bit of that form to him here. I don't suppose he actually thought he was going to get much of a bowl on the first day, but he has done. Anyway, it's the end of the over. We can go back to Messers.
Frank Rockefeller says American hot dogs are nothing to write home about. Nice lamb kebab is healthier. Mog says of my hat, flat as a shit carter's hat, as they say. Will Reynolds says Messi is giving a very excellent Peaky Blinders. No razor blades in it, I'm afraid. And Daniel Kiwi says, of course, the well-known Perth Irish. Well, I am slightly over half Irish, so appropriate, really.
Which half of you?
Well, that all depends on who's playing who when.
Right, good. Okay, in comes Atkinson then. Change of bowling. Well, there's a shout now this time where Ashan Raza looks sort of utterly unmoved, and there's a lot of him to be unmoved. But Ben Stokes is having it now. I think Ben Stokes is thinking, do you know what? We ignored one earlier and it could easily have cost us. It was down the leg side. There's a little flick at it by Williamson, and Ben Stokes has gone. Well, I don't think he trusts the hearing of Ollie Pope when it comes to hearing, and particularly in the wind.
I'm not sure about this. I mean, Atkinson just turned away and walked back to his mark, it looks like. So I don't think this necessarily has much going for it. I agree with you, Tony. It's almost a bit of a knee-jerk reaction from not going for the one beforehand.
Yeah, but against that, it is the man who's just made 50, who we know has always got a big score in him. And
just
yes,
nipped in a little bit.
I think. I think the ball was past the bat. It's the classic leg side strangle if it was to happen. But I think when we look for the only thing, did it potentially just graze a little bit of the underside of the glove? We're going to have a look.
Don't think so.
No,
it's going past ultra edge now.
Missed it by a mile.
It's missed it by a country mile. It does get a bit of the top of the binding of the thigh pad And Ashen Raza, whose facial expressions range from implacable to implacable. He runs the full gamut of emotions from A to B when it comes to giving anything away. But I'm sure there was a sense of self-satisfaction. He got that one right. Up onto his toes goes Williamson, defended into the offside. There is no run. 146 for 3.
So just a thought for you guys and people listening, get in the YouTube comments, and Message will be able to help with this. So I think there has been a bit of rain, correct me if I'm wrong, before the start of the test match, which is in part to blame for the really slow outfield. But I was almost wondering if it's a ploy by New Zealand to make the outfield a bit slower, because we've seen England's fantastic scoring rate. Well, if the outfield's slower, then that's going to slow England
in
down.
In comes Atkinson. Oh, that again catches. Well, poor old Williamson. I think Mrs. Williamson needs to check him over carefully next time she sees him, because he's taking a fair amount of punishment in the middle region, shall we say. He seems to be fine though.
So I don't know what you guys might think about that. Just, almost intentionally slowing the outfield down in order to slightly stop England's flow of runs potentially.
Yeah, it is very green, and actually when we've seen aerial views of the ground, it's interesting how the way it's mowed. I mean, it's very beautiful. I mean, it looks a beautifully manicured surface. Onto his toes again goes Williamson, pushes out towards short extra cover. There is no run. But yes, I think that may very well be the case. Although New Zealand likes scoring fast as well. They had a decent run rate in India. Everyone was saying, well, mainly Brett Lee was making the point, oh, looks like India have got a case of Bazball. They're giving away, they're playing stupid shots. The New Zealand had a case of Bazball in the speed with which they put their runs on, I think, was sort of the thing that Brett was missing. That's defended with a nice high elbow down into the ground by Williamson. Messers, you were about to say something, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say there's been a little bit of rain, but about 1 millimetre a day for 3 days in the past week, so nothing significant.
I've just noticed.
It was just something I was thinking about, because we've certainly seen. It's certainly been quite slow.
It may have been underprepared because they had it under cover.
It's under no ball.
Fear of
rain. It's been given a no ball, says Ashen Raza. Ugh. That was the previous ball,
Bless you.
Not the one we're about to see. You didn't miss a ball. There's that stuttering run of Atkinson. Up onto his toes goes Williamson, defends out towards that very tightly packed offside field, and there is no run. I've noticed we have a famous old Middlesex cricketer, almost, who's probably listening to us. I suspect doesn't have TNT and is therefore riding on, freeloading onto, although he's on with me tomorrow, so I better be careful what I say. I can see the name on the screen is Grubby Allen. So
Grubby Allen.
Grubby Allen, yes. That's that one. I've got Messy Jez and Grubby Allen. So there's any number of that's pushed into the leg side this time. Take a single. 35 overs complete. 148 for 3. Williamson has got to his 50. He's 52. Mitchell is on 3, and we'll go to the messy part of that equation, not the grubby part of the equation. Messers.
Carl Herbert says England has a cunning plan to free Williamson up to get him out. Yes, that's going to go well. Perth Roma, you mean, says Will Reynolds. I'm not sure about that. Nick Vicker says, good to see you back, Messi. Thanks, Nick.
Yeah.
Did you get along to the Perth test? That was quite a game. I did indeed. It was fucking
You were there for, was it 2 days or 3 days, Messers?
The first 2 days.
First
the third
2
day
days.
was too hard. It got to 37 on the third day. But to see Bumrah bowl live, that spell was just superb.
It was magnificent.
Yeah, a bloke who bowls off about 5 paces, really, to bowl the way he does is extraordinary.
Well, we've just had a
and
fantastic.
Jaiswal's great to watch as well.
Oh, he's a player, isn't he? We've just seen a lovely view of what I think is the Hadley Sports Pavilion, and it's got those beautiful Moorish, sort of almost like tented roof, bit like a nicer version of the one at the Rose Bowl. That one's defended, or indeed Lords, of course, has it over and above the mound stand, doesn't it? Defended.
Yeah,
no run.
the Aegeus Utilita Rose Bowl, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. Right, Williamson is going to be facing Bashir. Can he re-find his range? Well, he can there. That was nicely thrown up at the off stump of Williamson, who defends, but at least it wasn't speared down leg with a rank half tracker.
Well, Bashir really needs to, he can, if he flights him up here, he can really use the wind to help it drift in various directions.
Well, he's done it again. Gets a little bit of movement actually, Billy. Just a touch. Nothing prodigious, nothing scary. More just sort of a gentle move in towards the right-handed Williamson. We'll have another look at that. Does it turn? Yeah, it does. There's definite turn there, isn't there? Harmless turn though.
Yeah, almost slow turn, nothing quick. I mean, you wouldn't expect it to be.
In he hops, same position, same result. Defended comfortably into the onside.
I would point out, Tony, that if you could see what was on the green screen behind you, you are actually sitting under those canopies that
am I really?
You just referred to.
Well, there we go. Maybe that's why I didn't describe them very well, because they're behind me and therefore I can't see them. In comes Bashir, thrown up and defended. It's a very similar look. Mind you, I think from Bashir's perspective, he could do with a nice quiet over where he bowls something consistent. He did struggle for control, as I say, in that President's match. I'll quickly see if I can find his figures from that for you in a second.
Well, we've seen England quicks bowl lots of no balls, and I think that's just a case of purely being slightly underprepared.
Same again, and that's almost beaten Williamson. Extra bounce, a little bit shorter, a little bit wider, and Williamson was back and missing it, and it's the end of the over. And more encouragement for Bashir. He has got the wicket, and he's then bowled some rubbish, but he's finished off with a cracking delivery. But it's the end of the over, and we can go to Messers.
Scott Harrison says, has anyone seen Mr. Jardine? Stephen Kelk
along with Grubby Allen.
Sleep.
Yes.
Yeah. Stephen Kelk says, can't sleep, go harder. Steve Hanford says, I was at Optus or Perth Stadium or whatever it's called. Some of the best cricket I've seen in years. Proper battle. The other thing about it, it was wonderful having the Indian contingent in the crowd. I reckon the crowd for the first 2 days was about 50-50 Indian extraction and Australian. And the atmosphere was superb.
Atkinson, oh my word! Now that was a shouldering arms by Mitchell. And was that going down leg? It didn't seem to get up much.
I thought high, but
well,
my screen is slightly smaller than yours.
It's high, but that looks
hit him on the back leg.
It is the back leg, but he's quite a way forward. Is it really? I'd want to see that again, and I don't think that's as high as you're saying. Mitchell seemed unconcerned. Atkinson didn't really appeal.
England didn't seem too interested, so I have to see. I mean, it wasn't a good lead, it just jagged back.
So we will move on.
Terrific length from Atkinson.
148 for 3, 3 slips. That again is short and troubles Mitchell. He sort of gets himself out of the way. It's through to Pope. Right, it pitches outside off. Impact in line, wickets missing, and it was well high. So, yep, high. Well, by quite a lot. What, foot and a half?
Yeah.
So, yeah. You two are better judges of height than I, evidently, on that occasion. But he's bowled well, Atkinson. 1 for 38. That's quick. Waited for nicely and just steered backward of square. Pope goes jogging across. They'll take a single. So Mitchell will move on to 4. And New Zealand getting close to 150, 149 for 3.
Atkinson just needs to work out what length he's trying to bowl here. Of course, that last delivery of it, the previous one that was shouldered arms to, it was going over the top. And I think, does he push it forward slightly, bowl a bit of a fuller length and almost risk being driven for 4? Or does he sit there? We know England wants to take wickets. So you'd think he'd try and get it a little bit fuller. Williamson on 52 off 104. He hasn't looked to score quickly, but if he can attempt him driving, he might induce an edge.
Well, that one has Atkinson arcing his back away from another rising ball from Atkinson, who just turns, walks back on his mark. his little short paces for a big bloke, doesn't he? That's the thing. Even when he's walking back to his mark, he has this sort of scurrying little. It's not a stride, is it? What's the opposite of a stride, Messrs?
A trot.
It's not a trot. It's a. I don't know.
Pace.
It's a half pace almost.
Yeah.
That one is wide of off stump, left alone again by Williamson. Through to Pope. There is no run. I was looking up Bashir's figures. He did take a couple of wickets in the second innings for the President's 11, but he went for 130 off 25, which I suppose is the story of his career so far. Is he does get wickets, but he does struggle for control, and he tends to get them expensively, Billy.
Yeah, you'd have to agree. And hanging off this delivery.
Oh, short and wide of off stump. Williamson has nothing to do with it. It's dropping by the time it plops into the gloves of Ollie Pope, and it is the end of the over. What was that? 149 for 3 Messers.
So Scott Harrison says, now I can only think of that Bodyline TV series. Jonathan Shawlan's with us. He says there was a question about dropping pitches here earlier. The 3 New Zealand grounds for this tour, Hagley Oval, Basin Reserve and Seddon Park, have dedicated cricket pitches, so no drop-ins. Will Reynolds says, Bash in the last game, first innings 12 for 0 off 12, 1 maiden. So a run off almost every over, but no more. Yeah, it's.
I mean,
yes,
you're right, Tony. He has been quite expensive, and while he does take the odd wicket, I mean, you'd think that consistency will just come over time and come through bowling.
Well, as has been pointed out,
he's a man of overs.
He's learning on the job. He's not just learning on the job. He's learning at the.
He's not frontline spinner for Somerset either, so it's very difficult for him to get that.
Well, this is the.
I mean, his test average at the moment is 37.36, which isn't fantastic.
No, but it's also not horrendous. That's defended into the offside, out towards extra cover. No run.
I think that average is being also slightly flattered by the fact that we've played a decent bit of cricket in Asia of late. I would say it's slightly interesting field, a very straight,
you got
long leg.
That one is worked off his legs by Mitchell down to backward square. They take a single. Score moves on. The 150 is up for New Zealand.
A very straight deep mid on, kind of almost behind the bowler.
I'm not sure that's the case actually. In India, his average is 33. In Pakistan, it's 49. So
yeah, he didn't.
I don't think he's benefited a lot there.
No, especially on 2 wickets that were made for spin.
Yeah.
Tailor-made, bespoke for the spinners. In he comes. Denny's worked out the best way is to throw it up outside of Williamson's off stump, but Williamson just leans into it, pushes it, and one of those 3 line really. You have your point, cover and extra cover all pretty much in a straight line of each other, and it's extra cover that does the fielding. They've taken a single, and 151 now the score. Mitchell it's all a bit yes no after you, Claude, and in the rush to try and get a throw in just in time, Crawley, and he's a tall fella, went flying. But whose shot was that? Williamson off he went. No, Mitchell Mitchell went, and then he did this kind of curious little sturry of a dance, it's almost like a quick step. Then he decided he'd better carry on again. And they got away with it. They got a single, and then there was a little inquest between the 2 of them, going, well, hang on, who should have called that? To me, it was the batsman. It was right in front of him. Short, pulled. There is a man down there though at deep backward square. It's Harry Brook who's been grazing out there. Just again, he
just can't land 6 in a row, can he? I was literally just thinking, Yeah, this has been a much better over.
It was.
He
I'm
just dropped his
dropping
arm
things
really.
all
Oh,
over
wow,
the
and that was absolutely hammered. That pull shot from Williamson straight into, was that Ollie Pope at short leg, right into his shoulder. It almost looked like, but I don't know if it flicked off his helmet first. Oh, Roots in it.
It's Joe Roots.
150th test.
Yeah, 150th test. And where do they stick him? Under the helmet. Right, this is pushed to mid-on. It's the end of the 38th over. It's 153 for 3. Are we due a change there? Is that
We
right?
are,
yeah, and it's drinks.
It should be a drinks break.
Well, fantastic. So 153 for 3. 38 overs complete. Messers can update you on some messages. Nick is going to slide into position, and I'm going to, I think, move out for a wee while.
Stephen Kelk says Tony is talking about height and small steps and tall men. A reference to Duckett's height is surely incoming.
5'8". That's not small. There you go. That's the standard Duckett line, isn't it?
Will Reynolds, who's just about to join us, says second innings in comparison, Jack only bowled in the second innings, 66 for none after 8 overs, 2 maidens. Yes, so it varies a lot. Steve Hanford says, agree, brilliant atmosphere in Perth. Also, the stadium catered for the Indian crowd with loads of different food options. It was really inclusive and added to the atmosphere. It was wonderful. 31,000 the first day, 33 the second, 26 the third. And God bless Cricket Australia, they finally got it right. They put the Perth test on at a time when the sun hasn't moved right next to Perth for the summer. So it wasn't too hot. It was hot on day 3, but compared with previous tests, it was actually really perfect weather for cricket. So I think finally having the first test in Perth just makes so much sense. I had a wonderful time there, and I was privileged to be there, even though Australia didn't do all that bloody well. But hey, that's cricket. Anyhow, sorry, that's a different game altogether. And Stephen Hanford also says, and on the train and around the ground, everyone was getting along and helping out the Indian tourists. That's quite true. Scott Harrison says, if Pope got injured, who's the next in line? That's a very good question. No, I don't have an answer.
Ollie Robinson has been added to the squad. I'm presuming that they've sorted out his passport situation, and he'll be out there in time for the second test.
So I see that you have company in there, Hendo. Does that mean that I can leave you in Will and his capable hands?
Will and Nick.
Okay, I shall have a break then. Thank you kindly.
See you later, Mercy.
Cheers.
Yeah, evening all. Where are we
Hello,
at
gents.
drinks? Hello, mate. 153 for 3 we are. I've switched off the unders and I'm onto the overs. But there's been just enough to keep England interested, hasn't there? Not so much through the air and off the pitch, but a little bit of variable bounce. Carson and Bashir have both got ones to rear up a bit.
It's been interesting. Also, this is a weird quirk of being colourblind. The actual strip isn't orange, is it?
No.
I think it's a sort of a brown with a tinge of green. I wouldn't call it verdant. What would you say, Hendo?
It looked a lot greener this morning. I mean, maybe the sun's got on it a little bit.
I agree. I think it's lost that evil green tinge which it had first up quite quickly. And I think it's going to be an increasingly better pitch to bat on the more sun it takes.
I think I heard Jeremy Coney on the Bishop and the Bear podcast, which you may have heard during the lunchtime, saying that it gets easier to bat on the second day as well. So, you know, it's not looking brilliant for England at the moment, but
it's not. But then you say if you take a wicket now and suddenly it's 150 for 4, they might feel they're ahead of the game again.
Yeah, I mean, Mitchell is still to get going. We know he's a very dangerous player. He's got a really good record against England, certainly in England.
And it's Atkinson to continue pounding away on a length. I don't think England's seamers have hit that length consistently enough. They've been a bit all over the place. There's been a lot of short stuff.
Yeah, Atkinson seems to be bowling a little within himself as well. I feel like he and Wokes. I mean, Wokes is never express anyway. But I did see Atkinson had got up to 134 Ks in his previous over, whereas he started at around about 127, which is basically Wokes' pace.
Yeah, pace is well down from where it can be, and Carter's been notably quicker than the other two and has caused a lot more problems. As Atkinson's in again, he's just on that back of a length outside off stump, and Williamson fends into the offside for no run. It hasn't been the most fluid Kane knock, has it? It's been a gritty sort of builder of an innings.
Yeah, he sort of...
Sorry, well, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, it felt like he sort of dragged himself to about 25-ish and then kind of got into a bit of a groove and he sort of slowed down again.
Yeah, mind you, he's the kind of bloke who grinds out double hundreds, so he can go through these phases, can't he?
Yeah, I'm fairly sure I've seen him grind out sort of double tons a few times.
Yeah.
And Atkinson's in again. It's good length just outside off stump in that 4th, 5th stump channel again. And Williamson fends for no run. I think that's a nice area to be in, and if he can put 6 balls on that spot, he keeps asking questions.
Yeah, perhaps that's haven't quite been consistent enough. I mean, Atkinson hasn't played any cricket, really, has he? He missed out in the... He didn't play in the West Indies, did he?
No, none of these bowlers were there, so I think they'll all be a bit short of overs in their legs. And it's in the same area again from Atkinson, 5th stump channel. Williamson again fends for no run, so building a little bit of pressure here. But yeah, I think England could be a bit short-handed if Stokes doesn't bowl too many overs and Bashir's not offering control. Then it's a lot of work, isn't it, for those 3 main seamers?
Yeah, I think the danger for England, I don't know about you, Will, but I think Mitchell is very good at going down the ground against spinners, and if he begins to get the measure of Shoaib, then he could be tricky for England to stem the flow of runs.
And Atkinson's in again. It's short. Williamson looks for the pull, but he's got no timing on it, and I think it's ended up lodged in its pad, has it?
It seemed to hit him somewhere.
I'm not quite sure where the ball's gone, but he's certainly worn a few today. He might be battered and bruised.
Peppered.
Yeah, that's just caught him on the sort of bicep area, I think.
Yeah, it's just, and then no,
it's under-edged into his pad. He's grabbing his crotch.
I don't quite know why.
Know what the fuck is going on there.
No idea.
Is that one where it kind of hit the thigh pad and then it
jagged back up?
The thigh pad over.
No, I think he just it was an under edge as he tried to pull down into his
And it looked like an instinctive grab as Atkinson's in again. It's in that same area, good length, just outside off stump. Williamson defends for no run. That's 39 overs gone.
Am I doing socials? I'll do them anyway. I don't know where we got up to. Where did we get up to?
We got up to...
Scott Harrison, injured in this game, he says. That was a question about Ollie Pope, wasn't it? What happens if he gets injured in this game? Well...
then they're in a real pickle, aren't they?
Well, the way that they're using Joe Root at the moment, they'll give him the gloves, won't they? Like, they've stuck him under the lid, now Pope's got the gloves.
I've got a strange feeling that Duckett may have...
Oh, of course, Duckett's done a bit of keeping, yeah. He'd be the go-to man. Although I don't think he's kept for some years, but I'm sure he's passable.
I don't think Pope's kept for some... I reckon Pope, the last time Pope kept wicket was here in New Zealand 5 years ago. So
yeah. Oh, no, he kept it... someone went off injured at Lord's...
Bashir's in...
last year.
Okay.
And Mitchell defends for no run. Bashir looks to have slowed his pace a bit. It's been a spell of variable quality, more shit than good balls, I think we'd say.
Yeah, and I mean, you really do have to have that accuracy when there's not really any turn.
Yeah, and that's dragged down on the leg side again. Mitchell just pushes it for one in front of square. Yeah, I mean, when it's not turning on the first day, you want to be offering control, don't you? And he has really failed to do that thus far.
I still think, I mean, a lot of people disagree, a lot of people don't seem to like him, but I do think he's got something. I mean, he's got the height, he gets bounce, and I think that could be, if he can begin to exert control over the next few months, I think he could be a handful in Australia.
And he's in again, it's wide, and Williamson looks to cut, but he can't get it past point. No timing on that at all. Yeah, he's definitely got something about him, doesn't he, Shoaib Bashir? And I think you'd say in the first innings he looks more of a wicket-taking threat than Jack Leach did.
Yes. You think he will take a wicket-taking ball, even if it's a terrible ball that gets a wicket.
And that's wide again. Williamson cuts, and this time he gets it through the infield. It's not going to go for 4, I don't think, on this sluggish outfield. It's a long chase, and they've got back for 3, I believe.
No, just the
two.
Just the 2. Now, he is pushing it outside off stump. He's looking for turn, but there isn't really very much there at the moment. The ball before was fine, but that one was just pushed a little bit too wide and gave Williamson room to play that shot.
And even though it's fairly full, it's sort of sat up, and Williamson's very happy to rock back. As Bashir's in again, this time it's straighter and fuller, and Williamson goes down the ground for an easy single to that mid-off man who's sort of on the edge of the ring, just tempting the batters maybe to try and go over his head.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to tempt Williamson to do that. He might tempt Mitchell. He's got a man back at long on, hasn't he? He was a few yards in, mitchell 10 yards in from the boundary.
Yeah, not the straight long on we saw a few overs ago. It's back to a sort of more traditional wide long on, as Mitchell just prods down the ground to mid-on, and that'll be the end of the over. 40 gone, New Zealand 157 for 3.
I think you're right about the long on. The long on was slightly wider than you would expect, and there was an orthodox mid on as well, which is a little bit curious. But there you go.
It's unusual, that, isn't it?
Frank Rockefeller says anyone can be wicketkeeper. Glorified baseball. Well,
don't know about that, but
no. Well, I mean, keeping to spinners is quite a tricky thing, especially if it's turning a lot. It is very tricky.
I have a wicket-keeping question for you two, if we've got time. I don't know if you've been watching the West Indies.
Let's just break off.
Atkinson back in again, and that's fended into the offside by Williamson for no run.
I saw a little bit at the West Indies-Bangladesh test, not a huge amount.
I was just thinking about Josh Silver. He just strikes... I think he's a good keeper, like he's decent and everything, but he just strikes me as not the keeper's build, because he's like a really tall bloke, but he's also built, and usually, to my mind, keepers are either sort of tall and gangly or very small and stocky.
Yeah, you don't see many in that frame. As Atkinson's back in, it's on a decent length, just short of a length, and Williamson leaves it through to Ollie Pope. Although there have been some bigger keepers. Dhoni's of that sort of bigger build, isn't he? And we were talking about the Afghanistan keeper earlier, weren't we, Hendo? Is it Shahzad who opens the batting?
Oh goodness me, yeah. I mean, he's
a big boy.
He is. I mean, he's rotund. I mean, he's round. I mean, watching him in the T10 today, and he was always quite large, but he's definitely developed a bit of a curve to his belly.
An absolute fridge freezer of a man as Atkinson shuffles into the crease again. It's short this time. Williamson looks to cut. I don't think it was really wide enough, and it goes through to that man in front of point for no run.
Yes, it's odd, because I would say that Josh Silver looks more like a kind of mid-90s bowler.
It looks a bit like a Mark Elam or something like that. But it's a no ball, by the way.
Another one.
Yep.
So we're getting towards double figures there, aren't we?
I think we are. One of these.
Over the line! Huh? I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
And it's short from Atkinson, a little leg side, and Williamson just pushes it out to the man at deep backward square for an easy single. That ball before just got a little bit of jag back off the surface, didn't it? Quite sharply. So the occasional ball is still doing something, whether it's bouncing or just seaming off the wicket.
Yeah, it's just perhaps not doing it quite quickly enough. Whether that's because the bowlers are a little bit down on pace or the pitch is taking some of the sting away. But it seems sort of counterintuitive, because there is that bounce occasionally, isn't there? Which is odd. You wouldn't think you would get that on a slow pitch.
Yeah, it's a funny sort of wicket Atkinson pulls out of his delivery there. He's not quite happy with something. Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't on a pudding wicket expect it to be rearing up as it has done, but it's definitely looked slow.
Yeah, and when it's been pitched in really short, we've got that terrible loopy bounce, haven't we, where it's gone so high over the batsman that we've got a number of wides that way.
And this time Atkinson's through his delivery, it's leg side again, and it's pushed by Mitchell out to that man at deep backward square for another single. Bashir's being kept busy during his over off.
Yeah, not quite getting his line right, is he, at the moment? Just straying onto leg stump. But,
yeah, and it's getting to that time of the day, isn't it, where it can start to feel like quite hard work if the wickets dry up.
Well, what's Atkinson into now? He's into his 12th over, isn't he?
Yeah, and I think Wokes has had 11, Cass is through 9, so...
We've got to have a bit more of Stokes, haven't we, at some point soon, I think.
Need a bit of Stokes as Atkinson's in again. That's a better area. It's on a good length on off stump. Just moves back a little bit, and Williamson defends for no run.
We haven't had any kind of edicts from on high as to how much Stokes intends to bowl, have we, this time round?
Well,
a lot of the time.
I don't know. I mean, I haven't
seasons.
seen anything, but I did. Well, I have seen something. I mean, he did say that he was in fine fettle in terms of fitness. Whether that's just fronting up and
that feels a bit like Ben being Ben.
It does a bit. It does a bit.
As Atkinson's in again, it's short and wide, but Williamson leaves it well alone, and that will be the end of the 41st over.
Just one new person joining us on YouTube. It's Dara Azizi, says hi all. It's good to have you along. Don't forget. It's a no ball.
That will not be the end of the 41st over. I take that back. We're going to do it all again because Gus Atkinson is struggling on that front line.
Yeah, how far is it?
It's pretty marginal. I mean, it's not
huge.
It's not a huge no ball. It's not a T10 no ball, but it's well over the line.
What was going on with that?
And this one is just back of a length. Williamson pushes it back to the bowler for no run. That will be the end of the 41st over. 161 for 3.
Yeah, so they're just around about 4 and over, aren't they? Just a smidgen beneath 4 and over.
Yeah, and they've done it in a sort of very risk-free fashion, haven't they? Without looking like they're playing too many shots.
Indeed. Well, when you say not too many shots, I guess you mean not too many.
Too much expansive.
Yeah, absolutely.
But that's Kane Williamson, isn't it? I mean, he's the most relaxed at the crease of like any of the big names, I would say.
Yeah,
very kind of within himself.
He just bats, doesn't he? As Bashir's back in, and Mitchell pushes it to mid-on for no run.
Got a nice or post on Blue Sky from Bouter. Bouter, is that right? B Sky Social. I'll come back to that after this ball.
Bashir's back in, and it just sort of sits up off the pitch on leg stump, and Mitchell's able to turn it behind square for a single.
Saying, enjoying very much the commentary from my hometown over my bowl of cereal here in Kuala Lumpur. Trying to explain this to my dear Quebec, I'm not sure how you say this, Quebec wife, the intriguing game that is Test cricket, and apparently it's not ice hockey, just hockey, and it's only ever played on ice. Oh, right, okay, yes, we've been put right.
And Williamson's gone for Bashir there. He's looked to slog sweep a ball well outside of off stump, but he hasn't got hold of it at all. But the first real sign of attacking intent we've been seen from Williamson against the spinner. Oh, he got hold of it better than I thought, but it clattered into short leg.
That's not a... I suppose if you're going to be hit by someone, Williamson is one of the less forceful batsmen in that respect.
And again, floated up outside off stump, but it just bounces so slowly off the pitch that Williamson can rock back, but he pushes it for no run.
Yeah, don't forget, of course, you can super chat us, give us some money, and we'll on YouTube, and we will read you out.
And that's full and wide again from Bashir. Williamson this time gets onto the front foot, but again finds that man at cover, so it's another dot ball.
We will read you out in preference, or ahead of other people if you Super Chatters.
Oof. And that is floated up on middle stump. Williamson this time gets it away to long on for a single to end the over. Yeah, we'd love a super chat to keep us going.
We would love a super chat. It's those sort of difficult hours at 2 minutes past 2 in the morning in England.
The clock has struck 2 and we're still wide awake.
Exactly,
and we're
right.
very grateful if you're staying with us.
Well, plenty of people are on in terms of viewers. I'm not going to tell you how many we have, but it's higher than it was just before lunch. I can tell you that.
The night owls have come out.
Yeah, or people in other parts of the world are joining us. And if you are joining us, please feel free to YouTube us or Blue Sky us, because it's your contributions that keep us going. We've got a change in the bowling. It is going to be this man. Here we go.
Ben?
Ben Stokes.
Well,
What's going on with the back of Ben Stokes' hair?
Yeah, it looks like he's had just the back bit bleached. It's very strange.
Yeah.
Well, it's his hometown, isn't it? He was born in Christchurch or nearby, so maybe he knows some good hairstylists.
Yeah, he's got a mate.
Oh, has he?
No, I don't
you
know.
just guessing?
He's got a mate who's sorted him back of the hair bleach job.
Yeah.
Well, we did say maybe we needed a bit of Ben Stokes. He's got a bowl. We think he's got a bowl 10 to 12 overs today, if possible.
Yeah, he's right on time, and he's into the attack back of a length as Williamson pushes into the offside for no run.
And Mr. D. H. Job says it's people in the good parts of the world tuning in now, Hendo. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, where are the good parts?
Where are the good parts of the world? I'm not seeing too many of them at the moment, I have to say.
I mean, I'd say that New Zealand is about the best, isn't it?
It looks not too bad right now. I wouldn't mind being sat on that grassy bank, Will.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't understand.
Do you know,
go on.
Hagley is the place that I would give anything to have played at. It's the one place in the world that I dream of.
Stokes puffs his cheeks out and it's on a good length. Williamson looks for a single, but there isn't one there, and he scampers back into his crease quickly.
Oh, that was a show of real competitiveness from Stokes, wasn't it? Because he wanted the single there after he got inside edge onto pad, and it was Stokes. He absolutely raced
Pounced
towards
onto that
mid-wicket
ball.
to get that, didn't he?
Yeah.
And I like the way he's running in with real intent here, Stokes, puffing the cheeks out, and he looks like he's up for this.
Could be an interesting little period. He might pick up one or two, or he could go for a few runs. He's had 3 overs for 20. I think he bowled a bit better than that.
And it's on the same sort of spot, just back of a length on middle and off stump. Williamson pushes into the leg side for no run. Yeah, it just felt like the game was getting a little bit sedate, didn't it? And that this is a well-timed introduction.
Yeah, it needs to liven England up a little bit, maybe. Go on, Will.
I'd like it to get to the point where he gets, that sort of glaze that Ben Stokes gets when he's really in the zone.
Yeah, a bit of
Yeah, looks a bit rageful.
I want the eyes to go, and then you're in for some good stuff.
Yeah, he's not quite there yet as he's in again, same area, back of a length, just outside off stump, and he's raced to get onto the ball again to try and engineer a run out. He's toppled over in the process, and they've got back for 2. It ends up looking fairly close. It's buzzers that they've got back for a third as Stokes' throw has gone well out towards the long on boundary, in rather.
So what should have been barely one's
ended up being 3.
Yeah. Just getting a bit overexcited, isn't he?
I mean, it's a horrible throw as he's falling over, and
but there's nobody there, is there?
There's no one there, and it's nowhere near the stumps.
I think he's just trying too hard, perhaps. Stokes.
A little overexcited, but I don't hate it.
No.
It injects a bit of energy into the game and a bit of something, although it didn't look great. That
he's keeping his momentum through the crease, which is like.
Yeah, he looks like action is looking strong as Mitchell leaves that one alone outside
really
off stump.
Good.
I've always thought that Stokes has always had a fluent action. I'd say, he bowls, well, maybe not quite so much now, but he bowled mid-80s or so, without looking like it took much out of him.
No, absolutely.
Yeah. I think the thing, sort of since his knee's gone, that was a real thing. The momentum through the crease kind of went.
And this time it's outside off stump again, and Mitchell leaves it alone. That's the end of the 43rd, and a pretty promising over from Ben Stokes, just injecting a bit of life into this game.
Mr. D.H. Job says, Australia, New Zealand, you filthy Northern Hemisphere plonkers. He's talking about basically the good parts of the world are up and awake in daylight at the moment. Dara Azizi says, Darren Stevens would be useful on this pitch. Is he just taking over as coach of Leicestershire women, I think, isn't that right? Messi says, speaking of hemispheres, it's notable that no team from the Northern Hemisphere has ever won at Hagley Oval. How many other teams?
Wow, that's a stat.
But how many teams are in the how many Test teams are in the Northern Hemisphere?
Just England and Ireland?
Isn't it something weird, like, that isn't India?
Is it?
Because of something weird.
As Bashir's back into bowl and Williamson pushes it out to the man at short mid-wicket for no run. Would Pakistan must be in the Northern Hemisphere, no?
Yeah, well, that was the thing, because I thought it was just England and Ireland. And Messi...
As Bashir
I was wrong.
Pulls out, and I assume if Pakistan is, then Afghanistan would be as well, and Bangladesh.
I'm not brilliant on geography.
I'm quite good on geography. I'm not great.
Yeah, in terms of...
But they're all north of India, aren't they? As Bashir's back into bowl, it's full and wide. Williamson pushes out to the man at the edge of the ring at mid-off for no run.
Hector has been in touch. He says, hi guys, nice lull in the crowd at the moment. England slightly stuck between two worlds. I think they need to understand that Kane Williamson is pretty comfortable against the short ball. Well, yes.
And he looks to go at that. It's full and outside off stump. He gets an under edge. It's squirting away to the man at deep backward square, coming around towards fine leg for a nice easy 2.
But it's quite interesting because he's bowling so slowly and he is giving it so much air that maybe Williamson is playing shots that he doesn't really want to play, or that he's not. Well, he doesn't play in this form of the game that much.
Yeah, shots that he doesn't need to. He's tried that slog sweep a couple of times and hasn't come off on either occasion yet as Bashir approaches the crease again. It's a bit flatter this time on off stump, but Williamson works it away into the onside for a nice easy single.
We're getting a lot of people telling us what's the northern and southern hemisphere. But just to say that Hector adds, I think Carter's the only bowler that can really inject a momentum change in the game. Mohammed Zahad Patel says, I can't lie, this commentary team is much better than what we have right now in New Zealand. New Zealand are so broke we can't afford the likes of our own Simon Doull and Ian Smith. Why? Ian Smith was in India, wasn't he, for the New Zealand series as over there, I think.
And Simon Doull's sort of on a franchise contract, isn't he?
Simon Doull's everywhere.
As Mitchell blocks that one away, it's just outside the off stump. No run, but Bashir's, it's slow, but there's no turn, is there? And there doesn't seem to be very much threat.
No, I just maybe waiting for them to make a mistake to a certain degree.
Yeah, as Mitchell pulls out the sweep this time behind square, it's going to go away to the man at deep backward for a nice easy single. And that is another Bashir overdone. New Zealand 170 for 3 after 44.
Right, okay, we're going to go all geographical. Chad Wright says, parts of the West Indies must be in the Northern Hemisphere as well, right? Ren Bodash says, the entire West Indies, I think. Messi Jess says, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, the only Southern Hemisphere teams, you geographical ignoramuses. Equator goes through the eastern tip of Brazil, we're told. How embarrassing for them, says D.H. Job to Messi Jess. Cornelius Davis says, where is Mark Wood? No, he's... where is Mark Wood? Well, he's injured until the end of the year. He's certainly not going to play this side of Christmas.
He had a knock like a week ago or something, didn't he?
As Stokes is back in outside the leg stump. It goes through to Ollie Pope. It's especially embarrassing for me as I'm quarter Jamaican and my parents live there. I've got a passport, so I should know which hemisphere it's in.
Yeah, it's definitely Northern Hemisphere.
Okay, I'll just do two final tweets before I go. I should qualify the stat to point out that
Hadaway tone.
a Northern Hemisphere team win at Hagley, the England women's team, and West Aussie Leeds says, "Good morning from paradise in the land of Oz. West, this looks like the most unbalanced English team for a while, possibly a scoreless draw when we take on a full-string Aussie team in a year." There we go.
That'll be interesting. Stokesy is in, and Mitchell plays it up to mid on. There's no run.
Bear, you're back from the dead.
Oh, you mate.
Risen from the bear pit.
Absolutely knackered. 6 o'clock, 6:30 or something like that.
It's too early.
Yeah, I've got kids and
I was up at 7:30, barely up. I switched the telly on to get the first ball of Sri Lanka, South Africa, and I'm starting to flag at, where are we, 2:12.
Yeah, exactly that. Stokes in, and it's through the keeper, and there's no run. It's all gone wrong. We decided we were going to bowl, and what's happened?
Well, I don't think the pitch has done that much, and I don't think England have bowled especially well. I don't think they've banged away on a length enough, and now it looks to be getting flatter and flatter, and I think this is going to be hard work. I think New Zealand will be looking at 450 plus from here.
Well, they are, unless something odd happens. I see Bash got a wicket.
Yeah, it was with a horrible full toss.
Horrible full toss.
Lovely.
Clips to mid-wicket.
Bit of shit gets wickets, always handy. Stokes bowls it, bangs it in a little bit short, but it's just worked into the leg side. Ooh, they go through for a quick single. There's a shy at the stumps, but they get through fine. Who's next in for them? Glenn Phillips?
They've got Blundell, I think, before Phillips.
They do.
And he scored bags of runs in England, didn't he, in that series where they seemed to be constantly sort of 40 for 4 and digging themselves out of trouble.
Yes. And it didn't matter what they got anyway, because then Bairstow would come and blast it in about 10 balls. That was the beginning of Bazball. Stokes in. Ooh, that's crashed into. Was it a pad? I think it must have been a pad. But it's going down leg. And there ain't no run.
But so do we think we're getting to the stage where Stokes might be looking back on that toss and thinking what might have been? Or
I don't think we're quite
yet?
there yet. I mean, you know, it's 300 odd scores, not that uncommon here.
Yeah, and one wicket, I suppose, changes the complexion quite considerably.
Well, two wickets is the more conventional wisdom, isn't it?
Exactly.
And 2 wickets to the score.
But, you know, I mean, the thing is, if you stick a side in, you don't want to be getting them. They don't want to be getting 400, do they? That's Danny Arson, there's no run.
Except when Bashir was bowling, they've resolutely stuck with 3 slips pretty much for all the pace attack. I wouldn't say it's doom and gloom for England yet. I think they'll be disappointed they haven't got 1 or 2 more though, having inserted the opposition. I don't know about you, Nick. I always work on 250. 250 is my measure.
Yeah, it is. If you stick a
another
side
team
in.
Yeah, I think definitely under 300. As Hector's saying, Bashir's starting to feel like one of those club bowlers you bring on to get wickets with the odd drag down full toss. Can't seem to find any control. Absolutely. And Will is saying, Hector, I'm so bloody jealous you're there. Aren't we all?
Aren't we all, indeed. Well, Bashir's in, and Mitchell just works him into the leg side square, and there'll be a single. Need a bit of luck, really, don't we?
I found the video, by the way, Bear, that Hector was recommending for lunchtime. It's a history of New Zealand and England cricket, but it's something they've been given access to and can use on any channels.
But it's on YouTube, isn't it?
Yeah, yes, he sent us to YouTube. So can we not play that, or we can?
Yeah, we can do. Just got to find it on YouTube.
Okay, so I'll hold that thought.
That's tossed up outside off stump. Driven hard. It was aerial for a little while, but it bounced well before Wokes, who's at mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, Williamson's shown a couple of signs that he fancies a piece of Bashir.
Well, wouldn't surprise me. That's tossed up. Oh, and there's a bit of a stumping chance there.
I think his foot was planted.
And I don't think his foot left the ground, but maybe. That's a smart bit of work behind the stumps, considering Ollie Pope hasn't really been keeping much recently.
There's a bit of hand slapping and low fiving.
Yeah, they look intrigued,
actually,
don't they?
that was a very good ball. He hung it up in the air, didn't he? Wide of the stumps. It was very tempting.
Yeah, clever bit of bowling.
Oh, now, hold on. His foot's outside the crease now. He
back.
slid it along. It's all on the ground as well. That's a good bit of footwork.
But it was definitely all right. It was a great ball. It's the kind of ball he's always got in him, just
needs to be hanging up a
not
little bit
often
more.
enough.
I mean, this is the thing. It's an attacking line, and you're going to get hit from there if it's not turning much. If you've got the field set, someone out in the deep for the drive, you might be able to, attack that line more. That's definitely where he should be bowling. That's a bit too flat, and it's just defended back to him. There's no run. How many overs he bowled? 9 for 30. It's not so bad. That's a lovely ball. Just float it up there.
Yeah, and it was that real tempting pace, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. That's what we like. That's better again. That's hung up a little bit.
He's really making him stretch forward, isn't he? And
Yeah.
just causing that overbalance.
Well, hopefully, when he learned from what England got in Pakistan, it's as much about variation of flight and line as it is about turning the ball. I think England were a bit one-dimensional, weren't they, in Pakistan? And certainly, it was Sajid Khan and Nauman, wasn't it?
Yeah, Noman Ali was about
Noman Ali,
55.
yeah, exactly.
Sajid Khan, who you just can't stop watching. I loved it when he came in and was
He
spanking it to all
was a real
corners.
character, wasn't he?
Bashir again tosses it up just a little bit short, and Williamson goes on the back foot, plays it the leg side, and there's no run.
But that's the best Bashir over we've seen, I think, for a while, as we've got some stuff coming in on the socials. Jeremy's saying, can Tony adjust the screen, please, so we can see the bear in all his glory?
Actually, we might be protecting the world at the moment, but we'll see what we can do.
Mr. Handjob is back, and he says, do we have to? Sorry, bear. Will is saying, show us the bear as he comes out of hibernation.
Well, here he is. He's coming. Oh, I just need to clear this layer, and then you are about to see him in all his glory.
And Will is saying to Hector, that view would get Miles Jupp all hot and bothered.
Wow.
There it is.
Oh, and there he is, the bear, alive and well.
Yeah, just about. Stokesy is in again, short. Oh my fucking god, that's hideous. That's going to be 5 wires down the leg side. Bang that in really, really, really short. It's just gone over the keeper and over everybody.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
It's a bit harsh. Oh no, does that go against? No, it doesn't go against Ollie Pope, does it? It's wide.
Well, you'd have had to have been absolutely spring-heeled there, wouldn't you?
Yeah, it's utter filth, isn't it? And
there was also spongy sort of bounce, wasn't
there's
it?
been that tennis ball bounce when the bowlers have banged it in short today.
Well, of course, you won't know what's a good score until both sides are batted. That's left through the keeper, and there's no run.
Is there any reason you've turned into sort of Mavis from Coronation Street?
Well, it's such a cliche, isn't it? But it's true.
You don't know, Derek, till both sides are batted.
Sage piece of analysis, Bear.
But you really don't want to go into an innings 400 behind, do you? Really?
It's not ideal when you've put the other team in.
No. But it does look quite a placid pitch, really. It might be best to bat tomorrow anyway. Days 2 and 3, who knows? That was played in the leg side, and Daryl Mitchell herring down a pitch, God knows why.
I think so. I reckon it's going to be
no,
pretty flat for the next couple of days.
I think so too. It'd be interesting to see how England bat. Bethel at 3.
Yeah, that's an interesting one.
I think he's got all the attributes to be a decent bat. He looks like a confident young lad.
Yeah, I agree, but I don't think they're giving him the best chance to thrive by throwing him into the cauldron at 3.
And insisting that they're not trying to wind people up.
Well, that's angled in towards the hip of Daryl Mitchell, just turned it around the corner and get himself a single.
I feel like for all Stokes and McCullum's man management's been touted, they were a bit harsh on Lawrence, making him carry bags for 2 years and then have a go at opener and then get dropped. And I think throwing a 21-year-old kid in who hasn't got a first-class century at 3 when you've got Stokes or Root or even Brook at a push who could do the job. I don't know.
Brook they tried during the Ashes, didn't they? And I think they quickly came to the conclusion that he was worth too much lower down the order.
Yeah, and I think I agree with that. I really think Stokes is the one.
This is it. I mean, this is the thing. But then I don't know. Stokes maybe thinks number 3 and captain is too difficult for him. And you know, at the end of the day, like I was saying earlier, that Hendo so disagrees with. You know, I wouldn't move Root. Why would I move Root? He's my best player. He's happy where he is, and so I leave him there. That's defended up to mid on. There's no run. So you have to find somebody who fits in that number 3, and it may be harsh on whoever's going to do it, but you're looking for that person who thrives coming in, who thrives at that, who's got the technique, and you can slot in there. And I don't think Ollie Pope really fits that role. But then if you find a number 3, then Pope doesn't really have a place in the side either when you've got Jamie Smith back and you've got a full pace attack.
Well, it's a real opportunity for Bethel, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. On the back foot, Kane Williamson punches that through the offside, a very Kane Williamson way, and it's a very nice shot. It's not going to make the boundary though. Chased down. Was that Crawley chasing that down?
Yeah, it was.
It's going to be 3 more runs. A lot of 3s out here, not many 4s.
It's been a long time since we've seen a boundary. It's a slow outfield, and there's not value for shots, really, is there?
No. Be interesting to see what happens when England come out and try and crash it about.
Remember, it's very early season as well in New Zealand. I mean, we're talking the equivalent of our.
I suppose
April, May.
April, May time, aren't we?
Yeah, May maybe. It's May, isn't it? Really, equivalent. Green tops and all that.
But I think the last time England came here, or the only time England had played here, it was late season.
Again, it's into the pads of Darryl Mitchell, and he easily just turns it into leg side. Stokes is bowling quite wide of the crease, isn't he? He's kind of angling it in.
Yeah, maybe looking to get that sort of bit of jag back as well. I like the way he looks. His pace is up, and he seems to be attacking the crease. It's the most convincing I've seen him look bowling for a little while.
Yeah, he certainly looks like he's bowling at full pace. So, yeah. Who's doing socials? Tone, there you go. Whoever.
No, it's not me. No.
I'm on the socials. I'm slacking. It's 2:24. You'll have to forgive me.
Can someone out there make me a cup of coffee? I'd really like it if they could. That'd be wonderful.
What have we got here? Will is saying, don't move Root. Bethel's a gutsy kid. I reckon he'll be all right. We're hoping so. Carl Herbert is saying the bear needs a line, a bet or cocaine, whatever works. Mohammed Zahid Patel is saying, curious to know how do you guys rank the Fab Four in test format?
Are we still talking the same 4?
I think we are still talking the same 4.
So Root, Williamson,
Smith and Coley.
Well, currently played up to mid on. There's no run. I think there's no doubt that Root would be number 1.
Yeah, I'd go Root, Williamson, Coley, Smith at the moment.
Currently, I'd probably go that way too.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue with that. That said,
Bashir fires that one in to the stumps. It's driven down to long on, and it'll be 1 run.
You have to admire the way that Virat Kohli made that test win in Perth all about him.
Yeah,
I mean, that took some serious doing in a game of so many stellar performances.
After Jaiswal on debut in Australia played an absolute blinder of an innings.
I mean, he did come in when they were already 3 under their head, pretty much, wasn't there? when he came in, I mean.
Tough runs,
yeah. Not the toughest runs, I would suggest.
So, if you want to be talking about, the theatre and presence, then probably Kohli.
Well, this is interesting. I don't think this is going to work very well. Bashir's going to round the wicket to the right hand. There's no turn in the wicket, so
he has got a little bit of turn a couple of times, but I mean, slow and gentle turn.
Yeah, that's just going straight across the batsman, isn't it? Allowing Williams to just go back and dab it down towards third man. Atkinson's there, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's a strange ploy, this round the wicket to the right-hander.
Yeah, I can understand it if the ball was turning on a dust bowl. But first day on a green top that's not really turning. I think it takes a lot of options out of your armoury to actually get a wicket. That one, he's firing it in though, so he's not really giving it any much air. Williamson again dabs it down towards backward point, third man area where Gus Atkinson is fielding and there's no run.
Yeah,
183 for 3.
Threaten the outside edge more than sort of.
Yeah, well, anything else.
Yeah.
Drags that down a little bit. A bit of a misfield by Stokes at mid-on. Now cruise through for an easy single. End of the 48th over, 148 for 3.
And Cole Herbert's encouraged me to get a line on the over 210, I believe it is.
For the next wicket?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we've just had one in from Nishant. You guys are from England or New Zealand?
England.
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 I think you can tell by the accent, can't you?
Oh dear.
Very, very,
Do you think
very,
so?
Well, there.
Aye, so probably. Very well be.
If not the accents, the tired eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's certainly not coming up for 3:40 in the afternoon here.
Doesn't feel like it.
That said, we will have some New Zealand contributions. Don't you worry. Over the course of this Test match.
It's about a ball from Stokes, angling in towards the stumps. It all looks very easy out there. There's Kane Williamson just props forward. Is he going to get a ton on his return? We haven't dropped him, have we? We had a few edges that dropped just short of the slips.
Yeah, no, I don't think we've seen a drop today.
I think there was an over where he nearly got cooked twice in the slips, didn't he? 2 soft edges.
Biggest error of the day, if you can call it an error, was the non-appeal to one that had taken the edge. And nobody seemed interested in appealing for it.
It was one of those tiny little scratches, wasn't it? That no one really picked up. That rears a little bit and Kane Williamson, but he gets right behind it and defends, and there's no run. How old's Kane Williamson? Is he 35, 36, or is he younger than that?
I would have thought he's slightly younger than that, Bear, but I couldn't say with any confidence. I reckon he's 34.
I can tell you with a lot of confidence if you give me just a couple of moments.
What, so to look him up? Then I'd expect you to be 100% right then, Tony.
Well, exactly. He is 34.
34, okay. En route. Mind you, he's probably played half as many tests as Root, hasn't he? Stokes is in, punched off the back foot out towards cover, and there is no run.
It definitely feels like the game's just gone into that mid-afternoon lull, doesn't it? I imagine.
Oh, we've gone into a middle of the night lull.
Yeah, well, I can see a few blankets and pillows out on the grassy bank. I reckon people are probably, about 4-5 pints deep by now.
Yeah, exactly. Feeling a bit drowsy.
Yeah, nice spot for a nap on that grassy bank, I reckon.
Nice and warm in the sun.
Nice Oyster Bay Chardonnay inside him.
Stokes in again. It's angling towards the pads. It all looks a bit easy as it's clipped out towards deep mid wicket. It'll be a single. Has anyone super chatted us for a while?
I don't think we have had a super chat coming
Come
there
on,
in
Pete,
some
for
time.
Crying out loud.
We're staying up all night for you.
Exactly.
We can prove it all night for you.
Exactly. Smash that like button. Subscribe. You know the drill. It's YouTube. Daryl Mitchell will face up to the 5th ball of this Stokes over. In. It's a little bit fuller. Just so well. He seems to have so much time. And Daryl Mitchell loves batting against England, doesn't he? I mean, what's his average against England? It must be up there in the 80s or 90s, I'd thought.
Again, with a bit of luck, I can tell you that.
He's scored so many runs against us.
Yeah, that series in England, what was it, 2021 when he just couldn't
Yeah, but I
stop
seem to
scoring
think,
runs?
didn't he carry on that when we went back for the reciprocal
22.
series? We went back there, or we were there just before or after that series as well, that winter. That's full again, and it's defended up to mid-on. There's no run. He scored a hatful of runs against us in Kiwi land as well. I seem to remember.
Average is 74.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, 185 for 3 England after 49.
Highest score of 190 which was at Trent Bridge, of course, in 22.
And they still lost.
108 at Lords. He got 109 at Headingley. And they still, as you rightly say, he always just seemed to be playing catch-up on the New Zealand's behalf, didn't he? And
Yeah.
was always magnificent in doing it.
And Neil's coming on the social saying, gentlemen, thank you. And you just joining the most delightful effing coverage. Middle of the night malt, always the best.
Oh,
Thank
middle
you,
of the night
Neil.
malt, nice.
Middle of the night malt. Oh, I like the sound of that. I'm assuming you're talking whiskey as opposed to malted milk.
Well, no, it was a mull. I don't quite know what that is, whether it was meant to be a lull. Oh, and we're going to see a bit of Jacob
Hello.
Bethel here.
Hello. Bit of Jacob Bethel, left arm round.
So, they're really proving a point here. Not only are we not going to play we're going to place a frontline spinner when New Zealand doesn't. We're actually going to bring our part-time spinner in as well. Well, we shall see. I better jingle him up, hadn't I?
Yep.
Where is the lad? Here he is.
Jacob Bethel's born in Barbados, now he plays for the English team. They say that he is an all-rounder, but that remains to be seen.
Well, not a bad ploy. Have we seen much of I haven't seen... I've fallen asleep for most of this session. So, has Carson Atkinson had a bowl this session?
They have cast bowled really well.
I think so.
Atkinson had a decent third spell. I thought we might see a bit more of cast before tea, but maybe not. They're just holding him back for that evening session.
Well, yeah, it's going to be go through to the end. We've only got... What have we got? Maybe one more over after this. So we're well behind. First ball is shite down the leg side, and it kind of got bowled there to Kane Williamson. He just dabbles it round the corner. No one down it.
Literally
long leg.
3 runs.
4 runs. It was. Yeah, it's a loosener. And after a long layoff, Kane Williamson is just cruising along as Kane Williamson does.
Yeah, missed out on the tour of India, but seems to have, as you say, slipped
He was
back into
over
the
there,
groove.
wasn't he? He was trying to get fit, wasn't he? Desperately trying to get fit. He was out there with a squad, I believe, wasn't he? That's outside the off stump, a little bit short. Dabbled down to backward point by Kane Williamson. There's no run.
A little bit of turn for Bethel. It's a very slow turn.
Yeah,
but
very slow and very slight. Not the kind of thing you'd think would actually fox a batsman at this point in the game. That's a little bit better. Still a bit short though. And Williamson goes back, punches it back to the bowler, and there's no run.
it feels very sort of right before tea, throw the ball to someone, this move, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, they probably want to get in one more over from the other end. That's a horrible drag down again. It's pulled. Is anyone out there this time? There is. There's someone about deep backward square. Bryden Cast, I believe, and it'll just be the one run. 2 balls left in the over. New Zealand's 190 clicks up. So what are they going along at? Nearly just shy of 4 and over.
Yeah, they've kept the scoreboard moving nicely without taking undue risk.
Exactly that.
Mitchell hasn't looked to expand at all against the spinners, but I wonder if this might just be the time.
And they've got a pretty handy top 7 as well. You've got to get the wickets. You've got to get through Glenn Phillips before you're into anybody, aren't you? I mean, really. It's defended back down the track, and there's no run. And he's number 7.
Yeah, and Phillips on a flat pitch like this, coming in with a decent platform, can be a dangerous player.
Yes, absolutely.
7 wickets in the championship came at 69 for Bethel.
Yeah, he's a bit part-time. It's not bad. It's defended back to him, last ball of the over, and it will be no run.
And 4 of them were for 20 against Lancashire at Old Trafford.
Pitch that probably gave him a little bit of assistance.
Well, so that means he got 3 for a huge amount, having had a particularly good day out at Old Trafford. Anyway, Nick.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Forgive me again, it's 2:36 and I am officially slacking on the socials, but they're coming in. We've got Ravi saying, hey Gorilla chaps, thoughts on the BGT series? Did you guys relish the gobsmacking of the Australians? Any predictions for Adelaide? I think we relished it, all of us. Jeremy's saying Root's played 149 tests and Williamson 103. Root has 3 more centuries, 35 against 32. Williamson averages 54 to Root's 51. Will saying part-time, you mean Rooty is frontline, part-time spin around these parts. Cornelius is saying, hi guys, you can't give King Coley all the credit. Boom Boom is the killer, the greatest bowler right now.
Yeah,
I think we all agree.
So, he and Siraj were terrific, but Bumrah is but you're right.
Siraj is a funny one as well, isn't he? I mean, he was fantastic in England that series when they did go 2-1 up and then it ended up being a 2-2 draw.
Don't forget, he burst onto the scene originally in Australia.
Yeah,
yeah, the last time they were
international scene.
But then when England were in when England went to India, he looked a bit toothless.
Hello.
Yeah, he feels like a real confidence bowler. And we've got...
He seems to love Australia, doesn't he? Oh, now that's come a bit off the edge. And there's like... it's Brooke down there. It's almost like a very, very fine third man. Almost like a sort of fly slip. Almost.
Deep fly slip. And we've got a super chat in from Richard Millgate. Richard, thank you so much. He is saying working the night shift with you guys on is great.
How much for?
Couple of euros.
Thank you very much, Richard.
That is very kind of you, Richard. We appreciate it, and we hope the night shift is flying by.
Yeah.
The night shift doing what? I'm intrigued.
Right, indeed.
Where is your night shift, and what are you shifting?
Stokes in. Mitchell just works that off the hit once more. It's all too easy. Stokes' angle, if he gets it too straight, it's very easy to just work him.
He's not exactly going to message back say I'm a burglar, is he?
No.
I'm a cat burglar.
Well, it's only a pseudonym. Maybe he's bold enough to say so.
Casing a bank.
Yeah.
All sorts of mischief you can be getting up to at this hour.
If you rob a shed load of money, just remember to donate to us. Money doesn't know where it's come from. Stokes short again.
Yeah.
2 leg sidey and
the source of the super chat
There's
catch
no
is well encrypted, isn't it, Bear?
Well, exactly.
Yes.
Who knows where it comes from?
It's all the same to us.
Super bit cash. Ben Stokes he's definitely had highlights in his hair, hasn't he?
Yeah, it looks blonder at the back to me, but I think there is a steady streak of blonde running through the whole thing.
Yeah, maybe it's just the sunshine, a bit of lemon juice. That's pulled, but pulled well and down. And duck it out deep square leg fields. And that will be just the 1 run. I think England will be looking forward to the break.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice little glass of orange squash and a bit of a regroup.
Yeah.
It's been New Zealand's session, hasn't it, really?
Very
England
much.
have got the 1 wicket that they were very fortunate to get with a bit of filth when Rachin Ravindra looked to be going really well.
How many did you get in the end, Rachin?
30 odd, I believe, Bear.
Okay. Could have been
a lot more expensive, yeah.
Yeah.
Could have been a lot worse. He's looked the most fluid of New Zealand's batters, I reckon.
No, defended out behind square on the offside, and there is no run. Now, my watch says it's 22, which means I think this should be the last over, but if there's a slight difference, they could get another over in.
It's all happening. Richard, I believe we've had this conversation before.
Probably have.
It's a sign of my age that
Yeah.
that I've totally forgotten it.
Last ball is left alone through to the keeper, and there is no run. Is that going to be T?
That looks like it's going to be T.
Yeah, it looks like
and
it's gonna be
Richard,
T.
you're a top man. He's come back in with another super chat of €2, saying he is a receptionist in a hotel in Barcelona. We've reached football country. What else have we got? Jeremy is saying cat burglar. Never really understood why people want to steal cats.
Very good.
And Carl Herbert is saying the Bear Money Laundering service is now up and running.
Absolutely.
It certainly is.
We'll launder all your cash via YouTube.
Yeah, keep it coming in.
Absolutely. Well, that is T. There was 27 overs and 89 runs, I believe, in that session at a run rate of 3.3. all looks quite easy. Only the 1 wicket for England. There's 2 wickets, 1 wicket in that
Just
session.
the one.
Yeah, just the one.
the one, I'm afraid.
And has the feel like it could be a long evening session for England.
And also, you could got to argue it was a fortunate wicket. I mean, it was a horribly dragged down delivery it was a full toss rather, wasn't it? It was a full toss.
Yeah, ugly full toss on leg stump.
Ravinder he did stretch for it, and he just chipped it. Really, he just didn't time it, just straight to Crawley, who safely pouched it. But the worry for England, apart from that, is not a lot of alarm for these batsmen. They've looked comfortable as you like, really, haven't they?
They have indeed.
And still a long time till that second new ball, so there's going to be a good 29 overs of
30 of Kookaburra
real
plodding
toil.
Well, Nathan Smith, he's an all-rounder, isn't he? And Matt Henry can bat a little bit. And he's
Nathan Smith, very much so. Yeah, he is.
It's a long old batting order they've got in New Zealand, but hey, that is tea.
That is tea. So what would you want to do for tea time entertainment, Bear?
Well,
are we going to attempt to play that video?
Well, yeah, we need to find it on YouTube, though.
All right. I can never work this machine. If I touch it, all sorts of bits will fall off.
Well, then, do you want to swap places with me and keep talking till I find it?
Yeah, should we get Bear into the hot seat?
Yes, you can do that. I was rather hoping I'd go away and have a cup of coffee, but okay.
Well, we'll keep nattering Tony until we locate the video, which could be a long or a short job. But yeah, I think New Zealand now will have 450 plus well in their sights. But as we say, 1 can bring 2, and 2 quick wickets dramatically changes the picture. But there just doesn't seem to be a lot happening in this pitch, and England have seemed reluctant to bring Bryden Cast back for another spell. I think we'll probably see him shortly before tea, but it's getting to that stage where workloads start to become an issue.
Do you know the address of it, Tone? The problem is, if he keeps...
I sent it to you on...
Yeah, I haven't got my phone on me.
Play Jeremy Cody, otherwise it will take all the tea just to work it out.
Okay.
Video's been aborted, but
video has been aborted. We're going back
to the wonderful Jeremy Cody
We'll find
interview.
it for you later.
We are meeting someone who's here simply because the technology has...
There we go, we're not having that. We're having this.
And he's back, I'm off, I will see you all tomorrow.
Lovely. See you tomorrow.
So that was the attack that was used for the last 2 tests. The victory at Mount Maunganui for England, and then the 1-run win at the Basin Reserve for New Zealand. So, but I'm interested to see who would drag, if the bowling attack for England find things tough going, who will drag them along? Who would? I mean, you had Patterson would be leading. I mean, last year you talked about Anderson and Broad being there.
Well, that was 2018, but yeah, you're right.
23 not there now, and Robinson was there, not there now.
No.
Stokes was, as I recall, hobbling a little bit more in the last series when he came to New Zealand for the 2-test series, and Leach was the spinner, of course. So that was the attack that was used for the last 2 tests, the victory at Mount Maunganui for England, and then the 1-run win at the Basin Reserve for New Zealand. So, but I'm interested to see who would drag, if the bowling attack for England find things tough going, who will drag them along? Who would? I mean, you had perhaps Anderson and Broad to do that, or even Robinson to do that last time. I just wonder, would it be? I mean, Stokes, for example, I would see him as more of a swing option for England. Whether he's that now or not. Yes.
I think recently he's and if you're looking for the glue if you like, the banker, whatever the phrase is that will hold things together. I think England are thinking of Wokes as the leader of the attack with that experience.
Right,
And
with the 55 tests.
Yeah, and they'll be hoping that the conditions, certainly in Christchurch, favour him.
Yes.
I think you're then looking at the likes of Cass and Atkinson, who can be hit and miss just by dint of they're so fresh in their international careers, but both have shown fantastic promise. And I still think, watching Ben Stokes' fitness is a national pastime at the moment for anyone who likes cricket in England. I don't see him bowling long spells. I see him potentially coming on to bowl game-changing spells. Well, obviously, England would like to see game-changing for the benefit of England. And I just think that for the first test, it's interesting that they don't really have that extra seam option, that they've gone for spin, because everything you've said about, and statistics suggest about the Hagley Oval, is they're playing, how can I say, an attacking spinner as opposed to a control spinner, which I think potentially leaves them, a man down on that front. But they are relying on the fact that he's tall and therefore will get some bounce. But it's not, as you said, necessarily. It's not all about bounce by any manner of means at the Hagley Oval. But the short answer to your question is who's the sort of fulcrum of that attack?
Well, it is, and you're saying it's Wokes.
I think it absolutely is going to be Chris Wokes, not Stokes.
Right. Well, the only question I would have then for you is yes, the new ball, the new Kookaburra may well suit him. How will he go after over 30? And that will be the issue, I think. And if you look at his record with the Kookaburra, he averages 50 in New Zealand. His bowling average is 50.
Yeah, it is.
In Australia, it's 51. Well, that's a slightly different conditions there, of course.
This is the Wokes problem. His away average is not particularly good anywhere.
No, well then Pakistan 55, South Africa.
Yeah.
I'm surprised at South Africa's 56. I would have thought they are quite spicy, those pitches in South Africa. But and then West Indies 48. So the only thing he might love it here. He might love it in the first two tests. In the last first-class game at Hagley, which was the 11th of November, Canterbury played Northern Districts. About
all seam wickets, if I recall.
Yes, mostly, apart from 2 wickets. Two were taken by spin. And then. And the same in Wellington. 3 were taken by spin, so 37 wickets taken by seam, and that's the second test. So it's early days here, and they were both first class games. So they were we've just started our first class competition. So that would be the only thing about Wokes. I think he might find it really useful, and work nicely in the first part of the innings. It's just a question he would have to change substantially from those figures that I've just read out.
Yeah.
I think to be a danger for New Zealand once the overs and the ball goes slightly softer and a bit more tired and the pitch starts, getting a bit drier. So that would be my only question about Wokes.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very fair question, which kind of closes out in a way possibly the question, which is if it's a seam off, who has the edge. Personally, even had it been the days of Bolton Southey, and it was against this England attack, then I'd cast iron say New Zealand. At the moment, I think New Zealand just shade it because but England has huge potential in their mix. So I think in the first test I would just give the edge to New Zealand, But the proof is very much in the pudding of what happens over the time.
Absolutely. I would be loath. I'd be loath to go there. I really think that we're just going to have to, unfortunately, wait and see how things happen. I thought Stokes, I have a memory that Stokes, if things aren't going well, can be lulled into bowling long spells and taking the responsibility, in other words. But I also feel that he can swing it, and that might provide a point of difference from some of the other bowlers. I'm not sure. Can Atkinson swing the ball strongly?
I don't think hugely, but he can swing it. He tends to kiss the surface and get movement off the surface. He's not a steepling bounce type bowler in the same way, perhaps, as Cass might be, or a taller bowler might be.
Right, and then as far as Bashir is concerned, I mean, he's obviously, as you say, he's a la mode, isn't he, for the style and the philosophy that is being pursued. And as the surface does dry, then it's unlikely to get a lot of turn, I'd have to say, for him, but certainly overspin and bounce will work for him. And if he bowls into a breeze as well, that might help, and he might be able to get players not reading the lengths quite so well. Mm-hmm. So that might be an option for him as well. But New Zealand have, as I say, Phillips, depending on how they want to sort of construct the balance of their side. I do think, I just want to say again, to emphasise that seamy quality, I think New Zealand will want the ball to move and swing and seam as long as possible in order to make or to reduce the risk of England feeling comfortable with the surface and using their heightened run rate mode, if you like, of batting. When they came here last year, they bashed the New Zealand seamers. I think we've got to be pretty honest about that. At Mount Maunganui, Southey went in the first innings for 5.5, Wagner 5.02, Tickner 5.53, Kugelheim 6.1. So, that was the sort of run rate our seamers were going at. In the second innings, Southey did a little better, 3.2, but Wagner 8.4. And if you think of it, if you're going for eights, you've only got to have one over at 3 to then be going another over at 12 and 13. So those are the sorts of figures that means. Tickner went for 4.5, Kugelheim 5.7. So, as I say, those are big numbers. They may not be for England. I mean, 827 at fives doesn't sound big either, does it, really, when you talk about,
England this year,
Multan.
This year's been the fastest run rates ever in Test cricket. England leading that pack, not surprisingly, over 4. I don't know if you saw, there's a really interesting comment by Brett Lee, I think it was, after the India-New Zealand series. And it was after India had collapsed again against some really good bowling. And he said that India had got a bit of a, maybe they'd taken some of the less good parts of Bazball. That's not obviously his words, but that was his thought. So India's collapse, he was basically sort of suggesting it was a bit of Bazball mentality, recklessness. But I think what he needed to have a jolly good look at was how quickly New Zealand scored their runs when they batted first. So they actually possibly had more of that mentality. They were going best part of 3.5, 3.6, 3.7. They were batting at a real lick to get ahead of the game in India, and that was one of the factors of their success. But people will tend to look at the bowling and the India batting more than they will look at the speed with which New Zealand scored their runs, which I think is a bit unfair on New Zealand's batting.
Yes. Yeah, well, we'll come to that, I think, when we sort of discuss the Indian tour a little bit. But I think England, basically, I think will feel comfortable here. I think they always do. The weather, the temperature is similar. The grounds, are very like English grounds. Pitches, I think the amount of grass on the surface won't concern them particularly, and they will settle for very placid pitches as they become in New Zealand, and by day 2 and by day 3. So the size of the grounds can be quite intimate as well. That helps the England kind of, run rate and of course, and then off the field, food and hotel are fine as well. So I just think England generally will feel comfortable, and the danger for New Zealand in these pitches as they flatten out will be they see the English variant at their best. They where they will batter attacks, and New Zealand need to be prepared, I think, to gamble by making the movement a bit more for longer and for more prodigious. They gamble with their defensive games if they go in, put in early, that they are more robust and they are more durable perhaps than the English top order if the ball moves significantly. And I would be surprised if they got sucked into trying to compete with the aggression of the English batting. If England want to hurry along, New Zealand should be, I think, happy that they've got extra time to bat and bat and bat if they wish to do so.
Makes that first toss. I mean, the toss in Test cricket is always of huge interest. Sometimes massively overtalked, but I think in this series, and particularly the first match, it is going to be of genuine interest. Because I do you think, if you were the winning captain, you had your time as a successful captain of New Zealand, if you were back captaining again and you've won that toss, what are you going to do on the first morning?
Well, if I can use my team, for example, as we had Richard Hadley in those days, and it was the reason with having Hadley and Chatfield very accurate at the other end and nipping the ball around as well, and quite a foil for Hadley. We batted second deliberately, quite deliberately. If there was ever going to be any moisture in the surface in New Zealand, we wanted Richard Hadley to have that at his disposal, and also Ewan Chatfield, in order that we could get an advantage going in the game. And if it didn't work, by day 2 into day 1.5, and that's how long they batted, then the pitch was at that stage had settled down, and we felt comfortable batting in those circumstances and being able to post a good total too. So that's the way that we generally would approach playing in.
Welcome back. We've had a few super chats in recent times, just before tea. England's fielders have retaken the field in faint sunshine, and they will be looking for some wickets, to be frank. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson. I'm joined by none other than Messy Jez, another Henderson, and also I think I thought we were supposed to be joined by Will. We have been joined by Will.
Hello.
And also I can see lurking in the background, although he's not moving. Was that from earlier? That might have been Forthy. Maybe he's not here now, but he was here earlier, having a little bit of input. Right, what do we think, guys? Do you know? You just feel it's written that Kane Williamson will come back and get 100, don't you? Really?
Yeah, I was going to say I think Kane's going to go big.
Well, New Zealand, having been put into bat, are 193 for 3, 51 overs bowled. We've got another 39 overs to get through.
Don't think I didn't notice the double commentator's curse attempt there.
Yeah,
it's just not going to work.
No, but that's the thing. I adore Kane Williamson. He's probably my favourite batsman in the game, so I actually want him to get a ton.
Here comes Wokes then to open things up after tea. He's got 2 slips in the gully, and the first ball is angled into the legs of Williamson, who in time-honoured fashion tucks it away to deep backward square. How many times has he done that in his career? He moves to 78, and this is Chris Wokes' jingle.
He's on Instagram, and he's a Twitter fan. On the Ashes tour, not Ben Stokes, but he'll have to do.
We're going to have to update that.
Yeah, well, although you wonder how many more games Test matches Wokes might play for England. I guess he'll play in the summer, won't he? He'll play against India. I'd be very surprised if he goes to Australia.
I don't know, I think he might.
Really?
Yeah. I'd love you to send him to Australia.
The Australians are throwing open their borders and saying, come on in.
Bring him.
Come on, Wokesy.
Every time he comes here is a gift.
Yeah, I'm surprised you lot haven't just given him a sort of a passport so that it's easier and quicker to get him through customs.
He can have a visa anytime. Although he's got to have an up-to-date passport. I cannot believe England have reserve players on standby who haven't got passports up to date.
No, well, it's bizarre, but I think Ollie Robinson is now cleared to come. In comes Wokes, bowls to Mitchell for the first time after tea. It's a straight, good length delivery, which he defends with a perfectly straight bat. And there is no run.
Peterborough, didn't he? To get the one-dayer.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. It's Peterborough and Newport that do the one-day turnaround.
Do you know?
I think Peterborough's the closest one.
Do you remember?
Peterborough's a dump apart from the cathedral.
I've only ever been there once, and that was for a game of football in the darkness of winter evening. This is clipped off a middle stump, effectively enough, down to long leg for a single. Shoaib Fields.
I have a lot of love for Peterborough. One of my best mates from uni is from Peterborough, and I've spent many a lovely sort of long weekend there, sleeping off hangovers on his mum's sofa.
Well, most of it was bombed during the war, so it's entirely post-war, apart from the cathedral.
Oh, I mean, it looks like an absolute shithole. I will say that, but yeah, I like my mate Dylan's family.
Wokes in again to Williamson, who defends square on the offside. It was a good length ball, probing around the top or just outside of off stump. And there is no run. 195 for 3.
I'll tell you what I keep thinking looking at this. I'm thinking, having heard Jeremy Coney's stream of consciousness during the break, about the New Zealand seamers getting battered by England last time. I can't see any reason why this wicket wouldn't be conducive to a 450-day from England.
This is clipped up to mid-on, who rolls around onto his right, Bryden Carse, but they have time to come through for 1. Williamson moves to 79. Well, you don't really know what you're going to get with England, do you? And I have to say, I think this is a really high-class bowling lineup. That said, I haven't seen anything of Nathan Smith, the fourth seamer for New Zealand. We've got a non-Hayden, by the way, just standing in front of the non-striker. This is pushed into the offside. Stokes is still full of energy, but maybe the energy is a little bit out of control. It's another wild throw as they come through for a single. And that is the end of the over, 197 for 3. Messi.
I think Stokes has got all heady with his haircut. Martin Harvey says, good one, lads, and hi from Abu Dhabi. Welcome. AJ, who's apparently got his caps lock stuck on. Says, if Root's better than Gooch, Cook, Gar, etc., shouldn't he be able to bat 3 yard? Tell me.
Well, that was
preaching to the choir.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly think that, and I was shouted. I've been shouted down all night about that because
Why would you? Why would you move him? He's like that's silly. Why would you? Why would you move?
Why
the
would
best
you say?
batsman
Why would you
in the world?
But no, but
Why would you expose
Yeah,
someone
exactly.
who's never scored a first-class century at number 3, which is the highest pressure position in the team?
No. You're misconstruing my not wanting to move Stokes with me being okay with Bethel being at 3.
Sorry, not Stokes. We're talking about Root. We're talking about Root.
Root. Sorry, it's 3:30 in the morning. I'm tired.
It's nearly 3:30. This is pulled by Mitchell down to long leg. Bryden Cass is the man who's taken up the attack after tea. Here's his jingle.
Stick your hopes of victory up to broadcast. Your hopes and dreams are flying at half mast. When the bribing comes a calling, all your crews will be falling. Stick it all right up your Bryden Cass.
I mean, is Joe Root, England's highest run scorer, saying that he can't score runs unless he bats at number 4? That's really what it boils down to. Cass in, no slips, but there is a forward short leg. This is a bouncer from Cass. This is going to be a form of attack. It's going to be a short ball attack. This is what England sometimes resort to when they don't feel that there's much going on. They've got that very, very fine third man, almost a backstop, a backward point, a fine leg just in from the boundary edge, a backward square leg. I don't know where you would say that was. It's a little bit deeper than it would be in an orthodox fashion. A deep mid wicket walking in, an orthodox mid wicket pulled by Williamson. It evades almost everyone out to Bethel. Deep mid wicket. They take another single. 199 for 3. Yeah, I was going to say, Messi, with regards to passports and administration and various things like that, there was a time when England would have a tour manager.
Do they not?
Surely they do.
I have no. If they do, they keep their name very quiet. Cass in again, bowls pulled by Mitchell. Now where's that gone? Oh, it's going to be caught. It is. It's caught. We were all looking out towards deep square leg. He's got a top edge and it's flown to the man in that ridiculous position at backstop. And Harry Brook has taken the catch. Cass has a second wicket. And boy, did England need that. Well.
The crowd says,
A plan works. England will be more than happy with that. Daryl Mitchell goes, a man who caused England so many problems in England last time New Zealand were there. Goes for 19 from 47. Never really got going today. Although he was just, playing a supporting role as much as anything. Messi.
Daft shot to be playing. Minsk and Booze Clip Corner say, watching from the United States. Thank you for the comms. Very welcome. Good to have you on board. AJ says, why not pick Adil Rashid as in test matches? You need fast bowlers or leg spinners to take wickets. You could bat him at number 3 as well.
Yeah, well, absolutely. And the other thing you would say about that is I'm sure that England would love to have Adil Rashid, but he no longer plays the longer forms of the game. So that's, it's England's loss in so many ways. Anyway, we have a new batsman coming to the crease. It's the other man who caused England a lot of problems in England. It's the New Zealand wicketkeeper.
Surprise! Tom Blundell!
So there we are. Cass has 2 for 37 from 9.4 overs. We did have Hector saying earlier that he thought that Cass was the man who could change things up a little bit for England. They can just eke out another batsman here, then England will be feeling a lot happier with proceedings. This is a bouncer which Blundell allows to pass over his helmet, not high enough to be considered a wide. 199 for 4.
Is my sort of having watched England for 25-ish years rubbing off on me, or does anyone else think that Cast is just a stress fracture waiting to happen?
Well, I think every England fast bowler is a stress fracture waiting to happen, and most of them have happened. Cast in bowls, and this is jabbed at. Not much movement of the feet there from Blundell, but he probably doesn't have to be too worried because there's no close catches. There's just the keeper. If he gets a very thin edge, then he's going to consider himself a little bit unlucky. That's the end of a successful over from Cast. And New Zealand are 199 for 4. Messi.
Well, it must be said, Will, as a fast bowler yourself, you're probably better qualified to judge than we are. Farong is with us on Blue Sky. He says, Thursday morning greetings. Tea break already. Shite over rate from England. Later, coffee time at work. Yeah, 51 overs in the first 2 sessions is not great. It's becoming.
It's poor.
Practice.
It's really poor.
Yeah.
I mean, we're working through the night, and then they give us overtime. It's really not, it's not acceptable, is it? Wokes will continue. Bowling to Williamson, who goes along on his merry way. 80 of 166 deliveries on his return to Test cricket. Wokes is in. Bowls. Oh, he gets that one to nibble, but it nibbles down the leg side and takes the pad on its way to the boundary for 4 leg byes. 200 up for New Zealand. 203 for 4. Yeah, it's not been Woke's day, has it? Oh, did he get it? I thought he may have got a little bit of bat on it from the one angle.
Yeah.
But, it's an odd one.
I think possibly.
And it was 21 extras now. Wokes in again onto the back foot regulation, medium pace delivery really, 126 Ks, and K Williamson goes back and defends. 203 for 4. Yeah, it's hard, here we are working till what we think is going to be about 5 o'clock, and then we're going to have an extra half hour. I'll be very surprised, short of bringing on Root with Shoaib or giving Bethel more overs. I'll be very surprised if we get anywhere near the 90 today. Wokes, 2 slips in the gully, he's in. Oh, he's round the edge! Again, it's short of Root, who stands there, having taken it really well on the half volley, stares at the ground saying, why didn't you come a little bit further? But we've said today, I know it's very difficult when you're in the slips, but we have said maybe they should be standing just a little bit closer.
Very soft hands from Williamson. His bottom hand was almost off the bat when he played it.
But how far up does he have to be to take that on the full?
Yeah.
I'm guessing another yard maybe. It's very difficult to tell from front on. You really need to see it from side on to see how far in front of him it bounced. But it certainly looked. It certainly looked like it was close to him.
What is Wokes actually bowling in miles an hour? My brain doesn't work in kilometres an hour.
Mine,
it's about 80-ish.
Yeah, it's
right. So if you're bowling at about 80-ish, they can definitely stand. I'd say 3 yards closer.
I don't know about 3 yards closer. I definitely think the first slip could come up a yard. That's defended on the back foot by Williamson. A yard might be all it would have taken. But again, we have to see that from side on to be absolutely sure about that. Front on can be very misleading in terms of depth, as it were. Again, he has to drop his hands on that one outside the off stump, as if he's not entirely trusting of this Hagley Oval pitch. Plays it down square on the offside, no run. 203 for 4 is the score. unusually big crowd at Hagley Oval. A sellout, by all accounts. This is wide of the off stump. He was maybe trying to tempt him with one. Well, if he has, he's tempted him, and he's played a very fine cut shot that has taken the ball away to the boundary for one of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Messi.
So Mayank's in a really shitty mood. I suspect it's halfway through his weekly stint in Houston, which he hates.
Oh, goodness.
He says, "Stop saying comms. It's commentary." Sorry, but just my pet peeve.
Who said comms? Who said comms? I wasn't aware of
previous
that.
tweet says, "Thank you."
Oh,
for comms."
okay.
Comms is all right. Cornelius Davis says New Zealand should make over 400 because England don't play when they're batting. And AJ says, what would be England's best fast-paced attack? Also says, good point, Will. Well, I'd have Wood and Archer in if they're fit.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
New over from Cast starts with him cramping Blundell for room, but he manages, while almost doubled up, to work it into the onside for a single, so he's off the mark. Just having a look at that expert cut shot again. It really total control, and to be fair, quite a lot of open space to put the ball into. Williamson now on 84, waiting for Cars. He pulls, and he's got it through. It's an extraordinary field. Bethel ultimately does the fielding on the boundary. He's about 10-15 yards in. But there's a sort of scattered leg side field. Some are in, some are out, some are half in, some are half out. There's a short leg. There's 6 on the onside, and then there's the crazy third man. I think it's not that crazy because it took a wicket. But New Zealand are still going to pull it. This one goes behind square, and Duckett does well to get across to that and take it at backward square leg. Who's an extra sort of 10 yards towards the boundary than a normal backward square leg would be. They take the 1. Blundell goes to 2. New Zealand 210 for 4. Well, despite packing the onside field and bowling short, it seems that New Zealand are going to take Cast in, bowls. That one's a little bit fuller, but still back of a length, defended up to mid-on, and there is no run.
Well, Stokes has shown that's a tactic he's prepared to persevere with for quite a long time, isn't he?
Oh yeah. I mean, they've done it whenever they get on pitches which they don't think are doing very much or a bit slow. Once the ball gets softish, they often resort to taking out the majority of the close fielders and pitching the ball in short. Carson again. This is another short one. Williamson goes down underneath it. And through it goes. Absolutely. I mean, if you're talking about the pace bowlers, I mean, if England are lucky enough to keep Archer and Wood in reasonable health, it'll be great to see them bowling on that Perth wicket.
I was just thinking that. I mean, I love watching Bumrah bowl. I actually enjoyed watching Cummins and Hazelwood bowl, particularly in the first innings.
Oh, they bowl very well, yeah.
And Stark.
Cast in, bowls flicked away to one of those 6 fielders, the man at long leg on the onside, and they come through for another single. Williamson will keep the strike. 50 bowled. New Zealand 211 for 4.
So I just want to speak to something before I go to the messages. Yesterday was the 10th anniversary of the day Phil Hughes' life support was turned off. And I've been surprised at myself at how moving I've found some of the pieces that have been written around it. And the thing I noticed in myself is how easily I just look at cricketers as sports people. And, you know, they should be doing this, they should be doing that. And how easily I forget that they're just human beings. They're big kids playing a game. And they get seriously affected by events like that. And it's so easy just to institutionalised them, I suppose, as sports people.
Poor ball from Wokes down the leg side, full and helped on its way by Williamson. It's run fine enough to beat the fielder diving away at long leg. Williamson, he's into the 90s. My goodness me, absolutely phenomenal. I think it was that Shoaib down there. Bashir was trying to scoop that up, and he completely missed the ball as he tried to flick it back. He's not had the best day in the field, I think we have to say. So, Wokes brings up his 50, none for 52. 2 slips waiting, but nothing doing, as onto the back foot goes Williamson and eases out into the offside. There is no run.
Just adding to what you said, Messi, I think you're completely right. It's actually one of the things that I feel very lucky. I feel in a very kind of lucky position to kind of... I actually do see them as people, because I know enough cricketers.
Onto the front foot comes Williamson, just dabs that square on the offside. Carry on, Will.
And so because of that, you do that, like, you know, there are a fair few cricketers that I consider mates, and so it's you know, like a weird, it makes particularly doing this like a like an oddly unique thing, because I get to
criticise them. Yeah, on the front foot comes Williamson and defends back to the bowler. Yeah, it is easy to criticise, but carry on. Yeah.
But it's also really great, because you kind of, when people kind of get on people's backs and stuff, it's nice to kind of be able to go, like, I think of it in, you know, particularly when people get on at Jack Leach, because I've known him for years. I just think about kind of the amount of crap we used to do as teenagers.
Right, yeah. Wokes bowls good length delivery, jabbed out on the offside by Williamson. Again, no run. Yeah, I mean, with regards to Phil Hughes, I mean, I don't remember the Test match sofa days, but I think Dan sort of labelled him. I can't remember what he labelled him, because he had a very big baggy cap, didn't he? And he was quite a character. I think it was all very affectionate. Onto the front foot comes Williamson, defends into the covers. Yeah, it's, you know, as I get older, I think I become more aware of that. It's not just cricket; it's in football, and I mean, for example, I've been. You know, people will know that I follow AFC Wimbledon, and we've had a guy playing at centre back who, you know, had been good for a couple of years, but he seems to have been well off the pace this year. But he still keeps getting picked, and people sort of, fans are criticising and saying, why hasn't he dropped? And I'm just thinking to myself, who knows what's going off the field? You know, it could be that he's not. You know, he's not bothering particularly. He's taking it easy, but we don't know, and we don't really have the right to know, do we? And I think, you know, we forget that people, as you say, have other lives beyond the cricket field and then and even the commentary box. Pulled by Blundell out to Bethel. Stokes was getting excited. He was one of the other fielders in that in-out field on the onside. I think he thought it might be coming his way, but I think he rolled the wrists pretty well and got it down. He takes another single. He's gone to 3, 216 for 4.
Super chat.
Yay! We'll have to come back and do some YouTubes, because there's been a lot going through. We haven't had a chance to...
Sorry, I've been indulging myself. Yes.
We'll do that. Maybe do that in between balls if you want, Messi. Cast in again. Oh, now where's that gone? It's taken the shoulder of the bat as Williamson tried to get in behind it. Flew in the direction of backward point. Difficult to see whether it was in the air or not. And that was Cast really ramping it up. He was up to 142 Ks there. That's where he wants to be more often than not, I would suggest. 216
AJ
for 4.
agrees that Archer and Wood would be frontline attack. Frank Rockefeller says Gooch and Cook were openers, the soft hand specialists. Gower was flamboyant with discipline, not always.
Yeah, discipline. Carse bowls up into the ribs of Williamson, who just easily plays that down towards mid-wicket, and there is no run.
And Jonathan Seafeld says, howdy from Texas. Love hearing the Gorillas again after a few months break. Gorilla cricket somehow feels like both a dirty little secret and much needed balm here in Margaretville. Yes, I get that.
Yes.
I totally get
but
that.
why
It's always been...
Whenever someone says that, I say, where have you been and why? Cast bowls and what on earth has happened there?
Ooh.
Well, he aimed a hook shot at that, Williamson. But somehow it's ended up back with the bowler. Did he toe end that? Gonna have another look. He's he's sconed him again. He's sconed him on the head. He's hit him in the grill already, and now he's sconed him. So we're going to have a little bit of a delay, which means that you can get through a few more tweets.
Mayank says, no, it's not that I'm pissed or pissed off, as I'd say. It's Thanksgiving Thursday tomorrow, and I have family at my parents' house who are all annoying and miserable. I suspect that there are a lot of people across the United States in a similar situation, Mayank. Families together for festivities is not always fun. Randy Kelly says, hello from Trinidad and Tobago. Lovely to have you on board, Randy. AJ says, what do you think of Potts and Tongue for pace, and why did they pick 3 spinners and only 1 replacement keeper? Well, he's not really a replacement keeper, he's a sort of half a keeper. Who's injured is Cox. What's his
Cox, Jordan Cox. He broke his thumb, that was in the warm-up game, wasn't it, I think?
And Ollie Robinson, the other Ollie Robinson from Durham, is apparently going to be available for the second test match. Cornelius Davis says Bumrah is a very intelligent bowler. He's always thinking. He's unpredictable. He's not only that. He's in my view easily the best bowler in the world. He's also such a nice bloke. It was lovely to have a test match captained by 2 fast bowlers who are decent human beings as well. Cast
bowls again. Jags this one in, and Williamson has to play this almost in front of his throat, down. Quite skillfully, actually, to keep control of that towards backward point. But he's getting good bounce, getting good bounces, Cars.
Rio Vidwan says, good morning from East London, South Africa. Isn't East London called something unpronounceable these days, Rio?
Does it begin with a G? I've got a feeling it begins with a G. Cars in to complete the over, bowls. Oh, and he brings that one back in, and it jumps on Williamson, who rather uncomfortably uses glove, forearm, bit of bat handle maybe just to get that to ground. And there is no run. End of the over. 216 for 4. Blundell 3. Williamson 90.
And that brings us to our super chat from the Naked Fun Pornbot, who's sent us $1.99 saying, what was the last furry animal in Messi's box? To which AJ says, is it Peanut the squirrel? Well,
Super
nothing's
chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
Now, I have to say that if we're going to do these nights, we're going to need to get more super chats. Because we're behind the average that we were getting for the T20s in the West Indies. I know it's slightly different times, but if you're out there in one of those parts of the world where the sun has risen, then please feel free to super chat us. You will get read out first above anyone else if you are prepared to give us cash. Wokes goes past Blundell outside the off stump there. It didn't seem that there was anything really wrong with the shot. He just missed the ball. I didn't detect any great movement. Let's have another look at it. No, not really. He's kind of missed that. And it's also only just missed the off stump.
That was close.
That was. Mr. D.H. Job says, what's a super chat? I think you know Mr. DH job. 216 for 4. And I mean, you know.
Oh, we do change after this over, aren't we?
Are we? What's a disinterested hand job, says EJ. Sorry, I'm doing your job. 2 slips and gully, a leg slip, shortish mid wicket, mid on, wideish mid off, square cover, and in comes Wokes, bowls, and this is turned away through the leg side out to Bashir, coming in off the boundary edge. They take another single. Blundell moves to 4.
I think you have to use your own imagination to determine what a disinterested hand job is. I don't think we should attempt to define it.
I'm always tempted to say something about that, but then I think better of it. Anyway, Wokes has.
Would you say you're disinterested?
Is it disinterested or uninterested? There's a difference, isn't there? I'm never quite sure what it is, and I should know because I've spent most of my life being a sub-editor. Wokes in, bowls straight, defended by Williamson up to mid-on, and there is no run. Yeah, if someone could nail down the exact difference between uninterested and disinterested. Disinterested suggests what a sort of
disinterested is and uninterested is
that is one way of putting it, I suppose. Wokes bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Williamson. And
so if an umpire has somebody appeal for an LBW that he clearly thinks is not out, he's disinterested. He's not uninterested.
Yeah,
he's disinterested in giving it out.
If he's uninterested, he's not doing his job right.
That's right. Yes.
Right, well, it looks like we're going to have a change at the end of this over. It looks like the bear is going to take you to Kane Williamson's 100. But anyway, he's 90 not out as Wokes comes in again, bowls, and he full straight ball, which he defends with a full straight bat up to mid-on. There is no run. 90 from 190. It's the kind of Williamson strike rate, isn't it? Of around about 48-50 per 100 balls.
I think Chris Wokes.
Did I tell you I discovered that Kane Williamson has a better test bowling average than Joe Root?
Shocking. Wokes in again, bowls, brings this one back into him a little bit, but he plays it well enough off the back foot, back to the bowler, end of the over 58 bowled, and it's time for a bit of bear love.
Well, he was a chucker though, wasn't he?
Who was?
Was he?
Kane Williamson.
Well, he was round-armed. Well, he was even more round-armed.
Well, he got told to go away and sort it out, didn't he? And he hasn't really bowled since. So.
I'll catch you in half an hour.
Catch you in half an hour?
Yeah.
Am I still on?
I'll see you tomorrow, guys.
I'm still on. Thanks to Will as well.
See you later, Will.
So it's the three. It's the threesome.
It's the Three Musketeers. We on till the end?
I don't think so. This is my last session, I think, unless I'm called into action for someone else who needs to sleep.
I think you're okay.
Okay.
You never say never. You never know who might just nod off and shirk duties.
Well,
there's no one left, is there?
I'm sure I'm not the first, and I won't be the last. That's been pulled and past a funky field. There's a short mid wicket and a short square leg, and a few people out deeper for the pull. And Blundell certainly is not shirking it. No, he hit that into the ground.
Yeah, he's done that quite well. He's rolled his wrist really well. He's done that a couple of times now. England are getting sort of excited with no real reason, I think. Just the very fact that he's playing the shot. Gavin from New Zealand says, watching from Christchurch, New Zealand, it's 30 degrees centigrade, looking at the local free-to-air on the big TV.
Nice. Pulled out towards deep square leg.
He also sends us a super chat.
I'll come to that. What am I on now?
You're summarising, Hendo. I did wonder why you were.
Well, I'll just read this because I see what's coming up.
Leaping into my role.
I've synced your audio for the delay. You guys are so much better than TV NZ commentary. That's from Gavin. And in lieu of that, he sends us $5 New Zealand. What is $5 New Zealand worth?
No idea.
Generous.
Well, we've got two. Hang on, we've got two super chats because Messi Jez has sent one as well because Hendo asked so nicely. I'll do a little bit of a jingle in a minute.
Oh, lovely. Thank you very much. Short again, pulled again. And it looks like I think that might have got to Duckett on virtually on the half volley or something. Because it looks like he caught him on the end of the fingers and it's bounced off off of him to Crawley, who's at a fine leg.
That's really weird,
on
isn't
the
it?
end of the finger. It's not the same finger that he busted up and thingamajig, is it?
Well, who knows?
If Gavin's in Christchurch, how close are you to the Hagley Oval, Gavin? Let us know.
Yeah.
Is Christchurch big or is it small-ish?
Good question.
I mean,
I've only flown through
I've got
it.
to say, my estimation of town sizes is so out of whack. That's short down the leg side and there's no run. As fact, it's a wide. I was trying to find out, thinking about Herne Bay and how many people do you think are in Herne Bay?
Oh God, I don't know.
Not something I think about a lot, to be honest.
23,000.
See, that's more like it's like 30,000. For some reason, I thought it would be like 100,000. And when I thought of Thanet, so Thanet is Margate, Broadstairs, and Ramsgate. That's 3 towns.
That must be about 70,000, doesn't it?
Well, see, that's under. It's 130,000. For some reason, I thought it'd be like 500,000. I don't know. It's just like so far out. That's into the pitch again. Pulled again. Oh, and that's a good bit of heaving it in from Bethel, who's a good 10-15 yards in from the mid-wicket boundary, and it was going pretty quick, but he managed to strike out a paw. Nearly ran past it and hauled it in, so only got the single in the end.
You're going to have to get your super chat jingle ready, Hendo. We're absolutely flowing in here.
Oh, they are. This is magnificent.
It is
this
indeed.
Is absolutely magnificent.
It is. Well, good effort, peeps, and thank you. It's always appreciated. Of course, we would still like some patrons too. Patronage is good.
Very much so.
I'll give you the sub story at the end of the over. That's that is defended and it's gone under the bat and bounced over the stumps. One feels, and England look a little bit disheartened, but hey, that's the way it goes. There's no run.
Yep. Sometimes those go back onto the stumps.
Oh God, it has gone over the top of the stumps, hasn't it?
It's bounced just short of them, and then, because Carse is a tall man and he gets a lot of bounce anyway, there's still a lot of energy in the ball.
Oh, yeah.
It's gone way over the stumps, to be fair, when you sit with the side on.
Wow.
But that first sort of inside edge could have been fatal.
Oh, now I think he got a bit of bat on that, but it was too far down leg side, and it's evaded Pope. And no, it didn't.
Leg buys.
Got leg buys.
4 runs. Right, okay, we have got super chats. So I'm going to play we've got 4 super chats because Gavin has come back.
Do you want to play one all-embracing jingle?
Well, no, what I'm going to do is GC Naked Fun Bot has sent $1.99 saying late night session with Hendo, priceless. Gavin from New Zealand says he's sent us another 10 New Zealand dollars. Thanks for the shout out. So I'm going to play, having had 4 in the last 5 minutes, I'm going to play
Use your prime, super chat, super chat cash, super chat cash.
Oh my God!
Super chat.
It's a super chat smash.
We're not getting a mention. Too many lonely folks needing some attention. You post your super chat and then you pay the price.
If one more person sends us a super chat in the next couple of minutes, I can play the fifth
and final
final of the super chat jingles. And who wouldn't pay for that, I ask?
Well, Shah Bashir is going to come into the attack. It's a change of tack completely, short at one end and spin at the other.
I'm not sure that's a bad idea, is it? I mean,
no.
It's a variety.
Chalk and cheese. Might just
Absolutely.
combobulate the batsman a little bit.
Likes to attack. Now in an England cap.
And his first ball he hangs up outside the off stump. Kane Williamson just drives it with good strike out to mid off, but there is a man there. There's no run. That's straighter. And it just gets knocked up to long on for a single. Duck it out there. Strange to have your shortest man out at long on. in a way, you know.
Should be short on.
Well, you know, you think of it, in all those T20 tournaments, they put the big fella down at long
I know,
arms.
yeah.
There's always a big slat down there, and at least, you know, your Jason Holders have got a big height reach, and you've got to tuck it down there.
Funny thing is, I don't think Williamson is going to try to go to
No.
his 100 with a big 6 over long on, to be honest.
Yeah. Down the track comes Blundell. Doesn't really get to the pitch of it. Or maybe goes over it a little bit and hits it into the ground and back to the bowler, and there's no run.
We've got it. We've got it. We've got it. I'm going to have to go back to the I'm going to have to go back to the marketing jingles.
It's our friend Mayank.
Indeed.
Tossed up. Just a little bit too full, and again, Blundell overruns it and chunks it out to cover, and there's no run. No run.
Yeah, that was interesting, wasn't it? I mean, was he done in the flight there, or as you
A
say,
little bit.
overrun it?
I think he's overrun it a little bit. You know, he's done it again. That one did turn. That was a good ball, actually. He's really. I like this. I've got to say, he is trying to tempt him here.
Well, he's asking him to come down the wicket, and he's prepared to do that, but he's throwing it wide, so there is an element of risk there, isn't there?
Yeah.
That he's not going to be able to hit it as straight as he wants, perhaps.
Or run past it, get stumped.
Well, there's that too.
That one's straighter, and it is just defended by Blundell. Out to the leg side, no run.
Yes, it is Mayank. He says, play the Super Chat song, boys. And he gives us $1.99 for the privilege.
Super Chat! A Super Chat from a huge YouTube hero! They're awesome and smart and they're playing their part. Super Chat, Super Chat, Super Chat!
Any socials?
Is that, well, you've been doing them, Hendo.
Yeah.
So
Oh, you are. Well, you know,
getting a little enthusiastic.
However, yes. Well, Gavin tells us he's about only a kilometre from the Hagley Oval, and he does say it's stunning. About 500,000 people in Christchurch.
That's pretty big.
That's good size, isn't it?
AJ says, thanks, Gorillas. Better than TalkSport with Harris and Harmison. Well, that's very kind.
Who's Harris? I know who Harmison is. I'm trying to think who Harris is.
Don't know. I'm still lurking around. Says Kieran. Kieran Noseblade. I nearly called him. I must be tired. Kieran Roseblade. Just wanted to say thanks so much for spending your time doing this, guys. You're all the best. That's so kind.
Well, now I can get on to my sob story as this over goes on then.
New bowler.
Hello to Leah, who's joined us. Lovely as ever to hear you, see you.
Well, the first ball is played back to the bowler, and there is no run, and it is this man.
Gus Atkinson, he's not one to complain. He hopes he's not like Jafra, breaking down after every game.
Yeah, so Patreon is the best way for us to be funded. To be fair, the flat is currently on the market. Abby is going to be sleeping on a inflatable bed in the next room with no curtains.
Is it inflated?
It is inflated.
Has someone actually inflated? Did you?
Hang on, here we go, lads.
Oh, that was
Can we do
out.
some
That was
commentary?
live. Shit, sorry. I thought it was a replay. That's been cut by Blundell. No, Kane Williamson. Oh my
He's
God.
not going to get his 100.
He is not going to get his 100. He spent 197 balls out there for his 93. Was going very slowly. He's gone back. He's attempted to cut Atkinson. It was only his second ball of the over, and he's hit it straight to backward point. He's out. It got a bit big on him and a bit close, didn't it? Came more off the sticker. Who's that caught it? Crawley.
Crawley,
I think. Yeah.
Second catch he's taken. Took that one very tidily, didn't he?
Well,
as imitated by Ben Duckett, who makes it look like a crocodile.
Yes.
It's hard to work out. I think I need to see it again whether he slightly mishit that and it was actually going to Crawley slower than it looked initially.
I think it is, but I think
sure.
it got higher up on his bat. I think he thought it was going to be a bit more width. It came really off the splice. He cut it off the splice.
He has been playing pretty well close to sort of his body and controlling those, but he didn't really get over that one enough. So
England are not too far away at 227 for 5.
Well, that's a massive blow.
Wicket, isn't
that
it?
really
Yeah.
is. We've got another super chat.
Do you want me to do it then?
Yeah. Go ahead.
I bet I haven't got it in front of me now. Hang on.
That's probably going to get a sting. What fucking jingle did you just play then?
freak out. You're out. Oh God, I hope that doesn't get us dinged.
All right, well, can you press the clear button and get rid of it just in case? It might not do because it was so short. I'll find out at the end of the day.
How do I
no
clear
doubt.
this?
Oh
no!
It's press the clear button by playing it again.
Yeah, if you press the clear button on the left.
Oh!
No, that's a replay.
It's a Mr. Handjob. No, I was more by
right.
the super chat. It's a Mr. D H
Job
and Job, and his spanner, who for 10 magnificent Aussie dollars says, "Suppose I'd best jump on the super chat train." That's not easy to say. Suppose I'd better jump on the super chat train.
Yes, you should. Mark.
This super chat train is bound for glory.
Oh, there's clear. There it is. So how do I get it to clear? Just
so you press clear. Click on it so it's not in the red. Yeah, that's defended. Back to the bowler. There's no one. Click on the jingle you want to clear, and then press yes, and then press the clear button again so it doesn't go. So it goes off red. No, it's on red.
Oh.
I think remove the mouse from the clear button.
It is.
Oh right, no, so hit it again once, just once. There you go. No, yeah, there you go.
Okay.
That was really interesting, listeners. Sorry.
We've seen Glenn Phillips, who's during the tea break, who's been
played by Phillips,
climbing mountains,
into the middle,
doing archery.
Yeah, everything. Isn't
now with his family. So now he's going to do a bit of batting.
Indeed.
Here's his jingle.
Feared by the bad, loved by the good. Glenn Phillips, Glenn Phillips, Glenn Phillips.
What?
Ooh, that's interesting.
Very appropriate.
Well, literally, we've just been talking about him doing archery, and there he is, the Robin Hood theme.
Yeah.
Love it.
Spooky.
Yeah. Well, that's driven by Phillips. And there's a shortish cover comes across. Well, shortish. Yeah, I'd say cover. It's the skipper, Stokes. Fielded on the roll, and there is no run. Yeah, so I'm getting back to my patron sob story. Sorry. So basically, we're trying to. I have to sell the flat. We've got to move, and we're going to have to move into commercial space, and we need sort of not guaranteed income, but we need to know where we are. We need enough money to be able to hire a space. Otherwise, we're out of business, basically, peeps, and there'll be no more guerrilla cricket.
And then you'll be sorry.
And then you will be sorry. That's flashed that hard. Ooh, now that must have carried, surely. And it's a fantastic attempt, if it was, by Stokes. And sometimes they stick and sometimes they don't. But he blazed at that. It was low and it was quite a long way to Stokes' left. He supermaned it and didn't quite grab on. And Phillips gets himself off the mark with a single. Good effort, though.
I'd like to see that again. I mean,
it was a chance because just his whole body language,
his reaction
it,
would suggest it was. Yeah, we're going to see now. It is in the air. Ooh,
oh yeah,
wow.
It's one of those ones.
It's the kind of catch that Stokes could take.
Yeah,
quite easily.
Absolutely. It is. They either stick or they don't. I mean, his hands weren't together. It was actually into one hand, and it kind of hit the base of the hand rather than the palm.
I mean, he ends up sort of in the air horizontally, doesn't he?
Yeah.
But then again, yeah, absolutely. Maybe it was just the speed of the ball, really. We've got another pawn bot. Got another super chat. Hendo keeps pushing your button. Ding dong. Oh God, I've got to do it again.
It's interesting how he values it as a 199 though.
Yeah. That's too straight from Shah Bashir.
Isn't that an old joke? Who gave you 50p? They all did.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
Well, we're looking at this again and again.
Yeah, it was very close.
I like this from Bashir. Giving it a little bit of air, taking some pace off. It's driven back down to long on for a single this time. Blundell to get to the pitch. Phillips is a man I'd imagine he'd quite like to take on a bit of flighted stuff.
Yes.
And he doesn't give him flighted stuff, he was kind of flat and a little bit short. Phillips plays it off the back foot into the leg side and there's no run, but it's probably worth it while he's only faced 6 balls. He might, misjudge it early.
Well, he's
can get another wicket now. It's only from like 180, 190 for 3 and looking very, very comfortable. If another wicket 230 or 235 for 6. Very different game all
Absolutely.
of a sudden. Clipped into the leg side. Fielded by Wave Wicket, and there's no run.
I mean, just on the basis of that shot from Phillips to get off the mark, you feel like he's going to try and take the attack to England.
Yep. Now hung that one outside off stump, and Pope does appeal as a cut by Phillips. It misses the top edge of the bat.
But that's the kind of uncertainty that Bashir has created here, because you've had Blundell running down the pitch. This one is thrown up, and suddenly Phillips thinks, I've got time to go back and cut this, and then he could easily have got a little edge through the keeper.
Well, I wonder when. I mean, I was saying this earlier on air. I wonder if he looked at how Sajid Khan and Noman Ali bowled in Pakistan. So it's defended to the leg side, and there's no run. And he suddenly thought, maybe I bowled too flat most of the time, and she looked back on that and look, if that, and I think what I'm implying there is that's what we were talking about in the series. At the end of the day, he's going to learn on the job by going around the world, and he's picked something up from Pakistan and gone, actually, maybe I should do this a little bit more, and blah blah blah. And he's only 21, so give him a few years going around the world, picking up little tips from different bowlers around the world, and he could turn out to be a fantastic bowler. Anyway, over to you, Tone.
Well, yeah, very quickly. Thandika wants to know how many overs left. I think 28. Whether we get them all, I don't know, but
we won't get
officially the story. Kieran Roseblade. Stokes is a great captain in terms of field placement and trying to do things in the field, but his choices at coin toss are complete dog shite. Just like fancy shampoo, you have to ask, is he worth it? Well, to be honest, all he did was what 12 other out of 13 captains have done.
Well, I mean, it's a classic, as that's just turn around a corner, deep square leg, and come back for
and it's at early days to say it was a bad decision.
Yeah. It was quite easy to get fooled, wasn't it? I mean, it looked very green at the toss, and you thought, I want to have a little bowl on that. It looks like it's got a bit of moisture and it'll zip around. And it turned out that it wasn't particularly pacey and it didn't zip around too much. But easily done, I suppose.
Yeah, there was a modicum of swing. There was a little bit of zip off the pitch from time to time, and there was a bit of bounce. But
yeah, there wasn't as much as everyone thought, was there? Now that one nipped back, and was it inside edge onto thigh pad, inside thigh?
Yeah.
Looks a bit painful. Blundell sort of rubs his thigh a little bit. There's no run. It must be said, Blundell is doing Movember with a big slug on his top lip. Very Antipodean.
Well, I wonder whether Blundell has, he's lost his
mojo.
Well, not his mojo so much, but he's lost his partner in crime in not being out there with Mitchell.
Does Nath make him look like Travis Head?
A little bit.
A right-handed Travis Head.
Yeah.
Well, yes. I was looking at his face, not his bat position.
Horrible tash. Driven nicely though by Blundell. It's full and outside the off stump, and he's driven it square, and there's no one out there, and it'll be 4 runs.
Yeah, really nice shot that.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
He said, "Who are you to call me lacking mojo? Because look, I can still play shots like that."
Well, yeah.
It wasn't a full half volley, was it?
He did right in
England. That's what I'm saying.
Well, he certainly did right in England, but I mean, just in that series in India. Blundell faces up. That's straighter. Right behind it and defends it. Off a pad out to cover, and there's no run.
Oh, that reminds me. Where did the it must be in play. So I can find that new jingle that we had.
For?
Is it?
Well, you might need another super chat one any second, Hendo.
Well, I know, but this is why I'm looking for that one that we asked for. Here it is. I've got it. I'll play it in a minute. Because I just heard a chortle coming from my left.
That one. Just played square off the pads by Blundell. There is a square leg.
And this is the jingle.
What's tickling Tony?
What's tickling you, Tony?
What's tickling me, Tony? Well, our friend, the Naked Fun Porn Bot, who values me apparently at $4.99.
Oh, I see.
So I'm worth 4 of you apparently. How much for the husband of an OBE to push people's buttons? Is what he's asking.
There you go.
Well, $4.99 is not a bad start. That's all I'm going to say.
It's defended. square into the offside, out to the man at point, and there is no run.
Should say hi to Cornelius Davis as well. When you bat so slow, he says that's the price you pay. I think he's referring to Williamson not quite getting there.
Yeah, 197 balls, 93. I mean, in old school money, that's not that bad, is it? But
I'm not sure I agree. I kind of see what you're saying, but I think that's maybe it, the way that we've been spoiled by stroke play over the last few years. I mean, Williamson is what he is, and he's played one bad shot, really, hasn't he? There,
Yeah.
and he's been caught. What can you say? He could have gone on and got 150 or more. And it's for the other players who are more attacking to play around him.
Absolutely. When you go, oh, now that's driven, and just over the man at cover, and there's no one out behind him. But that's what he's there for. He's there for the tempter. And Phillips gets himself a boundary. I'm not sure if it was in catching distance. I'm sure we'll see in a replay. But play him a jingle, Hendo.
I will do.
Giuliani had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons. There were four.
It was well over the man at cover. Not really a catching chance, but he's prepared to play it in the air, which means, get it right.
Yeah.
It might give you a chance. That one's straighter, driven up towards mid-off. I like this little battle. It's good fun. I'm enjoying
Fascinating.
Bashir.
It's keeping us awake.
Well, it's very different Bashir bowling, isn't it? Suddenly he's just giving it loads of air. He's used to seeing him just sort of kind of fire it in quite
I'll tell
flat.
you what, Ben Stokes would love it if the spinners pick up a whole load of wickets.
Yeah, he would.
Love it.
I'd love it. Who's that? It's Kevin Keegan.
Kevin Keegan,
Yeah.
I'd love it if we beat them.
Yeah, exactly.
Love it.
And then they lost.
They did.
It's typical Fergie. That's played back to the bowler, and there's no run. And Bashir tosses this one up again, and it's just played as an on-Hayden type person, and there's no run. If you click on the first tab on that computer, no, not that one, this one,
Yeah.
but on that screen,
Yeah.
on the browser, the number one tab.
This one.
I can't see where the bloody arrow is.
While you work that out, Dave Emery's said good morning from a chilly Bohol and sent us a lovely beach picture.
Not sure what you're trying to do.
Get up the rotor.
Oh, right, okay.
It's just worked out to mid-wicket and there's no run. Who's on next?
Gary! I've just let him in.
Oh, have you?
Well, I say I've let him in. I opened it and he's hidden himself.
Me, Gary and Bear. Well,
You are the
no,
Bear.
I am Bear.
You are Bear.
Me, Gary and Messers.
Me, myself, I.
Yes. Bashir is in, and it's played back to him by Blundell, and there is a no run to end the over.
Now I just saw Abby by the door. Was he just saying good night?
Don't know. I'll go and find him.
He's logged out.
You've been what? Over the computer? Oh.
It's 240 for 5. The Bear's considering something. I don't know what it is.
Do you want me to stay here for 2 minutes while you go and sort that out? What were you supposed to be doing, Bear?
Well, I'll finish off.
You do that.
Well, I say finish off until the Bear comes back. Yeah, it's interesting that talk from Cornelius about the pace of the innings. I mean, it has slowed. I mean, it was for quite a long while. It was going at a little over 4 and over, which is very acceptable in Test cricket. Atkinson into his 15th over, 3 slips waiting. Blundell gets one down the leg side, rising on him, but despite the little lofted arm from Ollie Pope, he didn't brush that with glove or bat. And Tom Blundell's record against England, 7 matches, nearly 700 runs, just 3 runs short of that. 200s, 450s, average of 69.7.
Is Gary struggling to get in? Because he's
No,
he's due on ball by ball.
Yeah, I mean, I'll come in. I was waiting to.
Oh, it's 4 o'clock. Sorry, it is 4 o'clock. Yep. Okay, I'll leave.
Left alone, through to the keeper and a throw. And you'll come on the end of the over, Gary. Don't you worry.
Okay. The headmaster spoke.
What was the problem, Bear?
Oh no, he got logged out at the back end of the website and was trying to get in through the wrong address, which is fine.
I can go and sleep now.
You can go and sleep.
I don't really feel like I feel like I'm awake again now.
And that's fine. I think you stay awake if you feel awake. Earlier, I just couldn't keep my eyes open.
Well, you have been up since 6.
Yeah, exactly. That's pulled. Short pulled. No one out there. It's going to be 4 runs.
Might be more than 4. Did he get? No, it's just a 4.
It's definitely 4.
Well, that's the first time he's actually lifted one, but then I suppose he realises that field is distinctly different.
Yep, exactly. Not a lot of bounce in this pitch, is there, really?
Just the occasional one, isn't there?
Yeah. There's a lot of effort in that ball, and it got up, just above waist height?
Yeah.
Nice height to be pulling at. Atkinson in, 4th ball of the over. This time it is worked out to mid-wicket, and it won't be a single this time.
It's also a slightly dangerous period for England, because if Blundell, who's played a couple of shots in the last couple of overs, and Phillips come off, then, you know, they could put together a really good stand.
I mean, this is it. We've got to get through this wicket. Exactly. This is a pivotal point of the game. England can get another wicket now. They're right back in it, aren't they? If these two can get away, then they've got some lower order biffers who can put England to the sword. Oh, that's a good ball. It's on a length. This time it's nipped away from Blundell. He's definitely played it, but it's gone too far and beaten the outside edge of the bat.
But where did that come from?
I don't know, but it's a cracking delivery. I think it's a bit of scrambled seam, isn't it? It's just this time it's managed to hit the seam, and he hung his bat out there. But it's beaten the outside edge. Looks like a good pitch to put bat on to me, I have to say.
I think New Zealand have got a very handy bowling lineup.
Yeah. That one's come back the other way. That's another cracking delivery. He's on fire a little bit here, Atkinson. End of the 65th, 244 for 5. Blundell on 17, Phillips on 6, and we will let Gary in.
He's in.
He's
let him in.
I know.
He's there.
But we'll put him up on the screen so people can see him, Hendo.
I'm not on.
Oh,
I'm not on yet.
A no ball. It's a Gary ball.
Just keep you off for one more.
So under Gary's rules, the batsman should be allowed to choose whether to take the next ball or not.
Ah, yes, of course. We had that conversation, didn't we? And of course, Hendo left early, didn't he? That was the last ball was defended, and there is no run right now. Come on, Gary, it's your turn.
Welcome.
Is your mic near your mouth?
I'm welcome to the mic. It is 4 a.m. in London, so I'm not exactly on top of my game here. But I haven't seen much, but I've heard quite a bit. England don't seem to have bowled too well, but that was certainly a decent over from Gus Atkinson. I think he has a lot of Glenn McGrath about his work. He gets close to the stumps, and then he just finds a ball that nibbles one way or swings the other. Nothing, outrageous like the kind of booming swing of a Jimmy Anderson, but because his length is so controlled, he can pull the batsman forward. And what that means, in the way that Glenn McGrath had this capacity and few do, is that he's a threat on all pitches at all times. But now we've got Shoaib Bashir who's in, and this is full. He goes back though, does Glenn Phillips, and there is no run. The ball pushed into the leg side. I've had a bit of a day, but you can ask me about, not so much the last 12 hours, you can ask me about the horrors of my last 12 hours when we get a break in play. Here is Shoaib Bashir. That's nicely outside off stump. He comes forward, takes the inside portion of the bat, no run.
Can you turn yourself up, Gary?
Can I turn myself on?
Up. You're quite quiet. No, not really.
Is that better? Let me put the mic closer. I have never been quiet in an entire
Well, exactly. We need to be closer to the mic, mate.
This is short, and it's just wellied, really, with a pulse shot, which was more sound and fury than effect, because it's only gets a single down to deep square leg where I think Bryden Carse did the fielding. I've been hearing good things about Bryden Carse.
Yeah.
I'd have to say Jeremy Coney makes you seem wild and quiet, Gary.
Ah, yes. Yes, the Coney does tend to rabbit on, doesn't he?
Takes on a no one.
Yeah, it absolutely does. 17, Tom Blundell, searching for a bit of form. And he faces up, he gets Bashir again, is just a little short, but decisive footwork can make any spinner look a little short or a little full, because that was decisive footwork from Blundell. It does tend to allow the batsmen to make their own length. And he's in again, is Shoaib Bashir, and just defended. There is no run. Rather like a late night reveller in Peckham High Street. I've got something of a jerky feed here, so if I occasionally hesitate, first of all, respite for you. Yeah, I know you appreciate it. Secondly, it's because it's been a little jerky. That short outside off stump, and it's hit hard for the man at backward pointed it to court. Actually, I thought he hit that down, but that is a sucker of a delivery. And Shoaib Bashir shows yet again his ability to just conjure wickets with rubbish bowling, looking like he's likely to take one. It's just short outside off, and he doesn't get over the ball, does Tom Blundell, and it's just caught by Gus Atkinson. He had to dive, but you're taking that 99 times out of 100. And I wouldn't say that New Zealand are in disarray, but they're not that far off it, are they?
No. Well, let's play a jingle. Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust. They were in a very solid position at 190 off for 3. I think England are slightly ahead now. And I don't think...
They've just moved from 2-1 to 5-2. Sorry, to 3-2 on Betfair. But I really think this suits England perfectly. It's not that big a score on an easy wicket, and England could score 450 tomorrow.
Well, they still got to get through. They've got quite a long tail, They've got Matt Henry's no mug with a bat, and he's coming in next. I've never seen Nathan Smith. Don't really know much about him, but he does have a jingle that goes like this.
Batsmen quaking at the cream. They feel the moment of relief. Nathan Smith has got the power. He makes the sweat drip like a shower. Oh, yeah!
Well, what I do know about Nathan Smith is that he's on debut and he's walked with some purpose to the crease. None of this hanging around. He's just got out in the middle and said, it's my turn now. He's not on strike though, because that was the last ball of the over, and so it'll be Gus Atkinson. But I do like a batter who picks himself up, fall of a wicket, gets into the middle, and says, right, my turn now, and that's what he's done. So it's Glenn Phillips who makes important runs more often than not, actually. And he's got Gus Atkinson to face up to, and this is wide outside off stump. It goes through to Ollie Pope. For some of us, that's still slightly jarring to see the Popester behind the...
Yeah, I'll tell you what, he had a very fluent and good attempt at stumping earlier in the day.
Well, he's no mug. He's no mug. But there's a bit of confirmation bias, and I hate to bring Messi Jazz in on this, because I know he has firm views on such matters, but we get so used to sort of barely competent keepers, and when somebody does something even vaguely competent, we kind of praise them as the next coming of Alan Knott. As this ball is just pushed into the offside, Nathan Smith is very keen to get to the other end on strike. He's sent back by Glenn Phillips, whom I heard interviewed on Talk Sport in the interval with a strange kind of hybrid New Zealand South African accent. Is he of South African stock? I think he is, isn't he?
Who?
Glenn Phillips.
I think there's some South African stock in there, yeah.
Yeah, he was talking that he quails a little when people say he's a part-time bowler. As Atkinson is in again, and he cuts hard, but it's stopped by a diving point there, who I think is Jacob Bethel by that ludicrous hairstyle, and they're through for a single. He said he's worked very hard at his bowling, and I think we can forget He was once a wicket keeper, and he's got a Test fifer. He's played a full part in a series win in India. Glenn Phillips, a batting all-rounder.
Yep.
Yes, he was born in East London in South Africa.
Ah, was he now?
That was one of the dullest cricket docos I've ever seen, actually, the feature on him. To be honest.
Cricket can be dull, that's why we like it. This ball is defended by Nathan Smith, who has felt bat on ball in Test cricket for the first time. He'll be feeling better about that. He averages 27 in first-class cricket, very respectable for a number 8, but he now has the opportunity to imprint his mark on New Zealand Test cricket.
So, what was your disaster of the last 12 hours?
I've only got 20 minutes or so left in my spell, so I'm not sure I can get through all of it. But I'll give you the SP in a moment. As Atkinson's in, very full, attempted Yorker, but just pushed without timing to extra cover, no run. First of all, I tried and failed to get to Cockfosters. Tooting Broadway to Cockfosters on the tube in the rush hour. Well, I tell you what, Ernest Shackleton might think otherwise.
Isn't that just the northern line all the way?
No, it's the northern line to Stockwell. It's then Stockwell to Finsbury Park, and then it's the Piccadilly line at Finsbury Park to Cockfosters. I got as far as Manor House, and there was a signal failure.
Aha! How long did that take?
Half an hour.
Oh, okay.
This ball is defended, by which time I had to give up on getting to Chicken Shed for its always joyous Christmas show and come home. So did my son, who was attempting to get from the Victoria and Albert Museum to Cockfosters and also failed. So I'll be doing the journey again sometime next week. Then I had some soup at home, which I added some mushrooms to. Now, Waitrose don't do psychoactive mushrooms, they just do ordinary mushrooms. But 3 or 4 hours later, about 2 a.m. this morning, I was deep in conversation on the big white telephone to Huey and Ralph, as Billy Connolly would tell us. So the good thing about food poisoning is it's horrible for 20 minutes and then it passes, so I'm pretty much okay now, apart from certain.
How old were the mushrooms, Gary?
I don't know. I'd cooked them the previous day and put them in the fridge, and I added them to the soup, and I think that was my error. So I almost phoned in sick, but I thought, I might be alright, and sure enough I am. Very full from Shoaib Bashir, and I keep wanting to call him Wayne Phillips, because I'm still stuck in the 80s, but it's Glenn Phillips went back to defend that. I think there's a bit of danger here in playing back to these full balls. He wants to go onto the back foot all the time. England should really have a short leg in. This is extremely full, and it's just punched to the man at mid-off, and they set off for a quick single, and Glenn Phillips misses out on a boundary chance there, fielded by Matthew Potts, who must be on for somebody, because he's not in the 11, is he, Matthew Potts?
No, he's not. He's on a little fielding replacement for somebody.
Yeah. New Zealand 248 for 6, 67 overs.
Gus Atkinson, I think.
Yes, Gus Atkinson.
No,
it's
Wokes.
Chris Wokes sitting on the concrete steps. He goes back here, does Nathan Smith, everything being played off the back foot. There is no run. Dismal over rate, which means that Chris Wokes, who's had a pretty poor day with the ball, won't have to bowl one of his spells, which is an advantage for bowling your overs so slowly. And this is punched hard off the back foot, and coming round to deep extra cover is, I think, the aforementioned Matthew Potts, and they're through for 2. It's a bit of a rebuilding phase here for New Zealand. They've got the 250 up, 256, but they're not sort of taking the Baz ball come Steve Waugh's Australians way, is that when you lose a wicket you immediately attack. Just looking to knock singles. They've now got the short backward short leg that I was looking for. This ball is defended. There is no run. It's Jacob Bethel who fields it in the on-Hayden position. Shoaib Bashir, 14.5 overs, 2 for 43. I think he got some tap early on, so he's brought that back in. Can't be easy bowling off spin in this Christchurch wind, but he's beginning to find his rhythm. And sure enough, this is a fullish ball. Pulls Nathan Smith forward, but it's Potts again doing the fielding at wideish mid-off. They're through for a single, 251 for 6 of 68. I guess we've got some socials, yes?
We have indeed. Arbrino Over had something I thought was rubbish, but it turns out it was a jingle. It says, a new jingle. I am a folks in 10, a number on a list. I am a folks in 10, even though I don't exist. Nobody knows me, but I'm always there. A statistic, a reminder of a world that doesn't care.
Yes,
Nice
UB40,
one.
that one, from about 1980. A pain.
That was a good song by UB40.
Yeah, it's a pain against the pain of unemployment.
Yeah.
That's what that one is.
Racing Rant said Gary didn't pardon his pun, Coney rabbiting on. And he says Phillips emigrated as a 5-year-old.
Ah, yes. Well, there was still something in the accent there. Maybe you spent the odd summer there or wherever it might be, but there's just a twang there. Of course, I'm very sensitive to the South African accent because I spend my weekends, soon to be just my Sundays, at Waitrose in East Putney, and pretty much every other customer is South African or Australian.
What, they've emigrated out there from Earl's Court, yeah?
Well, I think they have.
The ones that haven't come to Western Australia, there's plenty of South Africans here.
Yeah.
Dave Emrys has, on Blue Sky, sent us a gorgeous photo. It says, good morning from a chilly bohol. And it's a picture of the sea across the beach. Half the luck, Dave.
Where's Bohol? Where's that, Jess?
No idea.
Yeah.
But it looks good.
Yeah. Seaside.
It's in the Philippines.
Oh, it's in the Philippines. Oh, right. Well, as long as you haven't got a volcano going off, I think it can be quite nice. Although I believe the humidity is a bit horrendous, but I'm sure being at the seafront will help that, although it doesn't in Hong Kong, has to be said.
I guess we're on a drinks break at the moment.
We are.
Which is,
both of these batsmen in their little portraits that are used on the graphic both look like photo fit New Zealand cricketers. Especially Nathan Smith, because he's got the tash.
He's got the bloody tash, yeah.
And a slight turn in the eye from the looks of that photograph there. I kind of, if AI said produce a New Zealand cricketer, that's what AI would do. And it won't be long before AI are, of course, producing cricketers, but that future may be at a time when I'm no longer required by GC or indeed life. But, there we are. We're seeing the wickets go down here. Oh dear, that's an ugly one, isn't it? I think that was the left-hander. So who was that? I think
that was Ravinder.
Daryl Mitchell.
No, it was Ravinder.
Oh, was it Ravinder? Oh dear. And yes, there was a lot of amusement by the wicket that went down to Harry Brook, I think it was, at Third Man on TalkSport, because none of them could believe that Harry Brook could actually see the ball, because they were all unable to sight the ball as it skewed off the top edge high in the air. You would think that the ball had entered the Bermuda Triangle to listen to the commentators on TalkSport. But it was good to hear Johnny Norman, who's out there. He's a good lad, this Johnny Norman at TalkSport, and he's got the gig out in Christchurch at the moment. So I'm glad that Johnny's got there. And we're seeing Vincent van Gogh is about to come on to bowl, fresh from his exhibition at the National Gallery. Oh no, he's calling himself Ben Stokes these days.
Looks like he's buffed out a bit, doesn't he? Chest pumping over the winter.
He's in again, is Ben Stokes, and this is an inside edge, an attempted forcing shot from Nathan Smith, and there is no run. I read an interview with him, Ali Martin in The Guardian, and I just can't help liking how Ben Stokes goes about his leadership. He was very forthright in saying that, he kind of let himself down, but he wasn't speaking in cliches. He did feel under pressure in Pakistan, and he did show frustration as he's in again, and this is clipped off the hip, but only to the man at forward square leg. But you can have managers. I think we've all had managers who will issue a mea culpa, and we know that we don't really mean it. We know it's because in the big book of how to be a leader, it says you've got to own your mistakes or something. But again, he showed, I think, great emotional intelligence in acknowledging that he'd let the externals. He'd let the pressure get to him and then taken it out a bit on his team. And it was good to read, really. But the proof of the pudding will be in the eating. How's his leadership in this series? As this was down the leg side and it's just clipped off the pad. Indeed, I think it's going to be leg buys. It is leg buys, and the score advances to 252 for 6.
From an external point of view, the impression I get of England's leadership is that it's sloppy, and that the process involves vibes more than anything else.
It's
the whole thing.
It's an easy one.
It works sometimes, but
it works sometimes, which is better than the leadership that used to be, because that worked hardly ever.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can all see there are ways that we'd like it to toughen up in some ways. This ball is defended to extra cover, but sometimes you've got to take the rough with the smooth, and it's great to see them genuinely celebrating together. It's great to see how they integrate new players and get the best out of new players almost straight away. And if it is a little soft for the more unreconstructed of give them a kick up the backside, I think on the whole its results show that it's a positive approach. As Stokes is in again, this is down the leg side and there is no run. Yeah, I mean, I was as irritated as anybody by them going out and sweeping against Pakistan. And yet, if they had taken those couple of catches, then the series might have been different. So, and I know there's ifs, buts and maybes, but when you've got a record and say, England's record 2024 has been a bit disappointing in tests. Well, they've won 7 and lost 7, and throughout most of my time watching test cricket, England would have taken that. As Stokes is in again, and this is defended, and there is no run. Of course, there's big tests coming up, not least against this vibrant New Zealand side. By the way, 252 for 6. And it will be a test of Stokes' leadership in his home country, or certainly his country of birth, not his home country. But I say, on the whole, I'll take the downside for the upside, and I think the upside is very positive.
6 of those losses were on the subcontinent.
Yeah, they were.
Stokes' performance is not been great. I mean, he's had the worst year both batting and bowling
Jez,
in the last 12 months.
You're right, Jez, but when I wrote my report card at The Guardian, I instinctively eased back a little on criticising Stokes in Pakistan. And about a day after it was published at The Guardian, the news came about the break-in at his home with his wife and kids still there. I'm going to forgive him that series. This ball is defended, there is no run. I'm going to forgive him because that must have been playing on his mind. He wasn't completely fit. Sometimes you've got to cut a player a bit of slack. I won't be cutting him the same slack in this series unless other news comes out. But the last series, it's specific circumstances. This is defended and there is no run. Nathan Smith on 3 off 12. Glenn Phillips a bit palmed on 9. I think he was on about 9 when I started the spell. But Shahab Bashir bowling with a bit of rhythm, which of course is what you want to see in a spinner. This ball is a little down. Oh, is it taken?
Yes.
I think it is taken. Well, Nathan Smith, I'm going to call it.
Catch.
I'm going to call it. I don't think he knew that the man was there at backward short leg.
Well, he should have been. He'd been there for fucking 3 overs on the trot.
I completely agree with you, but why would you play that shot? He goes back to a leg side delivery. He looks at the ball and then he clips it in the air straight at the man at backward point, who is, I think, Joe Root, who did well to stay down, which is very important, close to the wicket. It went straight in the hands, and Shoaib has another wicket.
Well,
Smith realised he was there.
Well, let's send him off.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
I know what you mean, Gary, but I'd say to you, I don't think any batsman turns that shot down. I think every batsman in the world plays that shot. It's a question of whether you can get it fine enough to beat the man or get it down quick enough. I think it's very instinctive if you get a spinner bowling into your hip to just turn it around. I don't think your brain probably can't react quick enough to go, oh shit, there's a short leg there. It just goes, It's almost rote,
which makes it strange that there isn't always a short leg there. And we saw earlier on that there was no short leg. Stokes, to his credit.
Well, we talked about this in the podcast you did with us, didn't you? Recently. Yeah. I mean, in the last 2 or 3 years, I've seen more sort of leg slips, gullies, and God knows what behind square, either close in or just deeper, as a method of getting people out, and you used to see in the previous 20 years, really.
Yeah, I think that's true. And again, to Stokes' credit, it's an aspect of baseball that you attack in the field as well. A horrible full toss by Shoaib, but the new batsman, as yet unjingle, can't get it any timing. It's fielded at mid-off.
Oh, we should play his jingle now.
You could never trust a man with 2 first names.
Defended, no run.
They really kind of balls this up from about 190 off the 3.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, and of course their series in India did have some collapses in it, as well as some tremendous fight backs. So we can't be writing New Zealand off. This is very short outside off stump. It goes back. There's Matt Henry on this very slow outfield. He gets a single for his troubles. It's a scrappy throw and a scrappy take by Ollie Pope, who went with 1 hand. He should have gone with 2, but plenty of backing up.
Well, yeah, but they went into...
Henry's off the mark.
England would have been a bit dispirited. They won the toss, put them in at tee. They were 197, I think, or 193 for 3.
Credit to England, and the scorecard shows that if you take Kane Williamson out, and I'm not saying he was a marginal pick, but a lot of people wanted Will Young to retain his place. You take Kane Williamson's 93 out, and nobody else has crossed 50. In fact, Tom Latham's 47.
I don't think
Ravindra Rachin Ravindra's 34 are the only substantial scores at all on what is a blameless wicket. 28 extras looks a bit decent, doesn't it? But
yeah, third full top score. Latham batted well at the top with 47.
Yeah. Racing Rant says, can anyone detect a residual Kiwi accent in Stokes? A 7 or 12 years should be potent.
This ball is defended to point. Well, he grew up in Cumberland, didn't he, in Cockermouth, so that kind of northwestern England is going to knock any southern hemisphere out of him pretty quickly.
I thought so.
Yeah. 253 for 7, 70 overs gone. The camera's picking out Zach Crawley. Looking pensive. I think maybe he's wondering if he's going to get it back tonight.
Wow.
Yeah.
Here's Stokes again. This is cut, but the man at point fails to field the ball. It's tricky when you're exactly square on like that at point, because there's some old pictures that can bobble the ball around. He raises his hand as Zach Crawley in acknowledgement. Henry helps himself to a single. And it's his pedigree chum at the other end, Glenn Phillips, who is taking strike now. One for all the kids out there, as Martin Kellner would say. A reference to Clement Freud and his dog Henry in adverts from the 1970s. We haven't got the advertising boys on yet, have we?
No.
So this is down the leg side. There's a big appeal from
Ollie
Pope. It's given out. It's given out. Is this a strangle? If it is, England have got some wickets with some pretty rank deliveries.
Well, he's immediately reviewed it.
He's immediately reviewed it, but at 7 down, you probably would. Ben Stokes, he's got a bit of a blonde kind of peroxide in his hair. It's not looking as red. Well, the beard's looking red. The top is looking a bit Beverly Hills 90210.
It is a little bit, isn't it?
But
it's a shocker.
Is this a strangle down the leg side?
Well, it did look a bit odd, but it seemed a bit far away from the bat.
Yeah, I thought so.
Oh, is there a little bit of glove, though? If the umpire has seen that bit of glove, then he must have eyes.
I think it's past the glove at that point.
I think it is as well. Yeah. Well, we'll see now on Ultra Edge, and it misses bat, glove, everything. Takes the hip. There is vindication of DRS. I think England knew that that decision was going to be overturned. So Glenn Phillips lives to fight another day. The always half-hearted. It's quite funny how umpires do that signal which says you've got to overturn my decision. There's a very reluctant sort of shoulders, and then the arms go down and cross. There really ought to be a kind of soundtrack and compilation of umpires reluctantly signalling that their decision is to be overturned. Stokes is in again, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Phillips, who gets in behind this. He's still becalmed on 9, but at least he's still out there.
I mean, I don't know about you, Gary, but I don't think this wicket's got a lot in it, really.
No, I don't. The outfield is so slow that 350 might be worth more like 400, but 350 looks some distance away. There's the odd one that's nibbled. Gus Atkinson's got a couple to go one way and the other way earlier, but there's no demons, no terrors, no great horizontal moment, no movement, no
swing.
No swing, not much bounce as this ball is defended through to mid-on. It looks like a kind of classic midsummer county championship track at the Oval or at the Rose Bowl or something to me. And which makes it strange that Chris Wokes didn't bowl too well on it, but we've seen before
it was
overseas.
Impacted by the flight. Once he gets on a plane, his skills disappear.
Yeah.
Yeah. As Stokes is in, he tosses this wide of the off stump, and he throws the kitchen sink at it, does Glenn Phillips, but it skews away off an outside edge. Had there been a gully there rather than a deep backward point, then that might have been a chance, but in the end, Bethel fields ball at the deep point boundary, and they're through for a single, and I think we've got a change of personnel. I think I'm going over to summarise.
Okay.
Somebody's ball by ball.
Tony's ball by balling.
I go.
You're awake,
Jonathan
Tony?
Seafelt says, rejoining after stepping away for a bit. Has anyone made the Glenn Phillips toed the wet sprocket joke? If not, I'm claiming it. Classic 90s, just above forgettable rock. Concern New Zealand's Phillips is also just above forgettable. That means nothing to me, toed the wet sprocket, but I'm sure it does to some people. I'll catch you in half an hour.
See you then.
Well, things have all taken more of a dramatic turn.
They have, haven't they? England suddenly in the box seat.
193 for 3, was it, at T?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, about 197, one or the other.
193, I think. Bashir in. Back foot push by Phillips into the onside. And there is no run. So they've lost 55, 255 plus.
Ooh. They went into the GPL today. Did we even talk about it?
So they've lost 62. They've lost 4 wickets for 62. Then, if my maths is right, that's again worked away towards leg or backward square leg. To be fair, and a single is taken.
Oh, good old Ombre and Messengers are fighting out for the GPL.
There's another tussle of the GPL Titans.
273 gets us in the game, which we're going to get to.
256 for 7. Matt Henry new to the crease.
You would have got my allusion to pedigree chum adverts with Henry, wouldn't you, Tony?
Yes, with Clement Freud, am I right?
Clement Freud.
Yes. I'd forgotten you were there, Gary. Now, it's not often you can say that. That is launched down the ground by Henry. And that's the first maximum, I think, of the innings. Well, Rod Tucker's not sure.
I'm not sure either.
It went flying over Ben Duckett's head, but as everyone will tell you, that probably doesn't mean it was very high.
Lovely shot.
Well, it was. A couple of skips.
Sachet, played it under his nose. Didn't really middle it, which is why it only just cleared the boundary.
We're not actually sure it did. They're still checking, I think.
Is that it down there? I think that's
Clark's playing a spot the ball competition.
Isn't it?
Oh, here we go. This is the view that will tell us. No, it pitches short of the boundary, and it's going to be 4.
I'll tell you what, Ben Duckett better be careful if he goes in the
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Because the Hagley Oval does look like somebody's back garden with all these grassy banks. Somebody might mistake him for a garden gnome.
Oh, that's a bit harsh. Give him a
It is
fishing.
a bit harsh.
Give him a fishing rod sitting
It
by
is
a
a
little
bit
well.
Maybe camouflage him in the field as a gnome.
I'll come back to garden gnomes. after
Well,
this.
pressure is on really for England. That one is driven, but driven straight towards mid-off by a belligerent Matt Henry, who's got the look of a man who quite keen to get on with things and have a go at bowling.
Yeah, there's been news has broken about garden gnomes.
This is on to the again defended back to towards Bashir by Henry. No run.
I recall it was either 40 or 50 years ago. There was a spate of thefts.
Oh,
of
there
garden
was. Yes, there
gnomes
was.
in
Yes.
Formby, where I've played cricket many times. Just
In comes
up the
Bashir,
coast of
wheeling
me.
in. A little bit of turn into the right-hander, who just guides it out towards extra cover, and they take another single.
Was that weird story I saw on the news the other day where someone had cut the legs off a gnome or something and hidden it and was
it's
asking for
nothing.
25p in phone boxes
No,
and stuff?
it's altogether more charming than that. It's sleepy Formby, as one is obliged to describe it. A village between Liverpool and Southport on the coast, sand dunes on one side, golf courses on the other. And there was a spate of thefts of garden gnomes which would subsequently appear in various configurations, I think, on roundabouts and stuff like this. And somebody has come forward, racked with guilt, having carried the burden for 40-odd years, and said that him, when he was 15, and would you believe his 5-year-old accomplice had committed these crimes of stealing garden gnomes.
Ben Stokes into the attack, defended with a big high elbow from Henry into the offside. There is no run. We do have 3 slips still, and which has been for the seam attack for England has been consistent throughout the day.
It has, but what was lovely in the story is that he seemed genuinely contrite and that unburdening himself before meeting his maker was exactly what he wanted to do.
For a crime against gnomes.
He referred to the statute of limitations, meaning that he felt he could come forward now.
Right, Stokes in short. Oh, and it rose on Henry, who started off looking to cut, and it was quite a spongy bounce really, but he could only get underneath it.
There is, as yet, as far as we know, no kidnap threat towards Pembroke.
Spent some time at Somerset, didn't he? Of course, he had a fantastic start to the Tour of India. That 5 for 15 for Matt Henry was
good bowler.
He is a good bowler, but that 5
He's
for 15.
been around. I think he was at Kent for a while. He might even have been
He was.
my county cricketers of the year 2 or 3 years ago.
Right, Ben Stokes, dyed hair, flopping. That's a beautiful shot. Off the back foot again by Henry. Back foot punch, guided away. That is going to make it to the extra cover boundary just. It's being chased by Cass, I think, who doesn't quite get there, and it'll be 4 more.
You ask where I live, here's the address I give, the phone.
And this is a danger for England. They have, throughout the Bazball era, actually struggled to bowl tails out.
I was just about to
most
say
sides do. But they've got some decent hitters here, counter-attackers, because the Saudi next. Don't let them get to 20 balls.
Stokes in, defended by Henry. Local boy, Henry. He's from Christchurch, of course. Well, I say of course. I only knew it by looking at it, but he is from Christchurch.
What is he, 33 or something?
He's 30. Well, I've got 31 here, but that might be just a cut and paste from previous times I've written notes about him.
He was a real.
So he may have got older since then.
2 years since we last played them, yeah.
Yeah, he was a real tearaway, wasn't he, when he was younger?
He had a few injuries, didn't he, as well?
Apparent to Shane Bond, but he picked up a few injuries. He got a bit slower, but then developed a very crafty way of bowling and very effective.
3 slips and a gully. Stokes in again. That's a great shot. He uses his height, and he's tall, is Henry, and he gets right on top of those. Guided away to extra cover, get himself another single. Nearly didn't play for New Zealand. He had major back surgery in 2012. Could have kept him curtailed his career there. But in this calendar year, this is extraordinary. In this calendar year, he's taken 33 wickets at 16 in 6 matches, puts him 3rd among the leading fast bowlers in the world behind Jasprit Bumrah and who else, Bear? Have a guess. That gets him onto the back foot. Ashan Raza, who's now sporting an ICC baseball cap, is not interested. I think that's going down leg. I think Ben Stokes thinks it's going down leg.
Have we used a review? There's 3 wickets left. You might
We've
as well have a
used
fucking
one.
go.
We've used 1 review.
Oh yeah, we did. No, we didn't. When?
It was an LBW.
When I was asleep.
And it was too high. Yes, it. Yeah, the game went on. It didn't wait for you just while you slept, Bear.
Right.
Other stuff did happen.
More stumps that I think, so best not to review.
Yeah, no, I'd go along with that. So the question was, 33 wickets this calendar year at 16 for Henry. He's in fantastic touch. Leading 3rd amongst the leading fast bowlers in the world behind Jasprit Bumrah and who else?
Gus Atkinson.
Wow. Yes, I know you know, Gary.
Well, I was going to say Gus Atkinson. I was going to say Gus Atkinson. He had a fantastic summer, didn't he? He got 13 tests and he's got 13 wickets in his first test, didn't he? So
I am a little slow. What is it now in England? It's
2 other fifers.
267 for 7 is what the score in at the Hagley Oval in Christchurch is.
So how many wickets has Gus Atkinson got now in his test career already? 35, 40?
I will tell you that in a short while as we wait for Bashir, who's nerdled around the corner, and they will take a single. Now you want to know about Gus Atkinson, and I can probably tell you that fairly quickly.
It's a bit closer than we thought, that LBW. It's
Ooh.
turning into an
Ooh, what if umpire's call? Well, hello.
No, it wouldn't have made any difference then. He didn't give it out, did he?
No, it's hitting, if you like, in football terms, the corner of the crossbar and the post.
Yes, it is. It is.
I thought Liverpool looked pretty good last night against a poor Real Madrid, but I'm sure the Bear.
This one is
Don't
carved
really care.
out towards extra cover.
Thing is, we
Where
can't beat
Wokes Fields. They take another single.
We just can't beat them in the finals, the important games,
No,
Gary.
I know.
I think we beat them one year in the build-up to the final, didn't we? I think
15 years ago, as I understand. But yeah, I mean, Real Madrid do tend to win those finals, whoever they're playing.
Yeah.
I liked an interview with Arne Slot at the end of the match of the week.
Short and pulled, and should be not for because it's fielded by Crawley, who's riding that deep mid-wicket boundary, and they'll take 2. He's so frustrating, isn't he, Bashir? Every sort he does throw the ball up. He can get some turn. He can push it through. He gets the bounce, which is the thing that most makes him attractive to England management. And yet, you almost know there's going to be that drag down to be thumped.
Yep.
All too frequently.
It's 21.
Yeah, exactly.
Onto the back foot, pushed into the onside.
But
I think it's Ben Stokes who's at a very short mid-on.
I think it's very noticeable that he's mixed up his flight a lot more since that. You know, this is his first test since he's watched those guys in Pakistan rip England apart.
We took 34 wickets in the English Test summer. Oh, that's short again. There it was. Launched high and handsome and huge.
That's the first one of the
Over
game.
deep mid-wicket. Up go the arms of Rob Tucker. 6 runs.
Don't want to let this get away from England here.
Did all right against the Presidents. Took 3 for 15. And now I know the quality of player there wasn't great, but nonetheless, you've still got to take the wickets.
Were they wearing pads in that match?
Actually, I don't know. I haven't got the number of wickets directly right in front of me. That one pushed through, flicked by Phillips to backward square, single taken. And this is where England again. You just think they're in the game, and putting tails away is not straightforward. It's been a consistent problem for the last 3-4 years. That for all the great things that we've seen,
there are a lot better tails around in the world than there used to be. It has to be said.
But that's consistent everywhere.
I think there's a lot more biffers who are actually competent with a bat in their hand, rather than, you think of the 90s and England's genuine tail started at 8. He had 4 rabbits at the bottom, and
Gary started on the value of a good number 8.
I was going to say the Arne Slot interview because there was a nice moment, and I was wondering who it reminded me of. And after sort of ruminating on this for a few days, I came up with an unexpected answer, which I'll give you in a moment.
Well, Ben Stokes is trying to delay that for you by bowling. The temerity of it.
So
and it's away to mid-wicket, and they take another single.
So the interview in the post-match discussion that they have, that they run on Match of the Day, said, to finish off, he said something like, so you've got Real Madrid on Wednesday and then Manchester City on Sunday. And Arne Slot said, yeah, we have. He said, tough games? He said, yeah. And then he just looked at the camera, left it a beat, raised a finger and said, at home. And left it at that. And I wondered who would have that comic timing and that little send you away with a bit of a flea in your ear. Don't tell me what's a difficult match, mate. And it was Brian Clough. It was exactly what Clough would have done to an interviewer. Just that beat, a look in the eyes, and at home.
Young man.
Young man.
Right.
With a big green jumper.
Ben Stokes, short and ducked underneath by Matt Henry. A couple of backward skips by Ollie Pope to take it down leg side, and there's no run.
I mean, there's still a long way to go in the Premier League, obviously, but I mean, he's had a fantastic start. I mean, how many times do managers come in with a successful team and, you know, it all starts going downhill? I mean, I think everyone was worried, but...
And with no demonstrative stuff, he doesn't jump about on the touch.
No.
But he knows what he's
got
about.
a good... Actually, when you look
Stokes in...
Oh,
we don't really want to be talking about Liverpool, do we?
Well, possibly. I mean, the game's kind
away it goes out to
waiting for the new ball now.
Deep extra cover. They'll come back for a rushed. Did they take two in the end?
I think they did. Might have even taken three.
I think the problem is that it's nearly 10 to 5 in the morning.
Exactly, and anything to keep us awake.
A little, so, but you are right, Tony. I think we should concentrate on the cricket.
Well, it's just the last point.
I'm guilty as anybody.
Well, you started it, Gary, so I'll finish.
They did come back for three.
Yeah, they did come back.
And they had to hurry too, but they put on the afterburners, and all was well from a New Zealand perspective.
He's got a fantastic array of attacking options, and what I think he does do is he doesn't let anyone stay on the pitch too long, so he's definitely got a formula that changes it around 60-70 minutes and gives whoever's on the bench. So he's giving all of the forwards, they kind of rotate.
And that one is again wide of the off stump. Phillips, who's well, he can score, runs fast. We know, we've seen him do that in T20, we've seen him do it in the IPL. It's away towards cover. You keep the strike, I think. No, he won't, because there's 2 balls left of the over. I don't know what made me think that. He's on to 23.
A bit of Baz McCullum in his ability to, you know, motivate young players and give them belief, because the way that Gravenberch, and in particular Curtis Jones, and now this lad Bradley has come on, have been fantastic.
I know.
That's the leadership from the top there.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
Matt Henry is
anyway, enough about
looking
that
to be a thorn in the side of England. Stokes is trying his best to make sure that doesn't happen. There is a slightly backward short leg, I think. And he's brought into the game as it's turned away around the corner. There's no run, 1 ball left of this Stokes over.
Backstop, which looks very Village, doesn't it, to have a backstop? But he's catching backstop because he's there for the ramp, or perhaps.
Well, if it's Harry Brook, was it Harry Brook? Yeah, then he's already got 1 wicket today.
He has. It's not kind of a deep third man, or deep third, whatever you want to call it these days.
Matt Henry, he's a study in concentration, and he's bounced by Stokes, and that did climb on him a lot quicker than I think he was expecting. But he's smiling because he's a bowler, and he's a tall bowler, and he's thinking, well, you know what, if you're going to do that.
Came off the arm. It did hit him.
Did it? I think he seems to be wearing it with a smile. Shoulder, top of the left arm.
Bit like a boxer, though, isn't it? When the boxer smiles, it means they're hurt. And
they don't want to let you see it.
Lights are on, I notice.
They are indeed.
Are
and there is a very good crowd at home.
I never understand how we can have our places on the globe, because we seem to be sort of directly opposite. If you kind of drill the line through the centre of the earth, people from London will probably end up in Christchurch. Or some people tell me you end up in Hawaii or something. But it seems to be dark in both places at the moment. It's dark in London, it's dark in Christchurch.
Well, it's the bookends of the day. Beginning of ours, end of theirs, as that one forces Phillips onto the back foot
I don't know,
to push into the onside. No run.
Oh, listen, I've got a tweet the YouTuber today, Baby Shaker. This is the best cricket commentary available. More Kiwis need to know about your channel. Well, tell them about us.
That's driven. Oh, it's driven
lovely.
sweetly indeed. It beats Wokes, but Bethel, with that mop of blonde hair. I'm not sure it's fully naturally blonde. No one has hair that natural colour.
No, it's definitely not natural
He
blonde.
sweeps around from deep extra cover, and they will take another 3. I would hope they would. 3 is what they take. A 285 for 7.
I think you're allowed at 21 to do that.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Whether Ben Stokes is at 33 is another matter.
This one is driven, but driven straight to Wokes' no sooner as he turned around and after his futile chase, because Bethel ended up doing the fielding, then he gets an opportunity to redeem himself and does field it.
Is it just me, or does Chris Wokes with the heavy beard that he favours these days under a cap look quite a lot like Kane Williamson with the heavy beard he favours these days?
Yeah,
under
a little bit.
There's
A little bit of similarity.
I think Chris Wokes is about 4 or 5 inches taller, so you're not going to mistake one for the other.
Yeah.
There's a certain kind of Voortrekker look that they both
I
favour.
don't know. Williamson looks more weather-beaten.
Yeah, he does look weather beaten. He looks like he's been toiling in the diamond mines of Kimberley in 1897 and was about to go off to war.
Bashir comes around the wicket. That's a free-flowing drive, but drive straight to extra cover and just a single taken. And there he is, the man with the beard that we were discussing.
Yeah.
A little bit of grey fleck in there as well.
Old Christopher Wokes.
Who was the South African kind of leader, the fighter for the last dregs of apartheid? Eugene Terblanche.
Yes.
Terblanche.
Because he had that kind of beard there. He'd probably be soft right these days, Terblanche.
And that one's more of a drag down. There it was. We see it at least once and over. And it's carved out to cover again. Bethel, who's been busy.
And Henry's got to 20 deliveries. It's always a danger if you get a tail ender who's got a few shots and can handle a bat. You've got to get him out before they get to 20 deliveries, because who would be surprised now if Henry goes on to get like 45?
I don't think anybody. 288 for 7 is what the score currently is.
Do you remember Tim Southey's debut? I remember watching it in the very room I'm sitting here now, when he kept hitting those sixes and got 77 as a fresh-faced teenager.
This one is full and straight and defended back
We
towards
have
the bowler.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, do we got a super chat? Marvellous.
Super chat.
It's our lovely Anna Forsyth from Canada.
Hello, Anna. Goodness
Hello,
me.
Anna. And she says, putting up the Christmas decorations to annoy her Grinch housemate who returns tomorrow. Excellent.
Well, I'm with them. Once it's
well, I am
December.
with your Grinch housemate, I know, I have to say.
I am as well.
I
I am.
hate Christmas.
At least a couple of weeks into December before the Christmas decorations go up.
Oh, they don't come out until right before Christmas.
What's this partnership now, by the way? I'm just trying to work
Must
it
be
out.
about 40. No, 30.
36.
30,
36. Yeah, it's been a thorn for England after the 4 wickets fell
Well,
in.
the wicket is quite an easy
reasonably
place
rapid
wicket.
order.
I mean, England have done well to get those, extra 4 wickets for less than 100 runs, the way they were going earlier. So,
Tell you what, if you're a drone operator these days, you're
Thing is,
always going to
anyone-
be in work, aren't you?
well, thing is
That's full by Stokes, right onto the 3/4 of the way up the off stump of Phillips, who competently defends it, and there is no run. We had an interesting lunchtime segment, or tea time segment, was it, of Phillips and his family, who clearly are outdoorsmen and women. They were doing archery, mountain climbing,
They're the right place.
Lord knows
aren't
what.
they?
Oh, yeah.
I've been whitewater rafting in New Zealand. That was a pretty good
Never
fun.
been to New Zealand. Quite like to go.
Stokes, 2 slips where we've reduced the slip count to the tune of 1 late in the day. And the answer, because of that, is that Phillips slashes where the third slip possibly would have been, maybe just wide of them, and has got himself 4 runs down towards that man.
Bit top edgy, but safe as houses, isn't it?
Yeah, so wide, isn't it? You just throw your hands through that.
Yeah.
Chances of being caught are minimal. Not a good ball by Ben Stokes. He kind of knows it there. There's a
he does.
Horse-like exhalation of breath, and just top of off stump, mate. Top of off stump.
29247. Stokes in short, wide,
not short.
swinging. Well, a bit too full. Sorry, yeah. And Phillips beautifully arrows away his drive to the cover boundary, and it's 4 more.
Yeah.
Helps himself.
Yeah, he probably just threw it up too wide, too full. And Phillips seemed to have an age to
Get Bethel on.
flow his arms through that.
It's only 3 overs to the
New ball.
Yeah, just get him on, get him tempted, tell him to toss it up. If he goes for 15, well, the full timers are going for that. So
well, if this was a one-day game, you'd be saying, well, the answer must be pace off, because it is a comparatively slow outfield. Pope now thinks he's got that, and Joe Root. It looked like an edge. I think Pope thought, hang on, I missed one earlier. I'm just going to jump up and down like a jack in a box for this one.
Well, he's gone for a review. He's counting the slips. He said, do you think? And they're going, yeah.
Well,
that's
Joe
interesting.
Root, now I'm dubious here, because Pope was up and down like a jack in a box, and there was quite a delay before Root leapt up and joined in.
But we know what Pope's like. He's a worse reviewer than Stuart Broad.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Terrible reviewer. And he's keeping now.
Well,
not
we may
convinced.
Be wrong here. I may be wrong, but it all looked very half-hearted to me.
Well, I thought Pope was absolutely convinced, but as you say, he's not.
His track record of convincedness is shaky at best, isn't it?
If they did hear a noise, it couldn't be anything really other than bat, surely, because the bat was miles away from the body. England have got 2 reviews left.
Yeah, I only got 1 if this is a fail. Though.
Yeah, but here's them. You get Phillips in here. It's
I mean,
good call, isn't it?
Well,
Is that
it
a super
if they
chat
get it,
just
but it's a
arrived?
bad call if they don't. And Ben Stokes clearly didn't think it was out. And he's probably closer than anybody because he's in his follow through.
Oh no, it's Anna's one from earlier. Just checking. Right.
Yeah.
This is a view which might well tell us.
It's close.
It is close. Bat's well away from the body. He's to repeat a shot he's used plenty of times. Here is ultra edge. The ball is going past the bat,
and there is no noise.
There is not a flicker
He was late
from
on the
ultra
shot.
edge.
Ball's past the bat before it's close.
Possibly just as well that he was. Ashen Raza goes. There we go. How dare you question me? That was never out. Ashen Raza. Do you know what, Gary? He reminds me, Ashen Raza, with that cap on that he's wearing. Somehow he looks a bit like Lee Trevino.
There's a bit of Lee Trevino.
Can you see it?
Say with the shirt he's wearing, he reminds you of me, which I would have to hold my hands up and say guilty as charged.
That's not where I was going. But somehow it's just because he's wearing the cap. He looks like a
bit of Lee Trevino.
An old golfing pro on the veteran circuit.
Yeah, he had a bit of personality, didn't he, Lee Trevino?
Oh, it's a horrible ball by Ben Stokes. Speared down leg. Would have been a one-day wide. It isn't on this occasion, but it was still just a horrible ball as I'm throwing my phone everywhere. The bear is retrieving it for me with the speed of reaction that belies a man who's 71 and has been asleep half the night.
No, I realised that,
the limits of democracy there needed a bit of leadership. Ben Stokes should have said, well, I didn't see it, I didn't hear it.
Yeah, quick count.
I'm not, but he went for the Democratic, he counted up the votes, and the votes were in favour.
52% of people said it was worth reviewing, and look what happened.
Yeah.
As one was pushed to mid-on by Phillips. Doesn't get hold of it. He looks unhappy. And actually, the shot he ends up then retrospectively playing was nothing like the one at all.
No.
That bumbled it to mid-on.
Well, We have
end of the over. The score's disappeared. It's
296
for 7 Bear.
Well, Hector, our man at the ground, sent us a little
Hector.
YouTube. He says the Barmy Army are probably getting England
Marvellous.
looking to be tiring as the runs are coming easy now. Yeah, definitely. I think it's 3 overs to the new ball. It's time to make hay. If you're going to do it, the new ball might do something. Also, if you are going when a new ball comes and it does go to the boundary quicker, maybe you score runs quicker anyway. He says definitely quite dark now as the floodlights are on. Bright beam.
Yeah, I'm getting off now because I'm back at an hour earlier, I think, tomorrow. So, my gratitude to the listeners, and I'll see you tomorrow.
It's
Great, Gary.
Thanks,
Thank
Gary.
you very
See
much.
ya.
Overspill
Much
time.
appreciated. It is overspill time.
There's
Who's
three
doing
of
what?
us. You're doing my job.
Yeah.
No,
I'm
Messi's
doing your
my
job. Right.
You're doing.
I'm just summarising.
Yes.
Well, that's what I was supposed to be doing, social media earlier, and Hendo basically took it over, and I ended up summarising anyway. But I'll summarise again.
It's quite a fluid structure here, as we all know.
Some say fluid, others might say chaotic.
Well, whichever way, it was always thus.
I have some weather news for you shortly.
Oh.
As if we'd expect anything else.
Indeed. Bryden Cast is back into the attack. There's a short ball first up. Through to the keeper, and there ain't no run.
It's getting a bit overcast at the moment, but it's still 27 degrees in Christchurch. And it's not sunset till 10 to 9, so if it's light, it'll be the clouds. But the first session tomorrow is due to be fully overcast, which means that if England are batting, they may get some challenging conditions. It's only going to get to 18 degrees tomorrow, so not nearly as hot.
Oh, wow. That's a big difference, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, we had that crazy day on Sunday, didn't we? Saturday here, didn't we? That's short and through to the keeper, and there's no one else. It's Sunday. I mean, it was 0 degrees on Friday. I went down to Cornwall to my wife's company's 50th anniversary do at the Eden Project. Actually, had dinner at a fancy dinner at the Eden Project.
Nice one.
Then some shitty white funk band who couldn't get the funk in funk. It was really fucking annoying me.
Did they have good booze though, did they?
Yeah, free bar, which is great. They ran out of whiskey at about midnight, which is a bit annoying, but
I'm sure that you had nothing to do with that either.
Well, I had a couple. Henry goes back as Garth bangs it into the pitch a little bit, and there's no run. And then, of course, we had to get the train back from. We got on the train. The train was actually very good. It was paid for. I mean, it was stupidly expensive. I mean, I could have driven there and back for about 120 quid worth of petrol, and it's right down, St Austell, so quite a way down into Cornwall. And the train there and back return for each of us was 160 quid each.
Fucking hell, you could have flown to Cairo and back.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the people who were flying, we had the choice of getting and the company was paying for the tickets because it was their due, so that was all good, so that was free. But painless train journey was actually quite nice. 4 hours just chilling out on the train. That one's defended square on the offside, and there is no run. No trouble there, but of course the storm was due on Saturday and we weren't sure whether there'd been a disruption on the way back, but that was pretty painless too. But there was a whole bunch of people who were flying from Gatwick to Newquay to go and get taxis, and there was a bomb scare at bloody Gatwick South Terminal, wasn't there? So all the people who were flying never made it.
Oh dear, Britain is beset with problems.
Tell me about it. Well, you've heard about this petition that the right-wing press are banging on about.
Oh fuck, no, and I don't really want to.
I know, it's just quite funny. Bryden Cast is in, and it's short, it's through the keeper, and there's no run. So of course people are upset that Labour are actually doing things, and not what some people want, but that's the way democracy works. You lost, right? So they started a permission. It's got a petition. It's got like 2.5 million signatures, demanding another general election. 4 or 5 months.
Oh, you're fucking joking.
Well, exactly. I mean, it is just a joke.
Bastards hung on forever.
Precisely. And the right-wing press have got it all up their arses, and they're like, "We should have another general." It's like, fuck off. Just fuck off.
And how dare you tax rich people when they die?
Yeah, I know. It's just like, oh Christ. Defended back to the bowler, and there is no run. End of the 78th over. 296 for 7.
So we have more news from Hector on ground. He says, umpire Raza is looking slightly concerned about the light. England's short ball plan may be forced to be abandoned. Potentially we will be forced into spinning in a few overs. I think England would be crazy to do that. If they take them off, they take them off. There's 5 days of this test match.
Well, don't forget if you do that, your option is always just to chuck the ball to a fast bowler and then walk off.
Which is what they should have done. There was a time in India. I think we should have done that. No, it was in Pakistan, wasn't it? We should have done that one night. It was an no-ball. Carter's going to be forced to bowl the last ball again. He does. It's down the arse. There's a no-run. And back to you, Messi.
Mike says should have elections every year. Let the clown show begin. Yeah, it always amazes me that America has to put up with congressional elections every 2 years. I mean, once you're elected, you're starting your next campaign. It's bloody nuts, in my view. 3 years here federally, and it's too short. Anyhow, let's get on to that. I think up until the last half hour, England were on top here, and I think New Zealand are starting to claw it back.
Well, and as we've been saying, this is a perennial problem. I mean, maybe it has been for a while, and it's not just during the Stokes-Key-McCullum era, but it's certainly been a case during the Stokes-Key-McCullum era that putting sides away, as it were, when they've had them 6 or 7 down, too often the tail has wagged.
Well, as we said, I think there's a lot of sides.
There are
bangers
better
at the end, better tails generally.
Well, I mean, if you look at Pat Cummins coming in for Australia, number 8, or
yeah, and then you got Stark who can hit it.
Stark, yeah. So you're right. The day of the absolute rabbit has long gone. You don't see.
There are a few, but not many. I mean, I'd say Bashir's a bit of a rabbit, but that's about it in the England side. That's driven up to mid-off, and there is no run. Bloody, Gus Atkinson got a ton last summer.
Well, and a very good one too.
Exactly. Bashir bowls it a little bit short. It's pulled out to man in the deep by Phillips, who will get a single. I mean, Phillips came in at 7, and he's a decent bat. He's well capable of getting a ton. So, whilst he's there, the tail will probably wag.
Yeah, I mean, Atkinson had his century, and then he's had 14, 5, 1, 2, 39 and 10. So he's capable of doing it occasionally, but not often.
No. But he's capable of getting a 20 or 25 reasonably often, you'd have thought. That's tossed up. Oh, and caught. No? Must have been into the ground.
Bump ball.
Must have been a bump ball. Drove it into the ground, Henry. I thought he mishit it straight back to the bowler. Just mistimed it. But no one was excited, so that must have been a bump ball. It's a nice ball. I like the loop on that one. This one's a bit flatter. It's just played back to him. And you wonder if he's getting a bit tired. It's about 14 overs on the trot here or something.
Yeah, I mean, that one,
all up.
He did push that through. And
well, he has done. He's
more effectively than
down the track
again. Have some of them apples.
He's got that all the way.
No, he hasn't. Straight to the ducket.
So the plan has worked. He's hung it up there, and England do get the wicket before New Zealand get to 300. That's good. And with 7 balls still, the new ball. Henry has come down the track. He's been beaten in the flight. He's got 4 for. And what was that JC was saying about only 3 wickets in the first 5 weeks or something of the first class season? I don't know what it was exactly he said. But
well, if you check out our live blog, we said if he gets another wicket we put a picture of one of our shit get wickets t-shirts, so we're going to send him one if he takes another wicket, so we might have to do that.
What, to Jeremy Coney?
No, what?
Oh, to who?
We are on our live blog, which I know you've been following with huge interest, Bear.
No, because I've actually been on the show.
Well, yes, well as have I. We, after his second wicket, we said if he gets another one with a ball like that, we're going to send him one of these.
Oh, but that
and
wasn't-
one of these is a shit gets wicket t-shirt.
Okay, right, fair enough. But that wasn't a ball like that.
It
I
wasn't
thought that-
really a shit ball.
It wasn't a shit ball
was
at all. It's well flighted, and he beat him in a flight. And
He
didn't
did.
He didn't
So we'll let him
get
off.
it enough.
He won't get a shit gets wickets
He's
t-shirt.
played to
I'm
a
pleased
plan.
to say I wore my Shit Gets Wickets t-shirt to a Final Word live event just before the Test match last week. And it was very well received. Gave me the opportunity to hand out a few Guerrilla Cricket fridge magnets. while I was at it.
Excellent.
Marvellous. Anyway, this has happened. A little bit too much and sort of came off the inside half at about not straight out the middle, so it didn't have the weight of shot, and he was out. It's a good ball, I think. Next man in is
They've been soaring me on wheels as a cold ocean to fly with Tim Southey to tonight. I probably won't fly with Tim Southey. Then again, I just might.
this ball is cut by Southey. Down to the man behind square. And there's no, I mean, look, Southey's come in at 10, and isn't he sort of second on the all-time sixes and Test cricket list or something stupid like that?
I think he might be actually.
Or
yeah.
first. I think, what's his name? Shai Afridi was top of that list, but I think Southey's second on it. Yeah, 4 for 69 for Bashir. And do they have a spinner? They've got part-time spinners, haven't they? The Kiwis.
Well, that partnership was worth 46 or 57 balls between Henry and Phillips.
That's pretty good going.
And it was very useful
Ben
for them.
Stokes has the most sixes, 131.
Oh, okay.
Southey is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 after McCullum, Stokes, McCullum, Gilchrist, Gale and Callis.
Okay. Maybe it's for New Zealand then. I presume it is for New Zealand.
Yeah, definitely is for New Oh no, McCullum's ahead of him.
Oh yeah, cool.
Sorry.
Anyway, so I'll put that stat away. But anyway, and that jingle will be retired at the end of this Test match.
Well, unless they get to the World Test Championship finals, in which case we'll be playing.
Have they got any more tests in between? Probably not, have they?
No.
So he can just officially delay his retirement till after that game. I suppose that's kind of fair. That's defended out into the covers and there's no run. It's been a stalwart for Kiwis for a while. He's captain, isn't he, at the moment? Or is it? No.
Well, most sixes in an innings is always quite an interesting stat. Actually, now you have tickled my interest on it. Looks like Wasim Akram.
Really?
If I'm getting this right.
Bryden Cass just into Southey, drops it into the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, it was. I remember this discussion because I know he's equal with Jaiswell. So Jaiswell versus England in Rajkot, if you remember that, when he went absolutely ballistic. But Wasim Akram, the more unlikely of that pair. It was against Zimbabwe though, in 1996. They were decent, by the way, in 1996. Nathan Astle with 11, Hayden with 11, McCullum with 11. There's a bunch of people on 11.
That's pulled by Southey. He's got enough on that? No, but it's gone out to Cow, and there isn't anyone at Cow. And it sort of pitches and rolls on into the sponge, and it'll be 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
So to get new ball at the
I
end
do
of this
think
over.
England have suckered New Zealand several times in this innings.
Yeah, well, to be fair, it's one way to get a wicket. This wicket looks a reasonable batting wicket. So, it looked green and looked like paradise at the beginning of the day, but it became quite quickly apparent that it's actually a pretty decent batting track. There's not a massive amount in it for the bowlers, and no exaggerated seam movement, no real swing in the air. It's not particularly pacey, bouncy. It's reasonably slow, in fact, which is, pretty typical Kiwi wicket. That's short and down the arse, and it's actually going to be probably 5 wides again. No, buys. That's harsh on the keeper. That's really fucking harsh.
Yeah, bad ball.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
I mean, how's he supposed to stop that? That's got to be 5 wide, surely. He's lucky to go over that.
Tim Southey does have 9 sixes in one innings.
That was in his first innings against England, wasn't it?
That was against
debut.
That was, I think you're right, New Zealand against England. Yep, Napier in 2008.
It's always against England.
Yeah, it's always against England. That's true. Clipped into the leg side by Southey. He'll get himself a single. Ooh, I'm going to have to play one of these, Messi.
Oh, excellent.
YouTube Brian, Super Chat.
Brian in Brisbane's with us. Good on you, Brian. Sends us $5 Australian. Morning all. A bit of sleeping today. Messes in his t-shirt is a bit of odds with that -2 degrees in Northampton. Any 24-hour delivery places near Gorilla Towers? Well, they're not going to be there for much longer.
We're not going to be here for much longer. Yeah, I'm going to be leaving, and
we are here tomorrow, though.
We are here tomorrow, though, and yeah, we run out of beer. He says plaintively.
Plaintive. Yeah, that's the most plaintive beer out there.
Oh, that's pulled again by Phillips, and again he's not really got hold of it, but he's got it in front of the man who's at sort of mid-wicket out there, and it'll be another one of these.
4.
Slow down, you bastards. I've only got 11 runs left in the GPL.
Oh yeah, the GPL is in play. What have we got? We've got 15 minutes, 3 or 4 overs, possibly 5.
Yeah, well, if they get past 3:23...
Well, I assume Phillips goes now, doesn't he? I mean, Southey's reasonably handy at snogging.
He's reasonably handy at snogging. He wasn't he?
Where did you get that info?
I don't know.
Well, isn't that what the whole thing about his jingle is?
Yeah, that is.
Wasn't
Wasn't
like
it something? Someone in an airplane, wasn't it? Wasn't it harassing a flight attendant or something? I don't know.
Well, yes, precisely.
But yeah, I can't remember what I was saying. Was that early in the morning?
You were talking about Sim Southey snogging.
Slogging. No. Yes. So
the GPL you were talking about.
And how it might all go south, because you know Southey's these days his eye isn't as good, and he still likes to slog, so he might be there for a good time, not a long time. So Phillips really has to go as well, and he's very capable of doing that, of course. Atkinson is in. First ball. Is that a wicket? First ball? No. I think it flew off the edge of the bat and maybe dropped just short of the third slip. He was running across the fourth slip. Ballooned up. Just got past him. Southey didn't look too comfortable there. And it was just the one run, but it gets him off strike and puts Phillips there.
More importantly, it puts the score on 3-1-3. So if England could take 2 wickets now, that'll be stumps, and I'd win the GPL.
Yeah.
Oh, what's in the pot, Messrs?
$108 pounds.
Ooh. Well worth the winning.
$216 roughly, isn't it?
Yeah, that's about right.
Oh, well, that one cuts back sharply into the pads of Phillips, and he managed to get through for a leg bite. Who's the large umpire? You're an umpire,
Asham
man.
Raza.
Asham
I'm
Raza.
an umpire, man.
Yeah, you always seem to know care who the umpires are.
Well, so it's part of the colour of the game. You need to know who's umpiring.
Sure, and I do.
Speaking of umpires, Gideon Haigh did a wonderful article about Phil Hughes' death, where he was talking about the umpires officiating at that.
Yeah, no, that I did read that, and it was.
Southey defends that into the leg side. He wants to get off strike.
And a surprise end too.
No run.
In as much as the tattoos on the chap's arm was a real surprise. He had a number of Phil Hughes's records or shirt number for ways to commemorate or remember Phil Hughes based on landmarks or markers of his cricket career.
Atkinson into the crease, bowls. Oh, it's hit in the air, just past the diving Stokes at cover.
Did he get a hand on it?
I don't think so. And they're going to get 2.
You can't call it a drop, but he had one earlier today that went through there, but it would have been a phenomenal catch.
Would have been a blinder.
I think he may have got something on that. I'm just looking at his reaction. I think when we look at this
I think
again,
it was just out of reach, or if it was again, it was one of those ones that stuck.
Well, we shall see.
Oh, not
I
quite.
think he gets a fingertip to it.
Maybe, but I'd say that's harsh if you can't say
No,
that's a drop.
I think that was impossible. Even Stokes couldn't have got that.
A couple of inches taller, maybe.
Chris Jordan's the only person I could think of who might have caught that.
Well, Saudi faces up. New Zealand 316 for 8. Short by Atkinson through to the keeper, and there's no run. Good recovery really from where they were, but then from 193 for 3, a bit of punch, counter punch. I think England will be reasonably happy from where they were. You know, like to have finished it off earlier.
It's set up for a really good test match, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, the pitch looks good. Depends how it plays later in the game. If it's a classic Kiwi wicket and just stays flat for the rest of the game, it might, well, I still think you get a result, won't you? Knowing these two sides and the way cricket's played these days. Flashed at wide of the off stump by Saudi, down towards third man, and get himself a single. And retain the strike. 81 overs done. 317 for 8. Does Wokes get the other end? Presumably he does.
Maybe. Yeah.
I might
Jonathan
be.
Seafelt says, any chance we can have the Gorillas take on commentary for an Australia-India match? Already tiring of Ravi choice of bullet Shastri. The tiresome commentary was the only blight on the great first test match. Yeah, it's the middle of the night and we got the New Zealand series on. It's not going to happen. But I can tell you that the grandstand commentary, which is run on TMS as well, is not bad. They've got some pretty good people on that, including our own Jeremy Coney and Tom Moody, I think. And it's Jeremy Coney's not on that one. Tom Moody is, but there are some. It's quite good. I really quite enjoyed that when I muted the TV, because I agree with the TV commentary. There's so many annoying people. There's occasionally good people. When you've got the likes of Vaughan and War and the like, you just think, nah, it's not worth it.
Well, Wokes is at the other end, and down the track comes Southey at Wokes, and then just fends it into the offside, and there is no run. Clearly, Wokes' pace doesn't worry him nearly as much as Atkinson.
Racing Rant's very good. He says Bear is sounding night shift unfit. He's not in training for it. It has to be said. By the end of the series,
It's getting harder and harder. You know, I did my first overnight series in 2010 for the Ashes, and it's now 2024, and I'm 14 years older. It does get extraordinarily harder as you get older.
And you drink less too.
And I drink a lot less. Yeah, and I'm a lot less match fit now. I used to have chemical assistance to keep me awake, and all these things that you can't do anymore as you get older. That's an attempted swipe into the leg side by Saudi. He misses it and through the keeper, and there's no run. Yeah, age isn't fun. I have to say that.
And you're sat here with Messrs and I telling us that.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Sorry,
Pierre.
guys. Yeah.
Terrific.
317 for 8.
Once retired, it was a no ball.
And it was a no ball. Yeah.
Once retired, it's actually a lot easier, particularly if you haven't got a partner to tell you how shit you are at everything. I'm sure there are some wonderful partners out there, but from my point of view, I'm good enough at telling myself how shit I am without reminded of it.
Yeah, I get reminded of that a lot, funnily enough.
The art of selective deafness is a life.
Yeah, but you get shouted at for selective deafness as well. You know.
But you can't hear.
Now make sure you can hear that one. That one is played up to mid-off, and there is no run.
Yeah, I got sent by my former wife to get a hearing test, and I came back. They gave me 10 out of 10. She said, your hearing is perfect. Your listening is rubbish.
We're looking at the wickets. The wickets. A fair few have been handed to England, to be fair.
Well, yeah, the Bashir a beneficiary for sure.
Southey facing up, Wokes into the pads, just drops out on the leg side. Again, thinks about single, but it's not there. and he remains on strike. Need to bowl it. I don't know, the line just outside off stump, or not down the leg side anyway, angling into his pads. That was a good one, the one round the corner. Bashir's bowled well today. It has to be said. That's driven back to the bowler. Sadly comes halfway down the track, but the ball basically stops on the crease line at the bowler's end with mid-off approaching it. There was not a single there.
Ooh, excuse me.
Yep, we've got 5 minutes left, Tone.
Yeah, we've got to drive
5
home
runs
there.
is all I need.
Ooh.
That sounds perfect.
5 minutes, 5 runs. Run a minute.
Yeah.
Messi's in business.
A single and a snick through the slips of 4 will do me.
Wokes. Ooh, that one nipped back. Soundly shaped a cut. It came back into and cut it onto the floor, pad out to slip, and there is no run. Might get 2 overs in. 5 minutes left. The last ball of this over. In fact, you probably will.
Mog has his tongue stuck firmly in his cheek. He says, I'm not sure I'm comfortable with the disrespect Messi's showing to the powerful broadcast commentary teams we have in Australia.
Put your mic closer to your mouth. That's through to the keeper and there's no run.
Yeah, Mog thinks I'm showing disrespect to the extraordinary commentary teams on Australian television.
Wow.
It's true, I don't have much respect for them.
Yeah, fair enough.
One or two of them all right, mostly rubbish.
Williamson got a 93, Latham got a 47, and Ravindra at 34. Other than that, Phillips on 40. There's a couple of scores in there. It's got them to their 318. Might prove
Racing
it.
Rant says it's a prerequisite to be annoying on TV cricket commentary. I think they're ordered to shout. Some people are much better on tests than they are on white ball. You know, someone like that annoying New Zealander, Danny Morrison, is actually quite bearable on test cricket commentary. He's just dreadful on white ball commentary.
Yeah. Defended by Phillips, back to the bowler, and there is no run. Will England try and make this the last over? Again, we're going to be 6 or 7 overs short of the day. We only bowled 24 overs in that first session of the day. Who's bowled overs? 13?
If they don't score again, Ombre Nuevo will miss out by 1 run.
Ooh.
So he basically...
I assume it's him.
Well, that's forced off the back foot. Yeah, it is. It's only you and him in it. Punched out to cover, and there is no run. So what's he got? 319, 318.
So basically, one more run he would win.
Oh no, he's already missed it by 1 run.
Oh,
he does 7s and I do 3s.
I see.
So you still need five runs off 4 balls. It's a 4 is still your saving grace.
Yeah.
But they're probably trying to get through till close now. I thought so it'd be there in the morning. That's defended out to the covers, and there's no run.
5 wides would do me.
Yeah. Well, if you're cast bowling or Stokes, you might have a chance.
Yeah.
Two minutes left, 3 balls to go. I think he's trying to make this over the last 5 minutes. Get out of there. I think he might be tying his shoelace.
I was about to say, a loose stud on the boot is always a time-consuming problem.
That one swings away and it's full, but you'd have thought at another point in the day Phillips would have thrashed that through the covers. But not this over, as he leaves it through the keeper.
I'm amazed he hasn't got cramp, to be honest.
Who? Phillips?
Yeah. It's usually a good time to get cramp.
Well, yeah, that's true. Bit of gardening, another minute wasted for that 1 ball. 2 balls left. I think they're handily going to get themselves out of it at the end of this over. Phillips faces out. Oh, edged! Oh, inside edge. Didn't carry to the keeper. It was thrown at the bowler's end and they get a single.
Okay.
Did they get a, yeah, they did get a single. So you need a 4 off of this ball.
Yeah.
Saudi's facing up. Last ball of the day. He might do. It was a Vatican slice. It bounced just before it got to the post. I thought it was going to go through him actually down to the boundary for 4. So it's a pretty good stop. Not far from the off stump. A big heave-ho though. It wasn't a bad little
weird
stop.
shot to play at this stage.
Well, maybe he thought he's 3. Maybe he thought if he was out, that'd be it for the day. It doesn't really matter. My clock has clicked over 30, so this should be the last ball of the day. Saudi flashes at it and nearly gets it through to the keeper, and there is no run. Now we're going to have another over. We're going to have stumps. I think we're having stumps. It looks like the bails have gone off, and it's stumps for the day.
There we go.
No one wins the
7 overs
GPL.
short. That's pathetic.
Yeah, it is a little. Nothing
But
really.
when you're not in the running for the World Test Championship final anymore,
it doesn't matter.
England don't care.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Not sure about that.
Jonathan Shawland says, thanks, Gorillas. It was great listening to you today. Thank you, Jonathan. It's great having your company and everybody else's company. And
Absolutely.
all those lovely super chats. We had fun. The Bear and the Bishop are off to bed. I'm off to have coffee with a
Separately.
Coffee with a friend. Oh, yeah. Neither of them snore, except we're now somebody else's company. And Leah says, fuck off to sleep. Oh, no, sorry. Mog says, fuck off to sleep, you old buggers.
Thanks, Mog. We're going to do exactly
That's
that.
Mog's way of saying thank you.
I know. We love Mog.
319 for 8 after 83 overs. I reckon honours are pretty much even.
Personally, I've got New Zealand a little bit ahead, but
I think
the proof's in tomorrow's pudding.
Well, I think if England get the next 2 wickets quickly tomorrow, they have to come out and reset. They get one early and hopefully get the other one and get them out for maybe 6 or 7 runs. I think it's pretty even. I'd have England marginally ahead. England probably would have thought they were going to bowl them out for 250 or hope for 250 because they thought it was going to be a green top, but it not being and it looking quite like a reasonably good batting wicket, I think if they get away with 330, 340, they'll be reasonably happy. Anyway, on that note, Tony's taken off his mic, he's taken off his headphones, and no, he hasn't.
No, I'm still here.
He's still here. It's time to go. You go and have your coffee, Messi. We're going to go off to bed. I'm not in tomorrow, but I'll see you
There is
on
a
Friday night.
super crew ready to take you through tomorrow's events.
See you all later.
Take care.
Bye.
Thank you all. Bye.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe,